I never did fix this.
Hold on. Okay, we ought to be good now. Oh, wow. I forgot that my cord got popped out yesterday, and I never did go into my audio settings in order to fix them. My apologies, everybody. That is my fault entirely. Yeah, we're good now. All right. Okay. It's a good thing I did this instead of trying to talk to you guys and you guys wouldn't have seen me. And then it just would have been a whole big mess. But now we can officially get this started, shall we? So let's go ahead and get the formalities out of the way. Yo, peoples, Kyushu92 here, and welcome to me summarizing the Whole Cake Island Saga and the Wano Country Saga. Now, the reason why I'm calling it the Whole Cake Island Saga and the Wano Country Saga instead of combining Zou, Whole Cake, the Reverie, and Wano into the Four Emperors Saga that many of us have been calling it is because it is not called the Four Emperors Saga. That is a term by many of us fans that a lot of us just ran with and we just stuck with it. I'm just now realizing that I was wrong this whole time because when I was making this stream and I was going to when I was looking up the Four Emperor Saga, it had a point and it had like its own page on the One Piece wiki. But given the recent celebration of One Piece's 25th anniversary, we have been informed the correct sagas and the correct arcs. Well, mainly just the correct sagas. So there is no Four Emperors Saga. There's a Whole Cake Island Saga, and then there's a Wano Country Saga. Now, let me go ahead and pull up this information so that you guys know exactly what I'm talking about. And this comes from Arturo of the Library of Ohara on his Twitter page. And he says, given the official website providing us with a new source for One Piece sagas, I'd like to clarify some misconceptions about the fan term Yonko Saga that many in the fandom have accidentally passed off as official. And many of us have passed off the Whole Cake, the Four Emperors Saga as being the official name of the sagas, but we all have been incorrect. We all thought that it was called the Four Emperor Saga, and this comes from the official website of One Piece. Like, they've put out this information. So what we have here is actually, you know what? Let me show you guys what I am seeing as well. Good to see you, Psycho, and good to see you, Ogata-san, as well. Let me show you all what I'm seeing. So I'll put it up here, and then I'll extend it, and then go to the filters, take that off, so you guys can get a bit of an understanding. Actually, you know what? Let me just extend the page. Let me just extend the page completely so you all can see, and just make it big. All right. So what you're currently looking at right now is the official 2022 story subdivision from the OnePiece25th.com website. So it has all of the sagas in One Piece listed, and this is the official name and title of all of these sagas. So first we have the East Blue Saga that covers volume 1 through 12. We have the Alabasta Saga that covers 12 through 24. We have the Sky Island Saga that covers 24 through 30. Water 7 and Enies Lobby Saga that covers volumes 30 through 45. Thriller Bark 46 to 50. Summit War 50 to 61. Fishman Island 61 to 66. Punk Hazard 66 to 70. Dressrosa 70 to 80. Zou, which is its own saga. Zou is classified in its own saga. Zou, volumes 80 to 82, so only 2 volumes worth, but it's still classified as a saga. Whole Cake Island Saga, volumes 82 to 90, and then Wano Country Saga, volumes 90 onwards. So, this whole time when we classified Zou, Whole Cake Island, Reverie, and Wano, we classified it all as the Four Emperors Saga, but that's not the official name. We just coined it. I don't know who coined the phrase Four Emperors Saga, but it's not official. Now, down here at the bottom, it says, note, the word used in Japanese here is hen, which is a single term for arc, saga, story part. The distinction between arc and saga being two different things, as a saga is a collection of arcs, is mostly a Western concept. So us people over here in America, we're the ones who came up with the whole term of differentiating arcs and sagas. But everyone in Japan does not differentiate the two. They both count as the same type term. Being arc and saga being two different things, as a saga is a collection of arcs, is mostly a Western concept and fan terminology. A lot of fan terminology. Whereas in Japanese, they just use the term hen, something closer to what we call a saga, hence the use of the term here, though arc is just as valid. Be also wary of fan terminology not used by Shueisha, like the Yonko saga and other fan subdivisions, which have been taken from promotional material but never acknowledged officially. So we got Four Emperors Saga from promotional stuff, but has never been acknowledged by Oda or anyone else as the official term coined for all of these arcs. So we've been wrong. I've been wrong. And it wasn't, and I'm thankful that this information was something that happened last week instead of it being months out, and I'm still calling it the Four Emperors Saga. I'm glad we found out this information right now. So when I go here to the wiki, it no longer classifies it as the Four Emperors Saga. And down here at the translation and dub issues, it says, it should be noted that discrepancies and debates exist over many of the above names, as Eiichiro Oda rarely, if ever, gives official names to different sections of the storyline. During the early years of the manga and anime, names often reference the Straw Hats introductions, e.g. the Usopp arc, and or major antagonists, e.g. the Don Krieg arc. Location-based names became the norm after the Straw Hats entered the Grand Line, and the story increased emphasis on exploration. Similar debates exist over what qualifies as a saga, particularly post-time skip, where the Straw Hats have entered nearly every new island with at least two carryover plot lines from a prior one. Prior one. Wow, I couldn't say that. Relatedly, the distinction between arcs and sagas is largely original in the English-speaking fan base. Japanese fans and promotional materials almost exclusively use the term hen, e.g. East Blue Hen for the East Blue Saga, Impel Down Hen for the Impel Down arc, and even Super Rookies Hen for the entire pre-time skip story. This simpler convention is not without its own ambiguities and conflations. Arabasta Hen, for instance, is commonly used for the storyline taking place in Arabasta proper, and for all of the lead-up storylines featuring Nefertari Vivi aboard the Going Merry. So all this time, ever since we heard the phrase coined Four Emperors arc or Four Emperors Saga, we have been coining it wrong. What's going on, Ravi? Don't know that. It was odd that we haven't visited Senkin Four Emperor Saga. Now we know. Yes, it's the fact that it's called the Four Emperor Saga, but it really only featured Big Mom and Kaido. It only featured two of the Yonkos. So we, as the English-speaking fan base, have coined the Four Emperor Saga and has posted it and have called it official, even though here it says officially in promotional stuff that it's been coined as Four Emperors, but it's never been officially called the Four Emperors Saga. Whole Cake Island, which includes the Reverie, and Wano Country are their own three distinct sagas, and we're going to go through all of them. I'm not reading the chapters because it's gonna take forever, but I will read through their arc summaries, and so everyone can be brought up to speed as to what these different arcs mean for the future. But the phrase Four Emperors Saga is not official. We just call it official, and it just sounds good, but it's never been something that has been officially claimed by the OGs over in Japan. We just called it that for whatever reason. I don't even know where the Four Emperors Saga name got started or who started it, but we all just fell in line and just started calling it that. Mob mentality, I guess. But here, when I go back to this page, so you guys can still see, yes, you guys can still see. These are all the arcs from the official, this is the official story subdivision. Now, if I go right here, it shows, on On April 4th, because this is in 2016, and I guess this is where we kind of got started. With the whole coin phrase. I think this is where it originated. On April 4th, thank you, Arthur of Library of Ohara. This dude knows his stuff just as well as Tekking does. Like, those two people are encyclopedias of One Piece knowledge. But here, on April 4th, 2016, with the release of Chapter 821, the Shonen Jump cover included the promotional blurb, "The curtain rises on a Yonko saga." Many took this as the beginning of a new saga, and many assimilated this as gospel, as official subdivision of the story. However, that isn't the case. Yonko Hen arc Saga part in Japanese was simply used as promotional material for a more general outlook of what will come in the story. The issue with us Americans and us English speaking fans of One Piece is that we really do take things that are translated into English as face value. We really don't take how it's translated from a Japanese meaning, because Japanese meanings can have like several different meanings for one particular word, but we take the most literal meaning as the most official meaning, which is where a lot of confusion about One Piece comes in, because not many of us are not fluent in Japanese, nor do many of us get the exact meaning of Japanese terms when it comes to being translated from Japanese to English. So whatever tends to be the most literal for us English speakers, that's what we tend to stick to. We tend to take things very literally when it's translated from One Piece and then run with it until we're told otherwise. So that's just one major issue for us English speakers, is that when it comes to this and people just run with it, then everyone starts to run with it, and then everyone starts to call it the official thing. And then when you got a mob of people agreeing with it, that's when it's like, oh no, that's not what this is. This is called the Four Emperor Saga. And then there's other people, which includes me now, saying like, that's not what it's called officially, so we can't really call it the Four Emperor Saga. We can't get too knee-deep into it where we think that our own fictional terminology for stories that Oda has not officially announced yet is the official way to call things now. That's one of the major issues that a lot of us tend to have. So that explains it. Have to go shopping, gift for anniversary, see you soon. All right, Ravi, and once again, happy anniversary to you and yours. But yeah, Ogata-san, we've been wrong this whole time. I'm not done yet, so let's continue. Let's see. Yonko Hen arc Saga part in Japanese was simply used as promotional material for a more general outlook of what will come in the story, but has not been officially recognized by Shueisha. Similar use of this terminology is other promotional material featured in Shonen Jump during the time skip break that referred to the pre-time skip as the Sea of Survival Super Rookies Hen, and what would come ahead as the Final Sea New World Hen. But these two were simply used as promotional material to hype up upcoming events rather than being used as official story subdivision nomenclature. Outside of that original promo blurb, the Yonko Hen has never been officially used or recognized by Shueisha, despite fans having adopted the term Yonko Saga and misleadingly citing it as official without providing reference for it. All this time, we have been calling it the Four Emperors Saga, and we've all been wrong, because everyone else in Japan does not everyone in Japan is like, we do not claim this term. We've never said that. And nor do we agree with all of our English-speaking fans that call it the Yonko Saga. It's not official, so we don't call it that. But we just called it that because of us not understanding the translation. And misleadingly citing it as official without providing reference for it. Even in cases like the One Piece Wiki, you may notice a lack of proper sources for fan terminology being used for the names and subdivisions of certain arcs and sagas, so be careful if you see something not backed up with a valid official source. The One Piece Wiki talk pages cite being forced to use Yonko Saga in absence of any other proper official terminology at the time, understandably enough, but acknowledge that its official status is very much questionable. While the pre-time skip sagas are cited on the wiki for the official One Piece website, the post-time skip ones were based on fan terms or vague promotional material due to a lack of official sources at the time. so they shouldn't be taken as official. It's also worth noting that in Japanese, there isn't a distinction between arc and saga, as they use the single term hen, standing for arc, saga, part, which generally refers to larger stories. Example, East Blue Hen, Water 7 Nanny's Lobby's Hen, which we tend to call sagas, but arc is just as correct for them if you wanted to. Just keep in mind that sagas being a collection of arcs is a Western concept, not used much in Japan or officially by Oda. So the term sagas being a collection of arcs is a Western American concept that we came up with. And it's not used much in Japan or officially by Oda, because Oda has never said that he sees sagas as just like a big collection of arcs. Oda's never said that. We just ran with it, which is where we tend to get a lot of things wrong. At the moment, official subdivisions of One Piece's story arcs have been fairly outdated or incomplete/inconsistent, which has made it a bit hard to properly catalog the story and the reason why fan terms like Yonko Saga have popped up. The latest, most accurate subdivision, only covering up to the pre-time skip with the first 6 sagas on the official website, until recently on the 26th, subdividing the story of One Piece into 12 hen arcs/sagas, which should serve as a new point of reference. Don't get me wrong, there's nothing wrong with using fan terminology if you prefer it, but if you're trying to address it as official, make sure to back it up with an official source. Since I know this now, I'm no longer going to be calling it the Four Emperors Saga. I'm only going to classify the arcs that fall into their respective saga. Zou has its own arc and saga. Whole Cake Island includes Whole Cake Island and the Reverie, and that's just a Whole Cake Island saga. And then Wano just has Wano. Because if I go all the way up here, you have Dressrosa arc by itself, and that falls under the dress. So you have Punk Hazard and Dressrosa that falls under, well, actually, if we go towards the time skip one, Fishman Island, Return to Saba Ori, and Fishman Island all fall under the Fishman Island saga. Punk Hazard and Dressrosa, Punk Hazard and Dressrosa arcs fall under the Dressrosa saga. Whole Cake Island includes Zou and Whole Cake Island. Wait a minute, hold up. Okay, I must have been looking at something wrong. No, I'm still right. They still got to fix this because this is official. Zou is its own. So here on this arc here, they need to fix this because Zou is classified as its own arc. And Saga on its own. It's not included with Whole Cake Island. But Whole Cake Island has volumes 82 through 90, which also includes the Reverie. So Whole Cake Island includes just Whole Cake Island and the Reverie, and Wano just has volume 90 by itself. Because if I bring up the Reverie page... Actually, you know what? No. Whole Cake Island is on its own. They need to fix this. They did this wrong. This is wrong. They have to fix this. Zou is by itself. Whole Cake Island is by itself. And Wano includes the Reverie and... Wano arcs. I'm trying to make sure I'm looking at this correctly so I'm not just looking at this wrong. Oh, I see. I see it. I see the misconception here for me. I see it here for me. Zou includes volumes 82 as well, and volume 82 is included in the Whole Cake Island saga, so a little bit of Zou goes into the Whole Cake Island arc. Whole Cake Island saga. I forgot about that. So I need to classify. I need to correct my stream. I need to correct the title of it. I need to correct it real quick. So give me a sec. I gotta make it so it says Zou arc, Whole Cake Island, and then Wano Country. So I need to fix that. So Saga, Whole Cake Island Saga, and Wano Country Saga. Alright, it's fixed. And I'm probably going to need to make a new thumbnail as well. Because if this is the official subdivision, then Zou is on its own, Whole Cake Island's on its own, and Wano is on its own. So yeah, I've been wrong, and I gotta remake a brand new thumbnail for it. But let me go ahead and bring up this page, and then we'll get back to it. All right, so let's see. P.S. The recent announcements of One Piece ending using the wording Saishusho, which refers to the final portion of a manga, literally the final chapter of a story, which is used as a manga industry term to refer to the final portion of a manga. Use the wording Saishusho. Shusho. As much as I personally translated it as Saga in Oda's message, since that is the word most English fans are most used to and what the industry term is mostly closely associated to, but the word hen wasn't even used here, so this simply refers that we're entering the final part, the end game or finale of One Piece, without any specific distinction in how much and how long it will really be. It could be multiple hen arcs or sagas, or it could be less. We don't know, so just enjoy the ride. All right, so now that we've clarified that, and now that we know the information that the subdivision for all of these sagas, Dressrosa is by itself, Zou is by itself, Whole Cake Island is by itself, and Wano Country, which includes the Reverie arc, is by itself as well. So I need to make a brand new, I need to add some words to my thumbnail and switch it up so it covers Zou as well. All right, so now we get into the conversation that we were having. Hold on. Now we get into the summary as we go over everything. You know what? Actually, you know what? Let me do this. Let me move the logo up here. And then let me move the window down here. Now snap, I'm messing with stuff I shouldn't be. I'm touching stuff I shouldn't be. All right, that'll work. Okay. So, you can change the title during the stream? Yes, I can. I changed it. I can edit it. Since I have like a live streaming studio that YouTube pretty much lets me function from, I can edit the title midstream. So now I can read out Zou Saga, Whole Cake Island Saga, and Wano Country Saga as well. I just need to update the thumbnail later to include Zou in the image. So that'll be something I'll do after the stream is over. But the title is where it should be. Now, let's go ahead and start with the summary. And start with Zou. So, the Zou arc is the 28th story arc in the series, and the first arc in the Whole Cake Island saga of One Piece, continuing from the Dressrosa arc and Dressa arc and saga. After defeating Doflamingo, the Straw Hats, Trafalgar Law, Kinemon, and Kanjiro continue on to Zou in order to reunite with Sanji and the others. When they arrive, however, they discover that Sanji has been swept up in a series of personal and political entanglements. And when was this chapter? Was it in August? Just entanglements in August. But knows that Sanji has been swept up in a set of personal and political entanglements, and that Zou has been subjected to a siege by Jack of the Beast pirates. All of this includes the startling revelations involving the location of the Straw Hats' ultimate goal. One Piece is the third island the Straw Hats encounter in the New World. It's crazy to think that of all the islands they've been to since they started the New World, Zou is just the third island they've been to. So now we go over the summary. And it's a bit of a long one. So we're going to go through each of them. We're going through them all. We're going through them all, everyone. I hope you're ready. So, starting off, the perilous journey to Zou, the island on an elephant's back. While the Going's Luffy senpai sailed towards Zou, the Straw Hat Pirates discovered that the Barto Club had little knowledge on how to navigate through the ocean's waters as a hailstorm was raging. At Marine headquarters, Kizaru received a report that the warlords of the sea, Edward Weevil, the self-proclaimed son of Whitebeard, had massacred the AO pirates, making them the 16th subordinate crew of the Whitebeard pirates that he had annihilated. Meanwhile, Weevil's mother, Bakken, the self-proclaimed lover of Whitebeard, persuades Weevil to massacre all of Whitebeard's former subordinates to claim Whitebeard's treasure as he is his only biological son. Literally no one agrees with this. After learning of Don Quixote Doflamingo's defeat, Weevil and Bakken decide to go after Luffy to get information on Marco, the Phoenix, Weevil's next target. 1 week later, the Going Luffy senpai reached Zou, which to everyone's shock is actually on the back of a giant 1,000-year-old elephant. Now, so I can see chat while it's going, I'm gonna have the stream up on my phone so I can see chat as well, so that way I can keep reading without having to flip-flop between pages. So give me a sec. Probably should have prepared that beforehand, but hey, I gotta learn since I'm doing this full now. I don't care about your musical mobile games. Thank you. All right, now I can see you guys in chat. All right, 1 week later, the Going Luffy senpai reached Zou, which to everyone's shock is actually on the back of a giant 1,000-year-old elephant. Kanjuro revealed that Zou is the home of the Mink tribe, an isolated people which are said to hate humans. They docked at the elephant's leg alongside the Thousand Sunny, which the Barto Club was excited to see. As the Barto Club bid farewell to the Straw Hats, Kanjuro drew a dragon Ryunosuke to carry them up the elephant. At the Revolutionary Army's base on Baltigo, Dragon received several reports of revolutionary victories due to the chaos that ensued when Doflamingo fell. Koala reported that the weapons they took from Dressrosa contained a rare steel known as liquor iron ore, and Dragon ordered her to summon the leaders of the Revolutionary Army. Meanwhile, Lafitte received a call from Jesus Burgess, who revealed that he found the revolutionaries' base, because Sabo messed him up royally. On Kadai Body Island, the pirate dispatch organization Buggy's Delivery celebrated their increase in business due to Doflamingo's downfall. However, Buggy received word that Harudin and the other 4 giants working for them had quit. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat Pirates continued to ride up the elephant's leg, and Luffy asked Kinemon and Kanjuro why they wanted to go to Zou. They revealed that they were looking for their lost comrade, Raizo the ninja. Suddenly, Robin realized that something was flying towards Luffy. The thing turned out to be a monkey, Berriette, who we found out the name of later. And everyone managed to get out of its way except Kinemon and Kanjuro. The samurai were fooling around and got knocked off the dragon's back onto the Thousand Sunny. The Straw Hats panicked, but Kinemon assured them that they were alright and told them to keep going as they would catch up later. The crew contemplated turning around to save the two, but decided to go on without them. Then, we move on to the mysterious Mink tribe, friends or foes. They eventually reached the top of the elephant's back, and Ryunosuke became a drawing again, with Robin bidding it farewell and being teary-eyed at seeing such a cute drawing just turn back into a drawing again. The Straw Hats and Law began exploring the island, and Luffy separated from the group in searching of their remaining crewmates. While exploring Zou, the Straw Hats and Law came across a place called Mokumo Duketum, which appeared to be in ruins. As they explored, wondering what went through the city, a mink called Carrot spied on them and was shocked that they got inside. The Straw Hats heard her rustling around, and Carrot rushed at them, clashing with Zoro. However, a K9 mink came and told Carrot to stop, as they had to deal with the intruders in the whale forest. Usopp then noticed with a shock that the mink was wearing Nami's clothes. Carrot leaped high into the air to find the intruder, and she and the K9 mink prepared to head to the whale forest. The K9 mink told the Straw Hats where they could go to find the corpse of their crewmate, causing them to panic. As they rode, the K9 mink revealed to Carrot that she believed that Luffy was the invader, and that they would show him no mercy despite him being the Straw Hats' captain. Meanwhile, the Straw Hats and Law calmed down and decided to go to the city and find Law's crew. Law revealed that his navigator Beppo was a mink, although he had left Zou long ago and had no memories of it. So, Beppo's been gone an exceedingly long amount of time to the point where he had no memories of even being on Zou. So that explains Beppo. Back then, we just thought he was just a talking bear. But now, since we're here on Zou, which has like anthropomorphic mink animal people, we know that he's from that entire race. So it's a race of talking animals that exists out there. But beforehand, we just thought it was just like, oh, this is just a weird thing in One Piece. But no, it's a whole tribe of these people living on the back of a giant elephant. Meanwhile, Luffy was in the midst of a confrontation with two Ming Guardians, Rhodey and Blackback. The Heart Pirates were also present and attempted to convince the Guardians that Luffy was a friend, to no avail. However, the K9 Mink and Carrot came and pacified the Guardians before telling the other Guardians surrounding Luffy in the shadows to leave. The K9 Mink introduced herself as Wanda and told Luffy that they did not want to fight him. As the Straw Hats explored the ruined city, they saw signs of a recent attack, and Wanda revealed to Luffy when they reached the outskirts that Jack had laid waste to the city over the past couple of weeks. Wanda then offered to take Luffy to see his friends, which he was excited about. The eruption rain began as the elephant named Zunisha raised its trunk and spouted water onto the island on its back. This caused the streets of Kurao City to become flooded, forcing the Straw Hats to climb up to higher ground. As Wani swam through the flood, Wani, I think they might be referring to one of the alligator things. As Wani swam through the flood, Wanda explained to Luffy how Zunisha cleans itself twice a day with the eruption rain and how they benefited from it. Beppo was separated from the three and told Luffy to tell Law where he and the others were. Wanda then saw the crosses in town and remembered how Jack tortured someone on them during his invasion as he was looking for someone. Luffy asked who ruined the town, and Wanda told him that it was Jack. However, she also revealed that his obituary came out after launching a failed attack on the Marine escort carrying Doflamingo. However, there was no body found, and Wanda believed that he may still be alive, which he is. Usopp then spotted Luffy and the Minks, and Law teleported the Straw Hats to them. Usopp confronted Wanda and Carrot and demanded that they hand over Luffy, and an exasperated Wanda explained that they meant no harm. The pirates and Minks then reached the Right Belly Fortress, and the guards were shocked to hear that they were the Straw Hat Pirates. Inside, Chopper woke up Nami, telling her that their crewmates had arrived. The Straw Hats were surprised to receive a warm welcome from the Minks, who do not really hate humans, as was commonly believed. Nami and Chopper then embraced their crewmates, but a tearful Nami had a message from Sanji. Afterwards, the Straw Hats and Minks in the Mink tribe had a feast, and Brook reunited with his crewmates, revealing Momonosuke was also in the fortress. The Straw Hats also found out that the crewmate body Wanda was referring to was just a nickname for Brook. When Luffy mentioned Kinemon, however, Brook warned him not to mention samurai around the Minks. Nami asked her crewmates what they should do about Sanji, but they reminded her that Sanji left a letter and that they still have no idea what was going on. Nami then decides to tell the story to them. As the Thousand Sunny was escaping from the Big Mom Pirates' singing ship, which carried Tamago, Peckhams, and Capone Beg, or Beji, however you want to say his name, the crew debated on how to escape or counterattack. They then fired cannonballs, which Brook froze, and Sanji used a Diable Jamba kick to send them towards the ship, causing a large explosion. In the midst of this, Nami created a rain cloud to fog the area, making it impossible for the Big Mom Pirates to spot them. This action allowed the Thousand Sunny to escape their pursuers. Nami revealed they reached Zoe a day later. Wanda then informed the Straw Hats that the invasion had already happened before they arrived, although Nami's group saved the Minks from certain annihilation. A Mink then popped in and announced that the prince had awoken, causing all the Minks to cheer. Chopper, Miyagi, and Tristan went to attend to him as the announcing Mink revealed to Wanda that the prince, Inuarashi, wanted to meet his benefactors, the Straw Hats. When Luffy asked who he was, Wanda revealed that he was one of the kings of Mokomo Dukedom alongside Nekomamushi. Inuarashi had fallen into a coma since the city was destroyed. Meanwhile, Law reunited with his crew. Now we get to find out the events that happened before then, like 17 days ago, Jack's invasion, 2 weeks beforehand. 17 days ago, Jack's invasion. Wanda told the story of Jack's invasion as she led the Straw Hats to Inuarashi. She revealed that they had thought the bell of welcome had rung, but it was actually the raid bell as Zoe was being invaded. Zunisha howled as a giant mammoth stepped foot into Mokomo Dukedom, ordering the people to surrender Raizo to him. The Minks then realized they were being invaded by the Beast Pirates led by Kaido's right-hand man, Jack. The latter once more demanded the Minks give up Raizo, but the Minks refused, mentioning Raizo was not on the island. Despite their refusal, Jack destroyed a large part of the city while ordering his subordinates, the Pleasures, to lay waste to the rest. The Minks fought back, easily defeating the Pleasures, forcing Jack to bring in the Gifters, led by Sheepshead. In the present, Wanda and the Straw Hats arrived at Inuarashi's sanatorium, where they received a warm welcome from Inuarashi and his guard Shishilian. While talking to the Duke, Chopper revealed to Luffy that Jack used Caesar's poison gas weapon to destroy the Mokumo Dukedom. Inuarashi revealed that he once met Shanks as he fell asleep due to night falling. Wanda explained that the two rulers, Inuarashi and Nekomamushi, were once inseparable friends, but were now more antagonistic towards each other. The tension between them grew to the point where they split off their duties. Inuarashi rules during the day between 6 in the morning and 6 at night, while Nekomamushi rules from 6 at night until 6 in the morning. Even Inuarashi's subject fell asleep at 6 o'clock sharp as Nekomamushi's reign began. 17 days ago, Inuarashi and the Musketeer Squad arrived to stop Jack and the Gifters. Inuarashi laid down his sword and begged Jack to see reason, saying the pirate could search for Raizo all he wanted if he stopped the destruction. However, Jack refused and attacked Inuarashi, but the Duke easily blocked Jack's strike. The Musketeers then attacked the Beast Pirates, but the battle was short-lived as night fell and Nekomamushi awoke. Inuarashi ordered the Musketeers to retreat as Nekomamushi and the Guardians arrived. Nekomamushi rushed at Jack, grabbed his trunk, and flipped the pirate on his back. Jack then reverted to his human form and prepared to fight back. The Mink tribe and the Beast Pirates fought for 5 days and 5 nights, with neither side managing to overwhelm the other. Eventually, the Minks gained the upper hand, and Jack eventually decided to use Caesar's gas weapon. You know, you get so caught up in reading that you sometimes forget that you're actually reading and you're just doing it instinctively. My mind went to someplace completely different, but my eyes and mouth were still seeing and speaking the words, but I just thought of something completely different in the middle of it. You do something so often that you can just kind of do something else brain-wise while your other side is doing another two things. That's peculiar how that just happened. The Mink tribe and the Beast Pirates fought for 5 days and 5 nights, with neither side managing to overwhelm the other. Eventually, the Minks gained the upper hand, and Jack eventually decided to use Caesar's gas weapon. The weapon made the Minks helpless, and Jack and his underlings slaughtered dozens of warriors while tying Inuarashi, Nekomamushi, and several of the strongest warriors to crucifixes. The Minks were tortured for Raizo's whereabouts, but they could only give the same answer. The next day, Jack left Zou, leaving only some underlings behind, and Inuarashi later realized that he had gone to rescue Doflamingo, effectively making the Straw Hats who defeated Doflamingo their saviors. The same day, Sanji's group arrived and encountered Sheepshead chasing Tristan. After disrupting Sheepshead's attack, the Straw Hats chased after Tristan, but she was scared and ran away from them. They came to the ruins of Kurao City, where they saw the tortured Minks on the crucifixes. One of them, Pedro, begged them to save Inuarashi and Nekomamushi, as they had lethal wounds and could not be allowed to die. Caesar admitted that the gas Koro was his creation and was forced by Sanji and Chopper to remove it from the air. Sanji defeated Sheepshead, who was attacking Nami's group, and the Beast Pirates retreated. As the Curly Hats entered the city, they were attacked by Wanda, who believed them to be with Jack. Wanda was weakened by the poison and was easily subdued by Nami, but held up a bomb to blow them all up. However, Tristan and Pedro revealed to Wanda that the pirates were not affiliated with Jack and helped drive the Beast Pirates away. The pirates then went to work curing the Mink tribe of the gas. And as you can see here on the side, it has the images of everyone tending to Nekomamushi and the rest of them. Everyone's being tended to. Chopper hard at work with Caesar to come up with a cure in order to cure everyone. 2 days ago, the Curly Hat Caper. In the present, Chopper prepared to go check on Nekomamushi and the Guardians. He and the Straw Hats were accompanied by Wanda and Carrot as they rode into the whale forest. During their ride, Zoro asked what happened to Sanji and Caesar, and Brook revealed that Sanji was possibly unable to ever return to them. When they fought the Big Mom Pirates, they accidentally gave away that they were going to Zou, and Peckham's knew where it was as he was a native of the island. The Big Mom Pirates arrived on Zou 2 days ago, and Peckham's and Kapong Beg entered the island. They discovered the ruins of Kurao City, and Peckham's flew into a rage at the sight of his birthplace destroyed. Meanwhile, the Curly Hats celebrated with the Minks. Nami swapped clothes with Wanda and received a treasured dress, and Sanji was very taken with the female Minks, as he is with basically any woman. Momonosuke hid in his room, and Caesar disguised himself in order to avoid recognition. Meanwhile, Peckham's reunited with his tribesmen in tears, relieved that they had survived. Nami and Caesar saw Peckham's and Beige in shock, and Caesar begged them to help him. However, Sanji said he was worthless to them now that Doflamingo was defeated and asked what he did to Big Mom. Caesar revealed that he was commissioned to do research for Big Mom, which led to nothing, but he lied and took payment anyway. Sanji said he deserved what was coming for him, but also realized they were enemies of Big Mom as well. Caesar offered to team up with Sanji to assassinate the Big Mom pirates, but Sanji took Brook to accompany him as they confronted the two pirates. Peckham's tearfully thanked Sanji for saving his people, and he revealed that their missions were to capture Caesar and do nothing that would tear the Straw Hats apart. However, Peckham's said he would leave the Straw Hats alone in exchange for Caesar as his thanks. Beige yelled at him not to put his emotions over his mission, but Peckham's ignored him, and Beige shot the mink in the back using his devil fruit powers. Beige unleashed his crewmates from inside his body, revealing that he ate the Shiro no Mi and became a castle man. The fire tank pirates surrounded Sanji and Brook, and Vito brought Nami and Chopper in. Beige told Caesar, who was up in the trees, that he would be shot with sea stone bullets, causing Caesar to come down. Beige thought Caesar and the Straw Hat brought Caesar and the Straw Hats inside his body, chaining them all up except for Sanji, who sat at a table. Beige came to the table and revealed an invitation for a tea party and wedding ceremony. Sanji, the third son of the Vinsmoke family, would marry Pudding, the 35th daughter of the Charlotte family. Sanji refused the invitation as Nami, Chopper, and Brook tried to think of what being from the Vinsmoke family could mean. Beige told Sanji that he would come regardless of what he wanted as he manipulated the fortress, binding Sanji. Vito revealed a secret to Sanji, one which he was shocked that the fire tank pirates knew. Sanji then requested to write a note for the rest of the crew and told Nami, Chopper, and Brook to give the note to Luffy's group when they arrived, stashing it between the chains around Nami's waist. Suddenly, he threw them out of Beige's body, shocking the fire tank pirates. He then held Caesar at gunpoint, saying that there was someone behind his only alive bounty, and the marriage, and that they would not allow him to be killed. He would come to the tea party with Caesar, but only if Beige spared his crewmates. Why did I say teammates? Suddenly, Beige was confronted by Nekomamushi, who asked why Peckham's was lying on the floor covered in blood. Beige attempted to bluff his way out by claiming one of Jack's men had remained behind and attacked them as Nami asked Sanji why he was still in Beige's body. Sanji told her that this was his problem and promised to be back with a smile, despite the protest of his friends. He said his goodbyes as Beige converted his legs into tank treads and raced away. Wanda asked the Straw Hats if they should chase after them, but Brook, tearing up, how can you tear up with no eyes? Yo ho ho. But Brook, tearing up, said that Sanji had no intention of returning. Sanji had written that he had to see a woman and would be back soon. And how much longer do we have to go for the Wano arc? We still have a long ways to go. We're almost there. We're almost done with this arc. I'm not going to read like the short synopsis because we've already covered that. But we need to keep going. We're almost done. The Minks and the Samurai, Unexpected Revelations. In the present, the Straw Hats continued riding to see Nekomamushi. Luffy was initially excited about the possibility of Sanji marrying, but was told that if he did, the Straw Hats would become subordinates of Big Mom. It was for this reason that led Brook to believe Sanji had cut himself off from the crew. However, Zoro reminded them that Sanji left of his own volition without apologizing, and that they had already angered Kaido, making it unwise to directly challenge another emperor. This led to an argument, and Luffy decided to go and ask Sanji himself, but was reminded that Big Mom is a powerful emperor and they could not invade her domain without a strategy. The Straw Hats reached the Guardians' residential district and were greeted by the Guardians, who revealed that Nekomamushi and Peckham's were recuperating inside. They found Nekomamushi taking a bath and eating lasagna, which infuriated Chopper as he instructed the ruler to do neither of these things. But lasagna's good though. Nekomamushi accidentally reopened his wounds while playing with a ball, forcing him back in bed. Meanwhile, Luffy talked with Peckham's, who revealed that Sanji's father and Big Mom arranged the wedding and that the Vinsmoke family is a family of killers, assassins, hired guns, mercenaries, whatever you want to call it. That's what their entire kingdom is based on. This shocked Luffy and Nami, and Peckham's revealed that the Vinsmoke family are the leaders of a military organization called Germa 66. However, Luffy did not care about this and only wished to avoid becoming Big Mom's subordinate. Peckham's assured him that he would not, as this was a family affair, but Sanji would never be a Straw Hat again after getting married. This angered Luffy, who ordered Peckhams to take him to the tea party and told Nami that he would go there alone as it would increase his chances of infiltrating the party. What? Luffy saying something about infiltrating by himself because it would be easier? But Luffy's the loudest dude. So that already screams like, yeah, this was already a bad idea. Luffy went outside where he was met by Nekomamushi, who reopened his wounds while hugging him. As Nekomamushi was tended to, Luffy reunited with Law and his crew, and he told Law about Sanji's predicament. This shocked Law, who reminded Luffy that Kaido would likely be coming after them, and this would not be good for Zou. Touched by Law's compassion for them, the Minks threw a party that lasted throughout the night. Meanwhile, Robin, Frankie, and Brooks sat guard at Zunisha's hip in order to prevent the samurai from entering Zou. However, they fell asleep and the samurai arrived on the elephant the next day with the monkey mink. However, when Kinemon asked the mink about Raizo, it ran off in distress to report the samurai's presence. The 3 Straw Hat guards woke up and ran in distress in order to prevent the samurai from meeting the minks. The monkey mink, Bariet, rang the bell and shouted that samurai had arrived, and Kinemon and Kanjiro reunited with Momonosuke in the forest. The Straw Hats raced through the whale forest in order to intercept the samurai, and Inuarashi and Nekomamushi both mobilized armies to search for the invaders. However, this led to the 2 rulers coming face to face, and they immediately began to squabble. This nearly led to a fight to the death, but as the 2 rulers began sparring, Kinemon emerged to break up the fight. Despite the Straw Hats' pleas, the samurai introduced themselves to the Minks and revealed that they were searching for Raizo. To the Straw Hats' shock, the Minks kneeled down and said that Raizo was safe, revealing that they were friends with the Kozuki family of Wano country, and that they would have let Jack kill them before turning Raizo over. So, when you got... Minks are pretty much the definition of ride or die crew people. Ride or die family. Because even despite all the stuff that happened with Jack coming on to Zou and massacring a large portion of them, and then crippling Nekomamushi and Inuarashi, like, he cut off Nekomamushi's leg, and also cut off Nekomamushi's arm, and sliced off Inuarashi's leg. Despite all that, they kept to protecting Raizo despite all this. I'm just now realizing that this window is actually really big, so I'm going to make it smaller so you guys can see me a little bit better. Yes, much better, much better, much better. Because it was all up on my face, just off to the side there, so apologies for that. Like I said, I'm going through a summary of this entire thing. Kinemon affirmed his position by showing the tattoo on his back, which Raizo had as well. When Inuarashi and Nekomamushi started talking to him, however, they began arguing, causing Momonosuke to cry out for them to stop. Momonosuke said his father would be saddened to see this, and Kinemon revealed that he is not Momonosuke's father. They merely acted as such in order to avoid drawing attention to the boy. Indeed, Momonosuke was the son of the daimyo of Kuri in Wano country, Kozuki Oden. Inuarashi and Nekomamushi bowed before the young lord and reluctantly decided to truce, but the Straw Hats remained enraged as Momonosuke embraced Nami once more. And when it says the Straw Hats remain enraged, it was pretty much Brook and Sanji, as Momonosuke was able to, nuzzle up to Nami. Later, Inuarashi and Nekomamushi led the Straw Hats, Law, and the samurai to the whale-shaped tree, and they trekked up towards its back. The rulers revealed a hidden door in the back of the tree leading inside a cave, and the pirates went inside while fantasizing about Raizo. They met Raizo, who was chained to a red poneglyph, and the samurai freed their comrade. The male pirates tried to get Raizo to do ninja techniques, but he refused until they turned away in disappointment, causing him to use some techniques. Now, all the events that I'm recounting right now, all of these were before I even began doing reactions to One Piece. I didn't start doing reactions to One Piece until we were in the middle of Whole Cake Island, when we got to 827, I think, 827, 1 and 2. So all these things I've read through, but I never reacted to, so it's nice recounting these events going on. But the male pirates tried to get Raizo to do ninja techniques, but he refused until they turned away in disappointment, causing him to use some techniques. And then it shows that they're... Oh, well, we'll cut to that. The alliance grows, preparing to take on the Emperor. The samurai and some of the Straw Hats went outside, where the samurai surveyed Zou's destruction and wept. They were called back inside by Nekomamushi, who said that Robin was nearly finished translating the poneglyph. Inside, Robin and Nami realized that the poneglyph's message more resembled a map, and Inuarashi revealed that this was a road poneglyph. There were 4 road poneglyphs that each led to an island. If all 4 islands were discovered, the location of Laugh Tale would be found. Of the other 3, 1 was lost, while the other 2 were kept by Big Mom and Kaido. Luffy was excited to find this one out, even though 2 of them were being kept by the Emperor, since he had always intended to take them down. Zoro inquired how the Minks knew so much about poneglyphs, and the 2 rulers revealed that the Kozuki family was a family of stonemasons who invented the poneglyph 800 years prior. However, the knowledge of how to read and write the language on poneglyphs ended with Oden, who was executed by Kaido and the shogun of Wano country while sacrificing himself to save his son and retainers. Kaido was pursuing Momonosuke and the retainers because Oden was a former member of the Roger Pirates, and he knew about a secret of Laugh Tale. The Straw Hats were bewildered by this revelation, and Zoro realized that the secret of Laugh Tale is why Doflamingo and Kaido's underlings were pursuing the samurai. However, they said that the secret was not passed down to them, but their only mission was to open Wano's borders and seek justice for Oden by killing Kaido and the shogun. They had people of Wano as well as the Mink tribe supporting them, but they were still outnumbered. Inuarashi stated that despite their loss to Jack, the Minks still had a trump card in the upcoming war. Kinemon then begged Luffy and Law to help them in the upcoming fight. Luffy's crewmates were excited about the proposition, but Luffy refused, asking if Momonosuke was really the heir and leader over the samurai or if he was just a crybaby. His crewmates came to Momonosuke's defense, but the young heir walked up to Luffy, remembering how his parents were killed, and cried that he wants to fight Kaido. Momonosuke said he wants to avenge his parents and protect his retainers, but asking Luffy to help him in the fight. Luffy accepted, forming an alliance between pirates, samurai, and Minks, but stated that he wanted to get Sanji back first. Meanwhile, the Minks began to throw a party to celebrate the truce between Inuarashi and Nekomamushi, remembering when the two were once friends. Unbeknownst to them, however, Jack and his fleet sailed to Zou with Jack ready to finish his job. However, this time he would not rush onto Zou and instead would just kill Zunisha. The pirates, samurai, and Minks exited the whale-shaped tree, and Inuarashi and Nekomamushi revealed that they sailed with Whitebeard and Roger as Oden's vassals, although they did not reach Laugh Tale. Oden's 3 samurai retainers did not go, as leaving Wano country was a crime. Nami questions as to the correlation between the log posts and road poneglyphs, and Inuarashi says that the log post routes do not lead to Laugh Tale, but to another location. The Alliance then decided what they will do next, with the samurai to head to Wano country along with Inuarashi, Nekomamushi, and the Straw Hats in Law. However, Nekomamushi revealed that he first wanted to find Marco the Phoenix in order to gain more allies. However, Marco had been missing since a year ago when the Whitebeard Pirates were defeated by the Blackbeard Pirates in the Payback War. Right then, the rest of the Minks found the Alliance and cheered upon seeing Raizo. The ninja then thanked them for everything they did. The Minks prepared a banquet to celebrate the turn of events, and Nami had to hold back phone notifications. Luffy, saying they needed to leave. Nami, Chopper, and Brook decided to go to Whole Cake Island with Luffy and Peckham's to rescue Sanji, and Robin told Luffy to copy the road poneglyph if he found one. Suddenly, Zou began shaking as Nekomamushi heard Zunisha crying, and Luffy heard a mysterious voice. Momonosuke heard it as well, as Jack's fleet weakened Zunisha by firing at its front leg, and Jack ordered his men to bring it to his knees so he could attack its head. Zunisha begged Momonosuke and Luffy to command it, but the two struggled to withstand the voice and understand what was happening. Zunisha's eyes began glowing as Momonosuke saw a vision of Jack's fleet outside Zou. Momonosuke revealed what he saw, and the Minks prepared to head out and engage Jack in battle. Why did I say Zack? Jack in battle, when he realized that Zunisha was the one talking to him. Momonosuke learned that Zunisha was sentenced to walk the seas for an eternity after committing a crime in the ancient past, and it could only attack on command. Zunisha told him to command it and let it fight as it started to fall, and Luffy shouted at Momonosuke to scream the order to Zunisha. Momonosuke ordered Zunisha to attack Jack, and it complied, standing back up. The Beast Pirates were shocked and fearful to see this, and Zunisha decimated their entire fleet with a single swing of its trunk. Barry had reported that Jack's fleet was gone, and the people on Zou struggled to make sense of what happened. Nekomamushi stated that until they figured out how Jack navigated here, Zou would no longer be safe for them, and Luffy prepared to head off. On a certain island in the New World, Scratchman and Pooh contacted Kaido saying that they had lost contact with Jack's fleet. Later, Chopper, Miyagi, and some other minks rappelled down Zunisha's injured leg to bandage it up. Meanwhile, Momonosuke revealed to his retainers that he wanted to stay behind on Zou in order to communicate further with the elephant. Inuarashi said that he would stay behind with Momonosuke in order to maintain a defense on Zou while avoiding having everyone rush into Wano country at once. Meanwhile, Luffy saw with a shock that Peckham's house was destroyed in the battle, but Peckham revealed that he was fine due to his devil fruit, the Kame Kame no Mi, giving him a hard tortoise shell. Luffy talked with Peckham's about their upcoming mission before carrying the mink on his back and rushing off, much to Peckham's outrage. Meanwhile, Pedro asked Nekomamushi to accompany Luffy on the mission to rescue Sanji, and the ruler gave him permission. Wanda, Tristan, Blackback, Rody, Yomo, and several canine minks attempted to join in as well, but Nekomamushi left the mission to Pedro alone as he could control Peckham's. Elsewhere, Usopp gave Nami an upgraded sorcery climb attack with a greater mobility and range of abilities, but Nami skimped out on his fee, as usual. Finally, the newly formed Sanji retrieval team prepared to head out, and Luffy grabbed everyone on the team and leaped off the elephant with them, ready to head to Whole Cake Island. Meanwhile, an excited Nefertari Vivi prepared to head out to sea with her family. And we're coming towards pretty much the ending summary for Zou, and that'll be it for the entire Zou saga. The world abuzz! Kings and emperors on the move! Nefertari, Vivi, and Cobra set out to sea with their guards and staff, and Vivi climbed all around the ship as she embraced the life she had left behind 2 years ago, which scared Igaram. Cobra was in ailing health, and it was questioned whether he should even make the voyage, but he was intent on doing so, determined to ask the world government about the poneglyphs when they reach their destination, reverie, and it's also known as reverie as well. It's called Leveille, but we also know it as reverie. Other rulers around the world prepared to head to reverie as well. Steri, the new king of Goa Kingdom, and his wife Sari Nantokanet stayed in an inn in Logtown on their way. The ruler of Kano country lamented that the Chinjao family was unavailable to accompany him to the reverie, and Wapol headed there simply to find ways to make it hard for Dalton. On Drum Island, Dalton prepared to go as well, with Correa accompanying him as his doctor. The Riku family and Mancherry prepared to head to reverie, with Rebecca and Elizabello II accompanying them. On Fishman Island, Neptune and his sons begged the frightened Shirahoshi to accompany them as they were prepared to present Queen Otohime's treaty to reverie. Somewhere at sea, the members of the Sanji retrieval team could barely do their sailing work as they were still recovering from the jump off Zou, because Luffy grabbed everyone who was involved with the Sanji retrieval team, and he just jumped off of Zunisha entirely. And mind you, Zunisha is tall enough to reach into the clouds. So imagine jumping off an elephant from cloud level all the way down to your ship, and you're held by Luffy the entire time as you jump off. Everyone is still recovering from that. Suddenly, Carrot appeared in front of them, amazed by the big world around her. The Sanji retrieval team was less than enthusiastic about her, but she begged them to let her stay, and they relented. Right then, Pedro received a newspaper revealing that the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army on Baltigo had been discovered in a state of ruin. Luffy was shocked to hear the news, though he had not previously realized that the picture of the revolutionary leader Dragon was his father until his crew told him. However, Luffy was more worried for his brother Sabo. They read that the base had been destroyed by Blackbeard, who fled after briefly clashing with Cypherpole. However, Pedro noted that if Dragon or Sabo were killed or captured, it would have certainly been reported, which calmed Luffy. Suddenly, the Thousand Sunny caught on fire due to Luffy leaving the stove on, and the crew struggled to navigate a fierce storm, because Luffy calls himself trying to cook like Sanji, but Luffy can't cook. So he almost burned down the ship trying to cook. He's the person that you hear about when they said, like, you couldn't even boil water. Luffy's that type of individual. At Zou, Wanda talked to Barriet about Carrot's departure before telling Inuarashi that he should rest, but the ruler was preoccupied with wondering how Jack and his men got to Zou twice. Meanwhile, Jack rested underwater, still conscious and waiting for rescue. Now, the thing about Jack is, if I pull up Jack right here, the thing about Jack is he is also part fishman. So this is when we found out that Jack wasn't just some ordinary normal person. He's a giant grouper fishman. So that explains why Jack was able to survive underwater, because since he has a devil fruit power, he can't swim. But with him being a fishman, he's able to survive underwater. He just can't swim. But Jack is a fishman, and that explains why he was able to survive. Meanwhile, Jack rested underwater, still conscious and waiting for rescue. On a certain island, Kaido received the report of Jack's defeat and became very emotional. Drinking heavily, Kaido lamented the loss of his smiles, preventing him from creating a crew of all Devil Fruit users. His subordinates stated that they should not take Luffy and Law's alliance lightly, but Kaido blew them away in anger, saying that they were nowhere near his level and that they were only playing little pirates games, whilst indicating to the defeated Eustace Captain Kidd in a cell nearby. Aboard the Thousand Sunny, calm returned as the crew sailed through a snowstorm. In Sanji's absence, Luffy cooked for the crew and presented them with his random curry. However, it proved to be inedible, and the crew was outraged when they learned that he had used their entire rations to make it. Like I said, Luffy cannot cook at all. And that pretty much makes all of the summary of the entire Zou arc. And then, of course, you have the story impacts and everything as well, but we're not going to go over. Actually, you know what? Let's go over it a little bit. No, it's actually really long. No, I can go through it. Story impact of this arc includes many characters make their first appearance after the time skip. The characters in the order they were reintroduced is Kizaru, Ao, Monkey D. Dragon, Lafitte, Shiryu, Buggy, Moji, Galdino, Alvida, Kabaji, Richie, Beppo, John Bart, Shachi, Penguin, Starry, Hina, Django, and Full Body. And Hina has been promoted to Rear Admiral during this arc. Edward Weevil is the final warlord of the Sea of the Time Skip lineup, introduced and claims to be Whitebeard's son. Weevil decides to go after Luffy in order to draw Marco. The Ming tribe is formally introduced after their existence had been revealed in the Sabaody Archipelago arc. Peckhams and Beppo are confirmed to be members of the Ming tribe and natives of Zou. Inuarashi and Nekomamushi reveal that the Ming tribe has a secret ability that will be of use. This foreshadows the Sulong form, in which the Mings will eventually fight in the Whole Cake Island and Wano Country arc. Law reunites with his crew for the first time since the time skip. All of the members of the Heart Pirates are shown for the first time. The Straw Hats, with the exception of Sanji, reunite for the first time in 11 days. Sanji and Caesar Clown had been kidnapped by Capone Beg, or Beige, or however you want to say his name, who is working for the Big Mom Pirates. Caesar revealed that the Big Mom Pirates were chasing him because he swindled money from them, and Beige's bounty had been raised to 300 million berries. Sanji is revealed to be the third son of the Vinsmoke family, and Peckhams reveals that the family is active in the underworld and leads a legendary army known as Germa 66. The Beast Pirates hierarchy is shown, the top three disasters, the middle class known as the Gifters, and the lower class known as the Pleasures. One of the disasters, Jack, is revealed after previously being mentioned in the Punk Hazard arc. The Gifters are people who have eaten Smile Devil fruits. The capabilities of these fruits are shown for the first time. The Straw Hats drove the remaining Beast Pirates out of Zou, which was briefly seen. Why did I say previously? Briefly seen in the Dressrosa arc, and they healed the Minks from the Koro poisoning, earning their eternal gratitude. Kinemon and Kanjuro make it onto Zou, which they had been trying to get to before they ended up in Dressrosa. So, they were trying to get to Zou, and we find out in the Wano arc that Toki sent them 20 years into the future. But they were trying to get to Zou and not get to Dressrosa. Had they gotten to Zou, we never would have gotten the Dressrosa arc, to be quite honest with you. Had Kanjuro not been stuck on the Dressrosa, we never would have gone to Dressrosa in order for Kinemon to get him back. And we would have just skipped Dressrosa entirely. And all of Dressrosa would still be under the control of Doflamingo as well. Not only that, but if Doflamingo didn't try to lure Luffy to Dressrosa, then no one else would have known about the Mera Mera no Mi on the Straw Hat crew being there, and Saba would have gone up against, I'm guessing Saba would have gone up against Jesus Burgess, but the circumstances may have been different due to the fact that Luffy wouldn't have had an impact there. Nor would we have found out that Law's name would have been D. Like, so many things about Dressrosa that revealed so much to us, including Gear 4th of all things. We could have missed all of that completely if Kanjuro never ended up on Dressrosa. And then Kinemon and Momonosuke finding their way all the way over to Punk Hazard. We never would have known any of this information had Kanjuro not ended up there. So I'm grateful that we ended up in Dressrosa, otherwise we wouldn't have known the extent of Luffy's training with his gears and everything, and the power of Doflamingo and the people he's linked to, and just the history of Dressrosa, and how Dressrosa was basically ruled by Doflamingo and Sugar's Devil Fruit that pretty much subjugated anyone and turned them into toys. And then these people who were turned into toys would forget their loved ones, like fathers and mothers would forget their children. Children would forget their parents and what have you. Just a whole state of endless fake bliss. We never would have known that had we not had one of the samurai there on Dressrosa. Probably the story. Imagine how differently things would have gone if certain individuals that were integral to certain arcs were not there at all. Think about that. Think how big of an impact it would have been if St. Charlos was not there on Sabaody trying to buy Kami and then end up shooting Hachi. Imagine how things would have gone differently if those series of events never happened. We never would have had an Admiral show up. We never would have had the worst generation squaring up as we saw them. Who knows how that would have gone? Because from that point on, had it not been the interruption of an Admiral making their way there, and then Kuma making his way there, and separating all of the Straw Hats, because of the thing that Luffy did that caused Kizaru to go up there in the first place, punching a Celestial Dragon, and starting the events that would lead to the Straw Hats being separated. Imagine if St. Charlos wasn't there. We never would have met Boa Hancock. We never would have been to Impel Down. We never would have met Yvonne. Because all these things, hold on, because I want to take this moment. I told you this was going to be a long one, because this is going to be very interesting. This isn't like a reflection stream. This is me summarizing all the arcs, but we got to talk about this. But let me blow my nose real quick. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Imagine how many things would have changed if one integral part or one integral character was completely removed from the story or never encountered in the story. The Straw Hats never would have been separated, and all of the Straw Hats never would have been put in places where they could learn new things and grow stronger. Luffy never would have been sent to Amazon Lily. He never would have met Boa Hancock. He never would have learned that Ace was due to be executed by the world government. He never would have tried to go to Impel Down to rescue him. We never would have learned of Ivankov. We never would have learned of pretty much the level 6 inmates going to Impel Down and the impact that Blackbeard would have on Luffy coming out of Impel Down. We never would have met Magellan or anyone like that, or see Shiryu of the Rain join Blackbeard's crew, or any of the resounding events. All these things, or even Luffy making his way to Marineford to rescue Ace. Would he have met Rayleigh? Yes, he would have. He would have met Rayleigh on Sabaody because they went to Sabaody to make their way to Fishman Island. But due to the events that happened on Sabaody, they all got separated, and then everything with the resounding events that happened, they decided to stay away from each other for 2 years so that they could get stronger. But he would have met Rayleigh, because Rayleigh was the one that was going to coat their ship, because he's one of the few people that can. But one of the few people, not that many people on Sabaody is able to coat ships in order for people to go to Fishman Island. Plus, he definitely would have met Rayleigh, because Rayleigh would have wanted to meet the kid that is walking around with Roger's hat. He would have known. And basically, when you think of, what is her name? Shelly? What is Rayleigh's wife's name? Her name is something. I forgot her name. Hold on, I gotta look her name up. I forgot her name. It started with an S. Hold on. Let me look. I gotta look her name up. I feel like I'm gonna... where is it? Shaki! That's her name, Shaki. Thank you, Coco. I can't believe I forgot Shaki's name, but yeah, Shaki. He would have known of Luffy when Shaki told him, because she knows so much. Shaki knows so much. So, more than likely, Rayleigh would have known of Luffy, and they still would have met, but not to the extent and impact as it would have with him going out of his way when Kizaru arrived. Because had St. Charlos not been there to try and buy Kami and end up shooting Hachi, and then Luffy getting enraged and punching a Celestial Dragon in front of everyone, therefore calling an Admiral to go there, therefore causing the events of Sabaody to spin off and take off from there, we would not have the rest of the events that we have them as we do now. All it takes is just that one little thing to change to cause the events to change. It's like a storyline. It's a butterfly effect. If you change one particular thing, then the events that precede it, that keep going afterwards, change fundamentally. So if you were to go into the past and change just one integral character, just one, then the entire story of One Piece would not be the same as it is right now. Because imagine if Luffy and his crew were able to coat their ship and then go straight down to Fishman Island. Just right then and there. Not wait 2 years to become stronger and then get their ship coated and then go down to Fishman Island. Imagine them trying to go down to Fishman Island the way they were pre-time skip. Like, imagine Luffy going down there, but him not knowing Haki. Imagine Zoro going down there, but not being trained by Mihawk. Imagine Nami going down there, but not being trained on the more specifics of weather. Or Usopp going down there and him not being trained by Heracles. Or Chopper being trained in more medicinal practices by that tribe he was ported to. Or Robin learning how to enhance her devil fruit powers and become more powerful with them after spending a lot of time with the Revolutionary Army. Or Frankie enhancing his own cybernetics after discovering Vegapunk's old shop. or Brook learning how to harness his Yomi Yomi no Mi even more. Imagine everyone that was there before all of these big improvements that they took 2 years for. Imagine them trying to go to Fishman Island that very same day. And then their adventures afterwards, trying to take on all the Yonko, but they're nowhere near the strength that they need to be. Because if Luffy were to go down there right now, he would not have the concept of Conqueror's Haki, or Armament Haki, or even the specifics of Observation Haki, because he learned how to master those under Rayleigh after the events of Marineford. After everything transpired, he only learned to master Haki after he lost Ace, after the Marineford War, after he was separated, and when he was by himself. It was only at that time that he took 2 years to train. But imagine if the Straw Hat crew just went straight from Sabaody to Fishman Island right then. The story would be fundamentally different, and if they tried to encounter the Yonkos as they did back then, now, they probably wouldn't have survived. Because they would have no knowledge of how to use Armament Haki without that proper training. Observation wouldn't be a thing. Luffy knowing how to consciously use Conquerors would never have factored into it, and Kaido, they wouldn't have even made it to Kaido. Big Mom alone would have just wrecked the entire crew. Actually, when I think about it, Doflamingo probably would have wrecked the entire crew. The Straw Hat crew, before they got separated, were not strong enough to take on a warlord at all. I can say that right now. None of them would have been strong enough to take on a warlord. It was only after their training that they were strong enough to take on warlords, and now taking on entire commanders, and then later able to take on Yonkos themselves. All it takes is just that one little change. But let's keep going with this. I'm almost done with the story impact points. Kinemon and Kanjuro make it to Zou, which they had been trying to get to before they ended up in Dressrosa. They reunite with Momonosuke, who had not seen Kanjuro since he was captured, and they also reunite with Raizo, their ninja comrade, who had ended up on Zou after being separated from them at sea. Raizo was kept safe by the Minks during the Beast Pirates' assault. It is revealed that Momonosuke is not Kinemon's son, but is heir to the daimyo of Kuri Kozuki Oden. Kinemon, Kanjuro, and Raizo are the family's retainers. Sorry, bit my tongue again. The samurai and Momonosuke have been on the run from the Beast Pirates, who have taken over Wano country and killed Momonosuke's parents. Oden had sailed with Goldie Roger to Laughtail, and Kaido wanted to find out the secret he discovered there. After hearing about this, the Straw Hats, Heart Pirates, and Mink Tribe agreed to form an alliance with the samurai to take down Kaido and liberate Wano, known as the Ninja Pirate Mink Samurai Alliance. Inuarashi has suspected that there is a traitor among the group after Jack's second attack in Zou. It is revealed in the Wano Country arc that Kanjuro works as a spy and led Jack to Zou during this arc. The 4-road poneglyph are established, which will give coordinates to 4 islands that will pinpoint the location of Laughtail. By finding the road poneglyph on Zou, the Straw Hats managed to read their first one. The locations of the other 3 road poneglyphs are revealed. One is lost, one is in Kaido's possession, and one is in Big Mom's possession. Nekomamushi reveals that the remnants of the Whitebeard Pirates disappeared after being defeated by the Blackbeard Pirates a year ago. This gave Blackbeard the title of Emperor. So, Blackbeard was formally recognized as an emperor after defeating Whitebeard's former crew. It wasn't him taking over his territory, but it was here that after defeating Marco and everyone that was part of the Whitebeard Pirates, that's when he was fully recognized as a Yonko. Because I feel like the best way you can be recognized as a Yonko is defeating another Yonko's crew. Another Yonko or Yonko's crew completely. Nekomamushi reveals that Nekomamushi intends to find and recruit the Whitebeard Pirates in order to get them to join their alliance. Before departing from Zou, and with the Sanji retrieval team, Nami receives an upgraded sorcery climb attack from Usopp. The rulers of several countries began journeying to the upcoming reverie. Nefertari Cobra intends to ask the world government about the poneglyph located in Arabasta. The royal family of Fishman Island gains enough signatures on Queen Otohime's petition for humans and fishmen to coexist and they convince Shirahoshi to come along so they can present the petition at Reverie. And then Starry has become king of the Goa Kingdom. Kaido discovers that Doflamingo's smile supply has ended, though he still refuses to pay any mind to Luffy and Law. Kaido has beaten and imprisoned Eustace Kid, and Scratchman and Pooh is revealed as being subservient to him after his encounter with their alliance. During the journey to Whole Cake Island, the Sanji retrieval team learns of the Blackbeard Pirates' raid on the Revolutionary Army's headquarters on Baltigo. While reading, Luffy is able to see his father's face clearly for the first time in his life. And that covers the Zou arc. Now we move on to the Whole Cake Island. And we got quite a bit to go through. But like I said, this is going to be a long one. We're covering everything that has been happening. How long have I been doing this stream? About an hour and 21 minutes. I've been covering this whole thing, so we're going to go through all of it. Just a summary of all the events that have happened. Whole Cake Island arc, also known as the Sanji Retrieval arc and the Tea Party from Hell arc, is the 29th story arc in the series and the second and final arc in the Whole Cake Island saga of One Piece, continuing from the Zou arc. Monkey D. Luffy, Nami, Tony, Chopper, Brook, and the Minks, Peckhams, Pedro, and Carrot head to Whole Cake Island, where Big Mom of the Four Emperors resides. Nicknamed the Sanji Retrieval Team, the group seeks to rescue their crewmate Sanji from his estranged marriage with Charlotte Pudding, set up to finalize a political alliance between the Charlotte family and the Vinsmoke family. In the midst of their operation, however, they become involved in a plot seeking to take down Big Mom herself. So let's go ahead and get started with this, shall we? Let me stretch! Let's go. Entering Tatoland, Big Mom's unified paradise. The Big Mom pirates reached their territory, Totland, with Sanji in tow. Sanji refused to accept his situation, although he became enamored with Charlotte Pudding when Vito gave her a picture of her. Vito then talked to Sanji about how he admired Germa 66, who were portrayed as villains in the comic Sora, Warrior of the Sea. Sanji blew off Vito, causing Vito's crewmate Gotti to threaten Sanji, but Beige's wife, Charlotte Chiffon, prevented Gotti from harming Sanji. Meanwhile, the Sanji retrieval team was starving when Luffy finally caught a fish. He immediately started eating it, but its skin turned out to be extremely poisonous and put him on the brink of death. The Thousand Sunny then entered Totland and was soon confronted by a ship belonging to Germa 66. They were greeted by Sanji's brother Vinsmoke Yonji, and Yonji refused to help Sanji. However, his sister Vinsmoke Reiju then attacked him and came to the Sunny, where she used her poison pink abilities to suck the poison out of Luffy's body. Reiju revealed that the upcoming marriage had been arranged by her father, who initially had trouble finding Sanji until his bounty poster had been updated. This caused Luffy to become antagonistic towards her and Yonji, but the two siblings decided to part ways peacefully with the Straw Hats to avoid making a scene before the wedding. On Broccoli Island, Vinsmoke Ichiji and Vinsmoke Niji led a Germa 66 army to help end a 2-year war. They beat the side they were hired to fight against in just 4 hours, and after collecting their payment, they prepared to head to their brother's wedding. The Sanji retrieval team arrived at Kako Island, and Luffy and Chopper were awed as they saw that everything was made of chocolate. Peckhams told the rest of the crew of the team how Totland was a place where all races lived in harmony, and stayed on the ship as everyone else disembarked. Pedro was greeted by a wolf mink who recognized him, but he told the mink to not draw attention to him. Told the mink to not draw attention to him. Luffy and Chopper were then arrested after eating almost an entire building, but they were saved by the building's owner, Charlotte Pudding, who claimed that she had told them to demolish it. Pudding took the team to her cafe as she talked with them. Luffy inadvertently revealed who he was. Pudding then revealed who she was and said that she had already met Sanji once. He still wished to rejoin his crew, and she accepted it and was willing to help the Straw Hats to take him back, recalling one of her own sisters who left Totland to marry for love, Lola. Pudding mapped a secret route for the Sanji retrieval team to take to Whole Cake Island, where she would be waiting with Sanji. The team then received chocolate rations from her before heading back to the Sunny, but discovered that Peckhams was nowhere to be seen and had left a message on the wall saying to turn back. Turn back! Turn back! Turn back. Meanwhile, Aladdin had spotted the Sunny from underwater and reported this to Jinbei. Jinbei requested from his crew that he break off from the Big Mom pirates and join the Straw Hat pirates, and they happily agreed, wanting him to make a decision benefiting himself for once. The Sun Pirates were prepared to flee should Jinbei's request to cut ties with Big Mom go wrong. And Big Mom's daughter Charlotte Praline, I want to say Charlotte Praline. Charlotte Praline was more than willing to accompany her husband Aladdin wherever he went. On Whole Cake Island, Big Mom sang and danced with anthropomorphic objects known as homies as she received reports of her crew members massacring people to acquire ingredients for the wedding cake. This is when we got introduced to what happens if Disney was a lot darker than it actually is, because Disney's dark. Let's not beat around the bush and address this. Disney may try to tote itself as like fun for the whole family, but they got a very dark history, and it's even more sinister when you understand what goes on behind what happens in Disneyland and Disney World and how they treat their employees and how they treat the people who are basically conditioned to become characters that they're cosplaying as, because it's sickening when you think about it, because these people have to learn how to eat, sleep, and breathe being these characters. They have to get rid of their entire personalities entirely, who they are as individuals, because the moment they put on these suits and go around in Disney, they have to be these characters, and they cannot deviate from it. And they always have to be, they have to fit Disney standards, and if you don't fit Disney standards, then you're not good enough at all. Stellus, good to see you. We just finished going over the entire Zoe arc, and now we're moving on to the Whole Cake Island arc, because I'm covering Zoe, Whole Cake Island, the Reverie, and the Wano country arc thus far, just summarizing all of these. And we also found out that the subdivision for sagas are divvied up. So there's no such thing as a Four Emperor saga. It's just a coined terminology that we over on the western side decided to make up. And we took what was called Yonko Saga as face value and called it the Four Emperor Saga from then on in. But there is no Four Emperor Saga. It is not official. What we have is the Zoe Saga, the Whole Cake Island Saga, and the Wano Country Saga, which includes the Reverie arc and Wano Country itself. So you just have Zoe, Whole Cake Island, and Wano Country Sagas. That's it. So I still got to edit my thumbnail so it can include Zoe, as well as Whole Cake Island and the Wano Country Saga as well, because Zoe is its own saga. This is from the official 2022 story subdivision from the One Piece 25th Anniversary .com website. This is official. Zoe is its own saga, Whole Cake Island is its own saga, and Wano Country is its own saga. There is no Four Emperor Saga. There is no war in Ba Sing Se. Like, there is no Four Emperor Saga. We just made it up, and we just ran with it. But we're going through it right now. On Whole Cake Island, Big Mom sang and danced with anthropomorphic objects known as homies as she received reports of her crew members massacring people to acquire ingredients for the wedding cake. She then looked forward to dealing with Luffy, who she already knew had arrived. However, Big Mom was later stricken by a craving for croquembouche, and it took me a minute to actually pronounce that correctly. I thought I was called it croquembouche. I didn't know how to properly say it when I was reading through these chapters, because we're getting closer. We're pretty much getting closer to where I started doing live reactions doing reactions for One Piece, but we're getting closer to it. But she was later stricken by, I know how to say it now, it's called croquembouche. Was later stricken by a craving for croquembouche, and her mental illness made her mindlessly violent as she attacked Sweet City to find it. That Ba Sing Se episode was so creepy, good lord. There is no war in Ba Sing Se. To find out that people are actually getting gaslit and brainwashed, forcibly brainwashed, by the Dai Li in Avatar, and it's like, wow, Ba Sing Se is all real news, all real. Ba Sing Se is fine. It's great. There's nothing wrong with Ba Sing Se, and then you find out that there's this whole underground organization that makes it so that no one knows if there's anything anything wrong going on in Ba Sing Se. And they literally wipe people's memories and brainwash them to be mindless drones that just say, there is no war in Ba Sing Se. Like, real creepy? That was one of the creepiest episodes of Avatar I ever saw. Her son, Charlotte Moscato, attempted to intervene, but she pulled out 40 years of his lifespan, causing the onlookers to pronounce him dead on the scene. As Big Mom neared her own castle, Jinbei then arrived and threw a pile of croquembouche tourists in her mouth, satiating her. Big Mom did not remember what she had done, and Jinbei asked to discuss something important with her. Big Mom took him to the Whole Cake Chateau, and Jinbei asked to leave her crew. Big Mom seemingly accepted, but stated that Jinbei would have to spin a roulette wheel to give something up in return. Realizing that the wheel would cause him to lose all of his remaining lifespan and threaten the lives of his comrades as well, Jinbei took back his request. Big Mom's Soul Nation struggle in the seducing woods. You was calling them Croquembouche? That probably would have been the closest I would have gotten to it if it were me. Big Mom Soul Nation struggling in the seducing woods. The Sanji retrieval team sailed along Pudding's secret route, dealing with a variety of sea creatures and getting frozen in a syrupy ocean that froze over in the night. As they worked to free the Sunny, Pedro revealed that he was once a pirate who had sailed to Totland before, but had been defeated. Now, in addition to helping rescue Sanji, he also wished to help the Straw Hats acquire Big Mom's rope poneglyph and told Luffy to leave that mission to him. The team reached Whole Cake Island the next morning, and Luffy spotted Sanji and Pudding standing on the coast. Pedro and Brook went off on the Shark Submerged III to find, on Shark Submerged 3 to find the rope. Why did I say the third? Shark Submerged 3 to find the rope poneglyph, and the rest of the team disembarked, not seeing Sanji or Pudding anywhere. They entered the seducing woods, where they were almost eaten by a homie called the Noble Croc, and encountered a clone of Luffy. Luffy started fighting with his clone, who perfectly mirrored his words and actions, when the team spotted someone they thought was Sanji. The Sanji lookalike ran away, and as Nami, Chopper, and Carrot chased him, they encountered a large man named Pound buried in the ground and were attacked by a rabbit homie named Randolph as the many homies of the seducing woods prepared to kill the Sanji retrieval team. Tertiary? Tertiary? What does that mean again? I forgot what that word means. Third in order of level. Oh, that's what it is. But yeah, I don't. They call it 3 instead of the third. Like Frankie doesn't call it the Shark Submerged the third. They call it, because I'm used to seeing that because I'm the third in my family line. My late grandfather on my father's side, my dad, and me. I'm the third in my line, but I never call myself the third. Like, I would be seen as a junior, but I don't exactly see myself as a junior. But I understand the meaning. It's just that when I see Roman numerals like that, instead of it being just like 3, like actual 3, I call it the third because of that terminology. It's the 3 version of secondary, tertiary. Oh, okay. I knew. Nice. I learn something new every day. I never really call it I call it the first, secondary, but I never called it the tertiary. Figure it was a name thing. Yeah, I figured it was a name thing as well. He just calls it 3. But going back to this, did I miss something? I had a thought in my head and I was about to do something while I was reading through this and I completely forgot what it was. I remember now. I forgot, real quick, to link this entire stream. I forgot to link this entire stream as I'm doing this. So let me go ahead and link it so that people on Twitter know as well. You know, on the off chance that anyone sees it. So let me just go ahead and link it real quick. Share it. Twitter it. live. Okay. Ah, dang it. I did it the wrong way. I need to include the tags so it can include One Piece as well. So just in case people are looking for it, they can know. Let me do that again. Get her broadcasted. Yeah, I gotta let people know what I'm doing. I gotta put my name out there so more and more people can know. One Piece. Zoe. Whole Cake Island. Reverie. Wano Country. And I hit enter by mistake. Backspace. All right. And now I could say it live. Okay. Zoe, Whole Cake Island, Reverie, Wano Country. All right, good. It's linked so people on Twitter can know as well. Awesome. Okay. Now I can exit out of this. And then bring the little window up for you guys to say. All right. We can go back to it. Let's go. Let's continue on. Big Mom's Soul Nation struggle in the seducing woods. I already went in when I said let's see. The Sanji lookalike ran away as Nami, Chopper, and Carrot chased him. They encountered a large man named Pound buried in the ground and were attacked by a rabbit homie named Randolph as the many homies of the seducing woods prepared to kill the Sanji retrieval team. Nami, Chopper, and Carrot ran away from Randolph, and Carrot briefly clashed with the rabbit. They ended up by Pound again, and as they tried running back to the coast, they got back to Luffy still fighting with his reflection. However, they were accompanied by Luffy's reflection while the real Luffy was sent running the other way and ended up going right back to Pound. The mirror version of Luffy then transformed into the 8th daughter of the Charlotte family, Charlotte Brûlée, and Brûlée grabbed Nami as she prepared to scar her face. Nami managed to use her climb attack to free herself, but when Carrot tried attacking Brûlée, Brûlée reflected her attacks before sending her into an alternate dimension known as the Mirror World. Brûlée then had the homies in the seducing woods attack Chopper and Nami, and Chopper activated Monster Point to allow Nami to run away. Eventually, Chopper was overwhelmed and sent to the Mirror World as well. Meanwhile, Luffy captured several animals that Brûlée had turned into mirror duplicates of his comrades, including Sanji and Pudding. As night fell, he realized that he had captured the real Nami, and after freeing her, they talked with Pound, who revealed how Brûlée had created the disguised animals and what had happened to Chopper. Pound then told them how homies were created by scattering a month's worth of lifespan given by the citizens of Totland every 6 months as a tribute. As Big Mom was able to remove lifespans with the power of her devil fruit, the Soru Soru no Mi. But Pound then revealed that he was once one of Big Mom's husbands, but had been cast aside after giving her twin daughters. Right then, Charlotte Cracker, the 10th son of the Charlotte family, and one of the Big Mom Pirates' 3 sweet commanders, pulled Pound out of the ground and prepared to kill him for giving information to their enemies. Pound pleaded with Cracker to let him see his daughters, Chiffon and Lola, before he died. Nami realized that Lola was Big Mom's daughter and the sister that Pudding mentioned, and when Randolph attempted to attack her and Luffy, Cracker blew him and the other homies away with just his voice. Cracker stated that he had come to deal with Luffy's group to eliminate them before the Vinsmokes all arrived, much to the chagrin of Brûlée and the homie King Baum. Cracker prepared to kill Pound first, but Luffy blocked his sword strike and the homies ran in fear from the powerful clash. Nami and Pound ran away and were chased by Brûlée and the homies, but Nami pulled out the Viver card Lola gave her way back in Thriller Bark, and her suspicions were confirmed as the homies were repelled by the soul of Big Mom in the card. However, Cracker quickly overpowered Luffy, and Brûlée confronted Nami, saying they would have no chance of getting anywhere close to Sanji or Big Mom. Brûlée then attempted to grab Nami and pull her into the Mirror World, but Pound attacked his ex-stepdaughter, allowing Nami to strike Brûlée with Thunderbolt Tempo. Nami then decided to take advantage of the card's power against the homies by forcing them to serve her. Luffy continued fighting Cracker, but was unable to injure the Sweet Commander even with Gear 2nd and Gear 3rd. Cracker spawned additional limbs on his body and created copies of his sword and shield. Now, mind you, at this point, Cracker has not revealed his real body. He is covered in his Cracker armor. So he has like the big head, the big face, has a shield and sword, and he has like the big beard. This very Cracker ornated looking face. Like if I were to bring this up real quick, this is the look that Cracker has had this whole time. Like a sort of almost gladiator-esque type appearance. That's the appearance that Cracker has had this whole time. Cracker spawned additional limbs on his body and created copies of his sword and shield, allowing him to overpower Luffy. However, when Cracker stated that Sanji would not return to the Straw Hats, an enraged Luffy activated Gear 4th and successfully injured him with Kong Gun. However, as Luffy split Cracker's body in half with additional attacks, the real Cracker leaped out and cut him in the arm, injuring him. Cracker revealed that he was operating in a biscuit body crafted by the Bisu no Mi, and created more biscuit bodies that shielded him and allowed him to gain an edge offensively. Brook and Pedro infiltrated Sweet City, where they read the news about Jinbei, and to their surprise found Pudding being forced to try on wedding dresses. They then overheard from Tamago that the Big Mom pirates knew the locations of everyone in the Sanji retrieval team. Cracker's false form reminds you of Sasori's first appearance in Naruto Shippuden. That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. We always knew that... Hold on, let me turn this fan away from me because it's just constantly blowing cold air on me. Much better, much better. Because my whole right side is getting kind of chilly from just the fan blowing in my general direction. But it's exactly what that is. Cracker being inside of a fake outside body is exactly like Sasori being inside of one of his puppet bodies this entire time. So when he's finally revealed, that's his final pre-ultimate state, pretty much. So that's exactly what it is. And the only difference is that Sasori... The only difference between Cracker and Sasori is just the fact that one creates endless amounts of copies thanks to his crackers and biscuits, and the other creates endless amount of copies thanks to his ability to make human puppets. I wonder what a fight between Cracker and Sasori would be like. Because they could both just endlessly send their copies after one another, especially his Sasori's special puppet jutsu that allowed him to take down an entire nation by himself. I wonder what a fight between Sasori and Cracker would be like. Because he could just create biscuit clones over and over and over again. Interesting. Continuing on, they then overheard from Tamago that the Big Mom pirates knew the locations of everyone in the Sanji retrieval team except for the two of them. At the northwest coast of Whole Cake Island, Capone Beige and the Fire Tank pirates brought a captured Peckhams to the edge of a cliff. Beige had offered Peckhams the chance to join him in his plot to assassinate Big Mom, but Peckhams refused, and the Lion Mink told Beige to not underestimate Big Mom before being shot into shark-infested waters. Are Sasori's puppets unlimited? I don't think they're unlimited, but they're incredibly... I don't think they're unlimited because Cracker can create unlimited amounts, but Sasori has literal thousands. Because we don't know the finite number of how many puppets Sasori has. I don't think. No, we don't know. So for me to say like they can send out endless amounts, it's really only Cracker who can send out endless amounts because of his Devil Fruit power. But not necessarily Sasori and his ability to send out endless puppets. Because he can't just create puppets on the fly. He can't just create puppets out of thin air. He has to have made them already. But he has thousands of them, though. I'm going to have to think about this one later. I'm going to have to look up Naruto characters and just all the jutsus that they can do, from the Akatsuki all the way down to the Kage, and then, you know, overpowered people like Madara and the rest of them, because Some of the things that they can do in Naruto is just flat out broken. Let's just be honest here. Let's see. Shark-infested waters. Shark-infested waters. However, Peckham's was swiftly rescued by the members of the Sun Pirates. We'll leave that one to Swag, Kage, or Seth the Programmer. I'm sure they'll find out. However, Peckham's was swiftly rescued by members of the Sun Pirates. In the Whole Cake Island Chateau, Big Mom talked to Caesar about her job and asked him to find a way to turn her children into giants like her. Caesar had long ago realized that gigantification was impossible, and so blew all the money Big Mom invested in the project. And to protect himself, he claimed that his research had been halted by Luffy and Law for destroying his lab. Big Mom then revealed that she had her eldest son, Charlotte Pero create a perfect replica of his lab out of candy with the power of the Pero no Mi, and gave Caesar 2 weeks to complete his research, or else Pero would turn him into candy and kill him. A family reunion! Sanji's loyalties tested. At Lake Apricot, behind the Whole Cake Island Chateau, several Germa ships docked together to form the mobile Germa Kingdom. There, Sanji had reunited with Yonji and beat him up after Yonji tried bossing him around. Reiju then asked Sanji why he did not accept the new lifestyle offered to him, but Sanji continued expressing his disgust with his family. Sanji's father, Vinsmoke Judge, then arrived and tried talking to his estranged son about the incident with Yonji, but Sanji treated him coldly as well, causing him to take Sanji outside to settle matters physically. As they started to fight, Sanji demonstrated his abilities to be on par with judges, and remembered how his father allowed his brothers to bully him mercilessly. Sanji went on the offensive, but Judge had Germa soldiers form a wall in front of him, preventing Sanji from attacking while allowing him to penetrate one of the soldiers with his spear and hit Sanji with an electrical discharge from the tip. Afterwards, and it just shows you here that Germa kind of really doesn't care about their clone subordinates, because we find out later they're all clones. Because, like the Kaminoans of Star Wars, Germa 66 has discovered the ability to clone people. Like physical actual clones. So other than the Vinsmoke family, all of their army is just made up of endless clones of one person. Afterwards, Reiju treated Sanji's wounds, and Judge told Sanji that he no longer considered him a son and has brought him for the estranged marriage because he considered Big Mom to be a psychopath. To ensure Sanji's cooperation, Judge had Reiju put exploding cuffs on his wrists, which would explode and destroy his hands if he attempted to escape. Now, mind you, this is incredibly critical to Sanji because as a cook, he values his hands above all else. There was only one moment where he used his hands to fight, and that was against one of the members of CP0, the guy with the weird stretched out eyes and the buck teeth. He used knives to fight against him, but that was it. And it was only that one specific fight. But other than that, Sanji values his hands because that's what he uses to cook. So him having these cuffs on his hands is pretty much, if anything were to happen to his hands, he would survive. He would, in fact, survive the explosion. I know he would if they were to go off. But he would forever lose his ability to do what he loves to do. And that would be worse. Exploding cuffs and neck braces are New World staples. They pretty much are. Because when we get to the Wano arc, Queen brought it a step further. And not only made it so that there are blades inside of the neck braces that at a point will slice a person's head completely off, but they also still have the explosives in it. So if someone were to rip them off and throw them away, they would still blow up. So exploding handcuffs and neck chaucers and neck braces and neck cuffs, yeah, they are a New World's main staple point. They really are. To ensure Sanji's cooperation, Judge had Reiju put exploding cuffs on his wrists, which would explode and destroy his hands if he attempted to escape. The next morning, Ichiji and Niji arrived at the Germa Kingdom, and the Vinsmoke family had a meal together. There, Sanji was angered when Niji scrapped some of his food on the floor, onto the floor, and attempted to throw his plate at the head chef, Cosette. However, Sanji was prevented from acting further by Judge, who revealed that Germa had sent assassins to the East Blue who would take out Zeph upon command. After the meal, Sanji discovered that Cosette had been brutally beaten, and Yonji offered to take him to see Niji. Yonji took Sanji to a laboratory where Germa grew its clone soldiers. And Sanji was then confronted by Niji and Ichiji. Sanji attacked Niji, but was quickly overpowered by his three brothers and left injured in the laboratory. Sanji remembered growing up in the Germa Kingdom, where his father Judge had him and his siblings trained to unlock special superhuman modifications. Because in the past we found out that Judge experimented on his children before they were even born in the hopes of creating genetically modified superhumans. However, Sanji constantly fell behind in all the exercises and was brutally bullied by his brothers as a result. Sanji's compassionate activities such as cooking were put a stop to, and although Sanji's mother Sora encouraged these activities, she eventually died. After finding out that Sanji appeared to be a normal human without a trace of modifications in his body, the judge had Sanji locked away in a dungeon and had his death faked. Although he had to wear an iron mask, and this is already past the point where I started doing my own reactions to One Piece and we started to learn about all this stuff. Although he had to wear an iron mask, Sanji was fed in his cell and was able to study, but was eventually found by his brothers who started bullying him again. Eventually, Reiju told Sanji that the Germa Kingdom was heading to the East Blue and that this would be his best chance to escape. When Germa came to the East Blue and invaded the island Kozia, Reiju freed Sanji and told him to head to freedom on a nearby ship. Sanji encountered Judge, who allowed him to run away so long as he never associated himself with the Vinsmoke family again, and he ran crying to the ship Orbit, where he embarked on his journey to freedom. In the present, Reiju found Sanji in the laboratory and took him to fix his face in preparation for lunch with Big Mom and Pudding. She put a mask on over his face that made it look normal and asked him why he acted so chivalrously. Sanji revealed that he learned it from Zeph, who was the only man to consider him a son. Sanji then headed out with his family to go to the banquet at the Whole Cake Chateau. So here is the moment where we found out just how much of an impact Zeph had on Sanji's life. Not just in the past, when we first met Zeph, we just thought he was someone that took Sanji in, but we found out that Zeph was the father figure that Sanji needed. Sure, his training was harsh and his words were harsh, but it was the exact moment he stayed with Zeph that he learned what having a father figure was like. The Sanji is the way he is because of Zeph, not just the way he taught him as a chef, but as a guy growing up. Throughout his childhood, all the way up until he was a teenager, up to where he is now, it's all because of Zeph. Yo, Gajil, what's going on? We're going over the four arcs of One Piece. The Zou and I know you may have heard the phrase coined Four Emperor Saga. Officially, there is no such thing as the Four Emperor Saga. We've all been led astray and just coined a phrase that we over here in America just made up. But there is no Four Emperor Saga. It is only the Zou Saga, the Whole Cake Island Saga, and the Wano Country Saga. With Wano Country including the Reverie. So all this time, we've been calling it the Four Emperor Saga all this time, and we've been wrong. We've been wrong. There is no Four Emperor Saga. So I'm just going over all the things that happened in the Zou Saga, Whole Cake Island, the Reverie, and then, yo, Cedes! Just coming in with the super chat. Well, thank you. Is that a Shiba Inu? That's a Kung Fu fighting Shiba Inu. Okay. Well, look at Cedes. Good to see you. Now, we're covering Whole Cake Island right now, and we're coming up to the part where Luffy was fighting Cracker. Back in the Seducing Woods, Luffy's fight against Cracker lasted for 11 hours. With the protection of her enslaved homies, Nami created rain clouds to soften Cracker's biscuit soldiers because, well, you can't do much with biscuits when they're all wet, allowing Luffy to eat them. After eating the soldiers, Luffy ran away before coming back and repeating this over and over. Luffy's body was so full it threatened to burst, but his efforts managed to fatigue Cracker. Eventually, after Luffy continued eating even more biscuit soldiers, Cracker snapped and charged in to finish Luffy off himself. However, Luffy then activated a form of Gear 4 known as Tankman Manpuku version. And the thing about this is, stopping by to show love. All right, Cedes, I'm covering Whole Cake Island. I think you've made it there. I don't think you have. No, I don't think you have. You just got what was you say you just got introduced to? I'm trying to remember what part of the story you were at. Oh right, no. The last thing you talk about was how Kaido sent his dudes flying, and he was talking about Luffy and company. So I'm way past. So good to see you, Cedes. But if you don't want to be spoiled about what's going to be happening in the next several episodes of One Piece that you're watching right now, I appreciate the super chat. Sanji fighting his dad, I literally just read past that. But if you don't want to be spoiled on what just happened, then I suggest you go ahead and take a sabbatical right now, because I don't want you to be spoiled on anything important that you're about to see. But I don't want to continue unless I'm absolutely sure that you're gone and you are not spoiling yourself, because I know you're watching through the anime now, and you know how I don't like to spoil stuff for you. See you later to Wano arc. All right, man. All right. I'm going to go ahead and continue reading. You can go ahead and close this video out now, so that way you don't get spoiled. But I'm going to continue reading. However, Luffy then activated a form of Gear 4 known as Tankman Manpuku version, and he absorbed Cracker into his body before shooting him out, sending him crashing through his biscuit soldiers and the trees all the way to Sweet City, where he was discovered by his siblings Opera, Mondieu, and Galette. Shocked by his defeat, they raised a state of emergency in the city. Pound, who had run away during the battle, returned and warned Luffy that Big Mom's wrath would be unleashed upon Luffy now, recalling how in the past she had sent her weapons Zeus and Prometheus to create a storm before sending Cracker to avenge the former Sweet Commander Snack, who had been beaten by the supernova Urouge, Mad Monk Urouge. However, Luffy had no choice but to continue saving Sanji, and he and Nami forced King Pound to take them out of the seducing woods. Now, let me say this. Out of everyone that has encountered a Yonko, and even commanders of a Yonko, Mad Monk Urouge is the one who pretty much walked away from these events relatively unscathed. Now, mind you, he was shown having bandages all over himself after he faced off against Snack, but he's the only one who was able to face off against a commander of Big Mom and then come face to face with, well, actually see Kaido, but not have to deal with them in any way. Because when you think about it, Mad Monk Urouge was the first of the supernovas of the worst generation to encounter Kaido before he, jumped off the Sky Island and then landed directly in front of Hawkins, Kid, Killer, and Apu. Urouge was just sitting there off to the side, just praying for him, like, I will pray for you, and that's it. And he was just chilling. The closest that Kaido he's ever gotten to a big Yonko, and he's the only one to come out of that. For real, if you got bounty boost for that, you wonder if you got a bounty boosted for that? Actually, let's see. I don't think he did get his bounty boosted because of this, because his bounty is currently 108 million. I don't think... Let's see. Sometime during the time skip, Urouge and his crew wandered into Big Mom's territory. Even though Urouge defeated one of the former Sweet commanders named Charlotte Snack, he was later sought after by Charlotte Cracker while Big Mom called a storm in a fit of rage. Urouge was swiftly defeated by Cracker and forced to flee like the other members of the worst generation. Okay, so he was defeated by Cracker. He was defeated. So he wasn't... It's not a matter of he got away scot-free. Urouge was defeated, and the bandages that he has over his body when Kaido was standing on one island, Sky Island, attempting to commit suicide again, that was the aftermath of the fight he had with Cracker. So Cracker beat him, and he was forced to leave. So Urouge didn't get away scot-free. My bad. That was my misinformation. It's good to have this correct now. After Luffy and Law's alliance defeated Don Quixote do Flamingo, Urouge was resting on a certain Sky Island with his crew, still recovering from his injuries. His crew then noticed that a mysterious stranger, Emperor Kaido, had arrived on the island and was about to jump to his death. Urouge questioned Kaido's motives for suicide. He then told him that he would not stop him if he was serious about the suicide, beginning to pray as Kaido jumped. And that is the end of the events that involve Urouge in any way. But going back, meanwhile, we're right here now. Meanwhile, Chopper and Carrot found themselves in a Miro world, and Chopper told Carrot to follow his lead as he sought to use the Miros connected to Whole Cake Island to their advantage. However, they were soon chased by Brule, and they briefly got in contact with Luffy and Nami with the mirror shard before it was shattered. Brule eventually captured them, but accidentally turned a frog into the mirror image of Carrot and captured the frog. She brought Chopper and the frog to her house and prepared to cook the latter, and Carrot hid in the attic. Guests gathered at Brule's house, among them being Randolph, the Noble Croc, and Diesel. When the party prepared to cook the frog, Carrot climbed down on the rope holding her duplicate and kicked over the giant pot of boiling water onto Brule. So mind you, boiling water is very, very hot. It's not boiling oil hot, but boiling water is very hot. And that just hit Brule with no lasting burns, so people in One Piece are just straight up built different. She and Chopper then quickly defeated the rest of the guests and captured Brule and Diesel to guide them through the Miro world. After leaving the woods, Luffy's group reached a clearing where they immediately ran into the carriage containing Sanji and the Vinsmokes. Luffy became excited as he ran towards Sanji, but Sanji kicked him away. With the threat against Zeff hanging over him, Sanji claimed that he had rejected the Straw Hats in favor of his royal heritage, and he attacked Luffy, who refused to accept this, but also would not lay a hand on him. After defeating Luffy, Sanji returned to his carriage, but Luffy proclaimed that he would wait in this clearing and would not eat anything until Sanji came back. The Vinsmoke's carriage then arrived at Sweet City and the Whole Cake Chateau. And Sanji, coming back to it, when Luffy refused to fight him, this harkens back to when they were in Jaya, when Luffy and Zoro were being ridiculed by Bellamy back then, but they did nothing to retaliate. And it just reminds me of what Blackbeard said, that said some fights are just not worth fighting, and this is one of those moments where this fight is, even though he could retaliate against Sanji, this is his friend, this is his crewmate. Why would he retaliate against him? It's not. He would rather take the lumps than try and retaliate against this. So that just kind of harkened back to me to the Jaya arc where they chose not to fight even though they could have easily retaliated. This is another moment like this. Like, Luffy could have been the type to say, I'm going to beat some sense into your head, but it probably would have risked the wrath of trying to face off against the rest of the Vinsmoke family and the rest of the army that was traveling and escorting them to the Whole Cake Chateau. The Vinsmoke's carriage then arrived and Luffy nerfed himself by starving. Yeah, he nerfed himself. He nerfed himself by choosing not to eat and wait in the clearing by himself. The Vinsmoke's carriage then arrived at Sweet City in the Whole Cake Chateau, and Sanji and his family watched as a massive army headed out to take down Luffy and avenge Cracker. The Vinsmokes went inside and began their lunch with Big Mom and Pudding told Sanji to meet her in private. There, Pudding confided that she had failed to help Sanji return to his crewmates and apologized for putting him in this situation. But Sanji declared that he had accepted his situation. Having decided to make the best of what he was given, he decided to get married to Pudding the next day. After this, Sanji went to Big Mom and made an agreement that she release his crewmates in return for his willing participation in the wedding. The truth about the wedding raced to a reunion. Meanwhile, Zeus and Prometheus created a storm on the outskirts of Sweet City, and Big Mom's enraged army arrived to battle Luffy. Although Luffy's group managed to take down many of the chess soldiers with the help of Nami's Vivre card, Luffy was eventually overwhelmed by the vast array of Devil Fruit users, and Nami was immobilized by Galette's ability. And Galette is one of the Charlotte children that has like a glaze type Devil Fruit, which allowed her to easily bind Nami and the rest of them. Luffy was then knocked out by Counter and Cadenza's punches, and after she had killed King Bao by slicing him in two, Amande took Nami's Vivre card from her. The Big Mom pirates then took Luffy and Nami to the Whole Cake Chateau, where they were imprisoned in a book in the prisoner library. we're getting into the nitty-gritty of Whole Cake Island now. Big Mom took the Vinsmoke family, saved Sanji to another part of her library, where she kept a large variety of rare species. Judge noted that he had not seen any giants in Totland, and Big Mom was briefly angered. We find out later. But then said that he must have just missed them. Big Mom then went to contact Luffy and Nami and Lola's Vivre card. Big Mom revealed that she wished to kill Lola for ruining a political marriage that could have let her become the Pirate King. However, Luffy was unfazed by Big Mom and challenged her, arousing her wrath. After the call, Pudding then came to the library and entered Luffy and Nami's cell. She told them that she would not be marrying Sanji, revealing to them in secret that she would murder him during the wedding. After she said this, she revealed a third eye on her forehead and also revealed that Big Mom would also renege on her agreement to spare the rest of the Sanji retrieval team. This left Luffy and Nami completely aghast, although they were unable to do anything. Soon afterwards, Pudding shot Reiju, who was snooping around the chateau, in the leg. Reiju initially managed to keep moving, but was eventually captured and taken to Pudding's room. There, Pudding revealed that the Big Mom pirates planned to massacre the Vinsmoke family, with special walkers whose bullets could pierce through the Vinsmoke's exoskeletons. And the walkers are basically special guns that were created. A .36 caliber percussion handgun. So they're high-grade revolvers. Even more high-grade than like the standard revolvers and one-shots that we see. Even though you couldn't really call them one-shots if you never see a magazine and endless bullets just come out. But this is, I want to say by far, this might be one of the most advanced guns we ever see in One Piece. That's just a standard gun. Because anytime we see like a regular gun in One Piece, it looks like an old school musket for the most part. Even sniper rifles that Van Augur uses, it still has an old-timey feel to it. But this, the walker that was created here that Pudding is using, probably might be one of the most advanced guns that we see in One Piece. Because we don't see like automatic machine gun. We don't see... Well, we do have like chain guns and machine guns with the barrels and everything, but when it comes to handguns, we don't get anything along the lines of like a Glock or like a standard pistol or anything. We get like flintlocks and sometimes an occasional revolver, but this one is the more advanced ones as well. So I just thought I'd bring that up. A revolver with an ornate frame design, powerful handgun specifically designed by the Charlotte family in order to penetrate the armored exoskeletons of the Vinsmoke Smith siblings. There might be some Vegapunkery going on in there. You know what? That's actually a good phrase. I like that one. There might be some Vegapunkery going up in here. Charlotte Pudding loaded hers with bullets known as Candy Jacket and was able to successfully shoot through Vinsmoke Reiju's exoskeleton, inflicting damage on her left leg. The walker faces similar limitations to other ammo-based weapons. When they were eventually developed by the Charlotte family against the Vinsmoke family during the Tea Party, the shots were easily dodged by all their targets through observation hockey and the Vinsmoke family's raid suit speed. So they still suffer from the same limitation that a regular gun has, but it's still a lot more advanced than, say, Izo's guns or the other guns that we see. Also, hey CJ, what's going on? Flint or matchlock type rifles and guns. Yes, that's exactly the type of guns that we see in One Piece. Just flintlocks or matchlocks. Never anything more advanced than that. And I don't count like the futuristic weapons such as laser cannons or robotic weaponry or cybernetic weaponry that that Frankie uses. I don't count that. I mean like classic guns. Just classic, hold it in your hand, has a magazine in the bottom, pull it back to load it type guns. Those are the ones I'm talking about. Where did I leave off? Sanji had made a meal. Okay, let me go back. There, Pudding revealed that the Big Mom pirates planned to massacre the Vinsmoke family with special walkers whose bullets could pierce through the Vinsmoke's exoskeletons. Sanji had made a meal for Pudding to make up for her not eating lunch, and after being unable to get through her door, he snuck around to her window where he overheard her revealing the plan, leaving him in despair. Pudding then used her devil fruit to remove Reiju's memories of their encounter and sent her to the infirmary. Sanji went to the infirmary and told Reiju what had happened, and she believed him. She urged him to run away, saying that the rest of the family's lives were worthless. She revealed that their mother Sora opposed Judge's wishes for their son's emotions to be suppressed, but was forced to undergo a surgery to insert these modifications into the unborn sons. Afterwards, Sora took a drug in the hope of reversing these modifications, and the drug weakened her to the point where she eventually died. The drug worked on Sanji alone, and Reiju urged him to keep living as Germa's failure. In the Whole Cake Island Chateau Room of Treasure, Sweet Commander Charlotte Smoothie, Lady Legs, them thighs though, was stationed to guard Big Mom's poneglyphs along with Tamago and several other fighters. Brook spies into the room with his soul projection and sees the security, and he and Pedro decide that Pedro will provide a distraction. Pedro created a ruckus outside the room, causing Tamago and some of Big Mom's forces to pursue him. This caused Smoothie to be lured out of the room and locked out by Brook, who confronted the forces still inside and swiftly overwhelmed the homies with his Yomi Yomi no Mi abilities. Big Mom then received a signal from her Hat Napoleon that there was an intruder in the Room of Treasure, and as Brook was copying down the poneglyphs after having taken all the guards out, she barged into the room and confronted him. Tamago and his subordinates chased Pedro to a courtyard, where Tamago and Pedro dueled for the first time since 5 years ago, when Pedro had taken Tamago's eye. Pedro remembered his voyage into Tot Land 5 years ago, where after his defeat, he and his comrade Zeppo, who is a relative to Beppo, were forced to spin Big Mom's roulette wheel to see what lifespan they would lose. They landed on 100 years, and Zeppo was killed after having 30 years removed. However, Peckham's, who had recently joined Big Mom, pleaded for her to spare Pedro, and Pedro earned her respect by removing his right eye, causing the remaining 70 years to be shaved to 50, and allowing him to survive. With not much lifespan left, Pedro was willing to die here to help the Straw Hats. During the battle, however, Chopper and Carrot found Pedro, and they devised a plan for Pedro to escape into the Mirror World. Pedro managed to bisect Tamago, only for the Baron to use his Devil Fruit abilities to regenerate into a stronger form called Viscount Hyoko. Now, if I pull up the Tamatama no Mi, we get an explanation about what Baron Tamago's Devil Fruit power is. It's a Zoan-type Devil Fruit that turns the user's body composition into that of an egg, which, if cracked open, will cause the user to regenerate into a stronger body that features more and more chicken-like features each time. So here we have the fruit's transformation cycle. We have his regular human form, which is here in this egg form right here. And then if he dies, it gets cracked open and he becomes like a chick. And then if that gets taken out, he becomes like a full-on rooster. And if that dies, then he goes back to his human form again. So I dare say, actually, let me just read this here. Doing well, getting ready for a haircut soon. I need to get one for myself as well, so I'll probably take care of that this week. I got plenty of time to do it! Okay, so as a Zoan, the fruit is quite unique compared to others of its class. Rather than allowing its user to willingly transform into a full animal and a hybrid of themselves and the animal, it gives the user the form and properties of a chicken egg. If the user is hit with a heavy blow that would injure or otherwise kill a regular person in their base form, such as a slash from a sword, and the user's body will crack open just like a real egg and unleash a yolk from it. The destroyed body will then be reduced to an empty shell while the yolk evolves into a stronger form for the user with the added features of a chick. And should that form be fatally struck as well, the process will repeat again, and the user will evolve into a fully grown chicken, which is the strongest form the user can evolve into. Should their strongest form be destroyed, the user will revert back to their weakest base form. This endless cycle can effectively prevent the user from dying in battle. So, when you think about it, he essentially cannot die in battle. Because he'll just keep evolving into a stronger form until he goes back to his weak form again. His awakening might be like Phoenix Man from One Punch Man. I have not reached that point in the story. I don't know who Phoenix Man is. But it says this endless cycle can effectively prevent the user from dying in battle. Because here in the fruit, if you look at the transformation here, You have his weak form, chick form, full chicken form, and then if he gets struck down, then he reverts back to his weak form. So you could consistently kill him over and over and over and over and over again, and he'll just keep repeating the forms over. So it essentially gives him a pseudo-ish form of immortality when you think about it. As stated above, the user cannot freely transform into their different forms like other Zoan-type users, and must be hit with a powerful blow in order to transform. Also, the user is completely defenseless while in yoke form, and they can be attacked and killed in the midst of the evolution process. The regeneration process does not apply to certain areas, as Tamago did not regrow the eye that Pedro took from him 5 years ago. Otherwise, the user is affected by the standard devil fruit weakness. So he can be killed, but it has to be done in between his regenerative process. So if you scramble him in between him trying to transform, that'll probably kill him. But if you allow him to regenerate each time, he'll essentially be able to endlessly regenerate if you don't interrupt his transformation progress in between them. So that's the only thing. Because when he's in his transformative state as a yoke and he can't do anything, that's when he's defenseless. And you could basically kill him that way. But we've seen that. But actually, hold on. So here we have Baron Tamago in this form. Then here we have him in his regenerative state in this form. Here we have him in Viscount Hyoko, which is this form. And then later, you get Count Niwatori in the later form, with him coming back with different looking clothes each time. Sounds like a boss fight? Yeah, his transformative states are the phases of a boss battle, essentially. But going back to this, Pedro managed to bisect Hyoko as well, and before Hyoko regenerated into his final form, the true Knight Count Niwatori, Pedro blew up the courtyard in what appeared to be a suicide attack. However, he managed to escape into the mirror world right after setting off the explosion. In the prisoner library, Luffy tried twisting against his bindings in order to rip his hands off and escape. Opera then prepared to torture Nami to get her to reveal Lola's location, but before he could, Jinbei entered the library and knocked him out with Gosen Maegawara Seiken. Gosen Maegawara! Gosen Maegawara Seiken! I mean, in the anime, it was so good. And I remember specifically cheering out loud when I said this. Oh, it's good to see Jinbei again! I remember it. I was all like, Gosen Maegawara Seiken! Jinbei then burned the books, freeing Luffy and Nami. Luffy then ran on ahead to find Sanji, and he was pulled into Reiju's room. Reiju told Luffy that Sanji knew about Pudding's treachery, and that he was trapped by threats against Zeph, and Luffy thanked her before jumping out the window onto the streets below. Dread Tamago, the nigh deathless and endless boss, and an Elden Ring boss. How about Dread Tamago, his name would change whenever you go through his forms. You would have Baron Tamago. Then you have Count Tamago the transformed. And then you have Dread Tamago, the scrambled count. The scrambled, what is this? What is it called? What is he called? Okay, so you have Baron Tamago, then you have Viscount Tamago, the scrambled, and then you have Count Niwato and Viscount Tamago, the over easy. Jinbei is probably the most reliable, loyal character in the series. He is. Not that many moments where Jinbei does something stupid. He does get taken aback by the antics of the Straw Hats, but you've never seen Jinbei do something inherently stupid or foolish. This dude is one of the most responsible adults on the entire Straw Hat crew, which is why he and Robin get along so well. Which is why whenever you see her around, if she's with Jinbei, they're just chill. Born by the yoke, made men by the yoke, and shall die. We are born by the yoke, made men by the yoke, undone by the yoke. Heed my Heed my words, Lawrence. Fear the old egg. But yeah, Jinbei is one of the most reliable and loyal characters in the series, as you said, Stellis. Jinbei then burned the books, freeing Luffy and Nami. Luffy then ran on ahead to find Sanji and revealed, okay, yada yada yada. Luffy thanked her before jumping out the window onto the streets below. Smoothie heard about the breakout, and to avoid Big Mom's wrath, she had her forces seal off the 4th floor and attack the escapees without letting Big Mom know. Nami and Jinbei battled Big Mom's forces in the chateau until they were reunited with Chopper and Carrot and brought into the Mirror World. Elsewhere in the chateau, the Big Mom pirates met to discuss the fates of the Sanji retrieval team. Count Niwatori, who had survived Pedro's explosion, reported Pedro as dead. The crew assumed that Brûlé had dealt with Chopper and Carrot, and Opera then lied that Luffy and Nami had died in order to protect himself from Big Mom's wrath, that would later come back to haunt him. Due to an eggplant soldier sleeping in Sanji's bed, the Big Mom pirates were unaware that Sanji was unaccounted for. In the Room of Treasure, Brook was overwhelmed by Big Mom's power, but refused to go down. Eventually, he was defeated, and after not finding any copies of the poneglyph on him, Big Mom decided to keep him as a pet. Although Brook could not overpower her homies Zeus, Prometheus, and Napoleon due to them being made from her very own soul, he was capable of giving Prometheus a small wound, which would then come into play later. Pudding then entered the room and asked to speak with Big Mom. Pudding and Big Mom went over the plan to assassinate the Vinsmokes in the throne room, with Brook overhearing it. In the Mirror World, Nami, Chopper, Jinbei, Pedro, and Carrot, along with Brûlé and Diesel, searched for Brook, and they eventually found Big Mom sleeping with him. After multiple attempts and barely escaping Big Mom's power, they successfully rescued Brook and brought him back to the Mirror World. There, Brook revealed that he had copied all of the poneglyphs and stored them in his skull, and the team celebrated before going to look for Luffy and Sanji. Sanji returned to the chateau, and despite Reiju's encouragement, he resigned himself to death. Bobbin then came up to him and took a piece of food out of the bento box that Sanji had made for Pudding. In an instant, Sanji kicked him into the wall and was immediately forced to run away. 'Cause you do not touch food that Sanji has prepared to someone else, and it's not for you. You just don't do that. Sanji escaped to Sweet City with Bobbin in hot pursuit, but he made it to the outskirts of the city while Bobbin was shot by the fire tank pirates. Sanji found Luffy at the promised spot with his captain incapacitated from hunger. So after Luffy was captured, he ran away, left out, and then went back to the exact same spot that he left Sanji at when Sanji beat him earlier. Luffy ate Sanji's bento and found it delicious even though it was ruined, but Sanji then told him that he would not be rejoining the crew. However, Luffy punched him and told him to say what he really felt, and Sanji admitted that he wanted to save his family from assassination, despite how he felt about him. Because when you think about it, he can't bring himself to be overly emotionalist towards his family like the rest of his family is. Because he still has his mother's compassion in him. So even though he doesn't want to, he wants to save them because that's something that his mother would do. That's the influence his mother has had on his life. Upon hearing this, Luffy immediately agreed to help in the endeavor. The rest of the Sanji retrieval team then got in contact with Luffy and Sanji, and upon hearing their new objective, Jinbei suggested proposing an alliance to Beige, who was aiming to assassinate Big Mom during the wedding. Luffy and Beige both agreed to Jinbei's proposition. And that's when the big assassination plot for Big Mom began. Wanted to make sure that the lighting is good in here because I got my window closed, even though it's kind of sunny out. Let me mess with that. So a little bit more light can be inside of my room. Even though it's kind of cloudy outside. It's very cloudy outside. So now it looks a little bit lighter. All right, back to it. Crashing the wedding, alliance with the fire tank pirates. In the Whole Cake Chateau, the Vinsmokes partied and drank heavily, looking forward to the wedding. Meanwhile, the Straw Hats arrived at the fire tank pirates' hideout and were forced to bathe before meeting with Beige. While in the bath, Nami and Carrot spoke with Chiffon, who revealed that Lola had turned down a marriage proposal from Prince Loki of Elbaf. Due to her resemblance to Lola, Chiffon had been abused by Big Mom after the wet marriage's failure, and she now had no problem with her husband trying to kill her mother. The two crews then met, and although things got off to a rocky start due to Luffy being angry at Beige for shooting Beckham's, a collaborative plan was set. Beige had recruited Caesar Clown to his side after being put on guard duty at the latter's lab, and had gained KX launchers that would instantly kill anyone upon penetrating their skin. However, Big Mom had skin as hard as iron, but Beige knew how she could become weak. At every tea party, Big Mom brought out a portrait of a mysterious woman named Mother Caramel. Recently, someone had accidentally cracked it, which had caused Big Mom to enter a psychological crisis, and during this crisis, she scraped her knees upon falling to the ground. Beige gave Luffy the task of destroying the portrait, and Luffy accepted despite the heavy risk. At the meeting, hold on, let me get rid of that down there at the bottom. Had that up there for the longest, I don't know why I didn't get rid of that. After the meeting, Luffy got an idea to enter the wedding and requested that Beige have a mirror be placed in the wedding cake. He then went and gathered several animals and told Brûlé to turn them into reflections of himself. At an inlet on Whole Cake Island, the Sun Pirates treated Peckham's wounds but did not tell him what Jinbei was plotting. They then tied him up as they departed from Whole Cake Island the morning of the wedding. As morning broke, this is where we get to the interesting part. As morning broke, the underworld emperors who were invited to the wedding arrived on Whole Cake Island, with the conglomerate member Dufeld, the queen of the pleasure district Stussy, and the reporter of the World Economic Journal Morgans among them. They went to the wedding venue at the top of the Whole Cake Chateau, where Beige took guard. A man named Jigra attempted to get in, but was shot by Sweet Commander Charlotte Katakuri, who would turn into one of the biggest legends of this entire series. Katakuri, whose observation hockey was so advanced it allowed him to see into the future, had foreseen that Jigra had been attempting to attack Big Mom. At 10 o'clock a.m., Big Mom entered the venue and the tea party festivities began. Big Mom was presented with presents from her underworld guests and revealed that she planned to open the Tamate Bako that she received from Fishman Island as well. Now remember, in Fishman Island, the Tamate Bako originally had the energy steroids in it, but King Neptune and the rest of them put explosives inside of it instead, as to prevent people from taking advantage of the energy steroids. But the Straw Hats never knew that that was what was inside of the Tamate box this entire time. Big Mom was presented with presents from her underworld guests and revealed that she planned to open the Tamate Bako that she received from Fishman Island as well. With everyone in the venue, Caesar remained outside while Beige took the Sanji retrieval team in to initiate their plan. Want to see Caesar Clown again? Maybe he and Buggy can team up, especially considering they're both clowns, they have that sort of resonance with them. But who knows what is going through Buggy's head right now that he's seen as the big high-ranking Yonko, because now people who know how weak he is, not how strong his crewmates are, because I've already established and gone over in my reflections that the crewmates of Buggy far eclipse him in power and strength, but they just follow him blindly and loyally, that I wonder if people will try to go after Buggy. Especially people that know how weak he is. Because Galdino is the only one who can see through his facade. It's all like, you're just embracing all of this fakeness, are you? Like, you act like this is going according to plan, but you had no idea that this was going to work. Galdino, Mr. 3, is the only one who knows. Seems like bombs are one of the only few ways to stall Big Mom. Maybe. It's kind of like that. But it's weird. It's weird. I really hope we do see Caesar Clown later. Inside the chateau, Pudding changed into her wedding dress and prepared to have to modify everyone's memories after the assassination. Sanji returned to the chateau and soon joined Pudding, and as Pudding continued with her facade, Sanji struggled to remind himself of her true intentions despite her looks. Because, with him being so enamored with women, he's doing his best to try and remember, this woman is trying to kill me, but don't get caught up in her looks. But he's having a hard time because it's Sanji. The two of them were then brought out to the venue, and inside Beige's body, Jinbei desperately tried to wake Luffy up as the time for his entrance was soon. Pudding and Sanji stood before the altar, and when the time came for Pudding to lift her veil, she did so, intending for Sanji to be shocked by her third eye. However, Sanji called her beautiful, shocking Pudding and causing her to break down as she remembered being bullied for her appearance as a child. With this development, both the priest and Katakuri moved to shoot Sanji, but Sanji dodged Katakuri's shot and it hit the priest, causing his gun to go off. With the sound of a gunshot being his cue, Luffy and his animal duplicates then burst completely out of the wedding cake. Luffy's entrance caused chaos to erupt in the venue, and Big Mom began to go crazy at the destruction of the wedding cake. Katakuri found the real Luffy and attacked him with his Mochi Mochi no Mi abilities. However, Jinbei freed Luffy from Katakuri's Mochi and spoke to Big Mom, declaring that he wished to leave her crew. He was willing to have Big Mom take his lifespan so long as she did not harm any of his comrades. And Big Mom tried to do so, but found herself unable due to Jinbei lacking fear. Because one of the big drawbacks of the Soda Soda no Mi abilities, and despite how powerful it is that if the person you're trying to rip the soul out of shows no fear in front of you, your power does not work. So Jinbei showed absolutely no fear before Big Mom, and she was unable to take the rest of his lifespan. She then attacked Jinbei and Luffy, but as she did this, Brook, who had disguised himself as Luffy, went up to the caramel portrait and destroyed it. However, Big Mom did not enter a crisis due to being overwhelmed by the destruction of the cake. Pudding attempted to complete her job and shoot Sanji, but was hit out of the way by her brother Charlotte Daifuku, who summoned a genie that briefly overpowered Sanji. Meanwhile, Pedro was confronted by Charlotte Oven, who used his Netsu no Mi abilities to heat up his sword and prevent him from holding it. He's a real one for that? Yeah, Jinbei's a legend for that. He's the first person to go straight up to a Yonko and be like, I'm not scared of you at all. Not only that, but in front of a Yonko whose devil fruit works best when people are fearful of them. He became the first person that we see canonically to go up to Big Mom and showed absolutely no fear to her, and she was unable to use her powers on him. This would play a very significant part later in the Wano arc, but we'll get to that. Let's see. Meanwhile, Pedro was confronted by Charlotte Oven, who uses Netsu no Mi abilities to heat up his sword and prevent him from holding it. It's crazy how we have 3 different types of devil fruits that all fall into the same heat-related category. And not all of them are Logia-based. Because we have the Magu Magu no Mi, of course, we have the Meta Meta no Mi, and then, of course, we have the Netsu no Mi, which involves heating up the body, and of which I never really looked up, so we might as well do that. We're going to be covering a lot. The Netsu no Mi is a paramecia-type devil fruit that allows the user to emanate heat from their body, making the user a high-heat human, capable of heating parts of their body to temperatures greater than most people can withstand. This greatly aids them in a confrontation. They can transfer the heat to other objects, most notably the opponent's weapons, making them too hot to handle. This transfer of heat can even happen without physical contact, as demonstrated when Oven seemingly projected heat energy to set a gun ablaze. However, the power is ineffective against opponents who possess a resistance to heat. Other than that, the user is also affected by the standard devil fruit weaknesses. So, if I go down here to trivia, we have the Netsu no Mi's powers to exude high amounts of bodily temperatures, very similar to those of 3 non-canon devil fruits, but with subtle differences. The Kachi Kachi no Mi, eaten by Bear King. However, the Kachi Kachi has not shown the extreme heat that the Netsu can do, but it can harden up the user's body parts. The Atsu Atsu no Mi, eaten by Don Achino. The difference is that the Netsu has yet to show the ability to regulate one's temperature by degrees, nor produce visible energy that can be thrown as projectiles. Also, the Atsu hasn't shown the ability to transfer heat into other objects like swords or even the sea. However, the Atsu has been shown to be able to manipulate external heat such as that of lava and hot air for tidal waves and whirlwinds, which the Netsu has not demonstrated. And then, of course, we have the Bana Bana no Mi, eaten by Bounty. However, the Bana Bana requires the user to have extreme feelings of jealousy, whereas the Netsu no Mi doesn't require any emotion to activate. This is one of the few devil fruits shown to be able to interact with seawater without the user suffering from the nullification of this devil fruit power. Also, Don Opcio, I think that's what you mean. Yeah, this guy. His name is Don Achino. It's this guy. That's how you spell it. Achino. Accino. Achino. Nah, Apachio. I honestly thought he was gonna be called that as well, but the moment it said Don, I immediately thought of this weird fat bodied dude that just chilled with a weird hairstyle. But he's non-canon, so he doesn't count. But it doesn't mention how this is yet another devil fruit that it revolves around heat. Because, like I said, Mago Mago no Mi, Meta Meta no Mi. And then we have this one. All right. Meanwhile, the Vinsmokes were bound by Pedal's candy and held at gunpoint, and were unable to escape due to not wearing their raid suits. Judge wept as he was left aghast by the Big Mom pirates' treachery, while his sons showed no emotion at all, and Reiju accepted their fate. Beige pretended to go after Luffy, and Brook went to them to tell them to show Big Mom the pieces of the caramel portrait. Katakuri then confronted them, and Beige shot the Sweet Commander to give Luffy's time. Katakuri avoided various attacks from the enemy alliance as he pursued Luffy, but subdued Luffy too late as Luffy stretched his arms in front of Big Mom's face, showing her the portrait pieces. Big Mom then entered a crisis, unleashing Conqueror's Haki that knocked out several guests and a scream that immobilized everyone else. The Straw Hat Fire Tank Alliance members put on earplugs, and with the assassins incapacitated, Sanji freed his family from their bindings as they were given earplugs as well. As she screamed, Big Mom despaired over Mother Caramel, wanting to know where she had gone. And that's when we start to get Big Mom's backstory, real quick. Oh, this is turning into a long one. Ugh. But I'm okay with it. The wedding becomes chaos, going after the Emperor's head. 63 years ago, a 5-year-old Charlotte Linlin had been abandoned. I thought she was 3, but apparently she's 5. A 5-year-old Charlotte Linlin had been abandoned on Elbaf by her parents after causing too much destruction in her hometown. Her parents hoped that Mother Caramel would take her into the sheep's house, and Linlin indeed found a home in the orphanage where children of all races were raised. Caramel, who had ushered in a new era of human-giant relations after pleading for the lives of the giant warrior pirates to be spared, was patient with Linlin's obliviousness that led to violent tendencies, but never taught her to curb those tendencies. I never picked that up as well. She was lenient with Linlin in the past, but she never taught her how to control her strength or how to curb it. I never noticed that. She never told Big Mom that it's not okay to use her strength to smash people, and never told Big Mom how to control her strength. She just was patient with her and allowed her to do it anyway. I wonder if Big Mom would be slightly different in the way that she showcases her strength had Mother Caramel told her how to rein in her strength and control it a little bit more. One day, Linlin in the sheep's house took part in a Semla Fest prior to a 12-day fasting period for the Winter Solstice Festival, but Linlin loved the Semla so much that she had to be restrained before she could eat it all. Linlin greatly struggled during the ensuing fast, and by the 7th day she had snapped and gone on a crazed rampage for Semla. One of the oldest giants in the village, Yorl, attempted to kill her for her actions, but Linlin threw him to the ground and gave him fatal injuries. Linlin was then given Semla, and Caramel pleaded for the giants to spare her. They agreed, but on the condition that Linlin leave the island, and so Caramel took the sheep's house to a new island. So she used to be on Elbaf beforehand, but due to her food addiction and her crazed food addiction at such a young age, she went on a rampage that almost destroyed the village in Elbaf that was headed by the two elder giants, Yorl and Jarl. And she wound up killing one of the elders because of it. So she had to leave Elbaf. They agreed, but on the condition that Linlin leave the island, and so Caramel took the sheep's house to a new island. It's more comfortable for me to be laying back on my chair this way so I can speak to you guys and also see the chat as well. Life resumed as normal on the new island, and one day Caramel met with agents from the world government. Working as an underworld trafficker named Mountain Witch, Caramel operated the sheep's house to sell recruits for the Marines and Cypherpole under the guise of adoption. She was a literal human trafficker, but she specialized in kids. She was a child trafficker. She sold Linlin for a hefty price and prepared to retire once Linlin was gone. Soon afterwards, the sheep's house celebrated Linlin's 6th birthday, and they made a croquembouche of semla for her. An overjoyed Big Mom rapidly consumed the croquembouche, oblivious to everything around her. But after finishing her meal, she looked to see that Caramel and the sheep's house children were all gone. 2 people witnessed this event. A giant whose report of it to Elbaf caused the giants to hate Linlin even more, and a man named Struzen, a failed pirate and chef who was captivated by what he saw. Struzen approached the distressed Linlin and offered to feed her with his cuckoo no mi powers if he joined her, and in the years that followed, Linlin became a terrorizing pirate who quickly earned high bounties and could not be stopped by anyone. Awful beyond comprehension. Recently saw 2 videos about semla, both its history and how to make it. She was evil? Yes. It wasn't that she was evil, it's just that she was mentally unstable, even at a very young age. She was never reprimanded as a kid. Mother Caramel never reprimanded her, ever, for anything that she did. Whether it was her trying to break the fingers of a fishman kid to try and separate the fins that they had in between their fingers, or it was her trying to reset the bones of another child because they were a double-jointed kid from the Long Arm tribe. Big Mom didn't know any better, but Mother Caramel never taught her that. She just excused Linlin and says like, oh, I'm just going to be patient with you. But she never did anything to make Linlin understand the gravity of her actions. Disgusting, awful beyond comprehension. Yeah, that's what. But I mean, like the way Linlin is, the way Big Mom is because of how Mother Caramel is. And even under this whole facade of her being like this loving nun mother, caring for these children, she was a child trafficker selling children to the world government. I mean, the giant squad that they got was because of Mother Caramel. You know, John Giant and all the people of the giant squad of the Marines, they all came from her. She's the one that was trafficking kids and giant kids over to the world government, and that's how they wound up over there. But she was evil, awful beyond comprehension. But yeah, that's Mother Caramel. But the moment when Big Mom was celebrating her 6th birthday, and this was a moment that made me think, wow, Oda can get really dark when he wants to. When it says, an overjoyed Big Mom rapidly consumed the croquembouche, oblivious to everything else around her. But after finishing her meal, she looked to see that Caramel and the sheep's house children were all gone. Now, it doesn't officially say it, but Oda heavily insinuates that in her blind feeding frenzy, Big Mom not only ate Mother Caramel, but all of the sheep's house children that were there. So while Big Mom was on a feeding frenzy eating all the croquembouche, she wound up eating all the kids and Mother Caramel as well, which is also how she wound up with the Soru no Mi without eating a devil fruit. Telling us that another way you can get a devil fruit power is if you eat the person who has the power. Kind of like if a Titan eats a person that has like a Titan power in them, that person gains. Big Mom was able to get the Soru no Mi ability by eating the person who had that ability in them. Wouldn't one start to taste blood and the like? Well, it does say that when she was in that croquembouche state, when she was eating the croquembouche, she was oblivious to everything around her. And when she goes into this crazed feeding frenzy state, she loses all sense of self. All things that are happening outside, she loses. Hold on. She loses all sense of self. I had to make sure that my stream didn't. It dropped a couple of frames, just a little bit. So I need to be careful from here on in. But she loses all sense of self. Like remember when she went on the fit the first time during Whole Cake Island, all she could think of was croquembouche, and she was just eating things, but she didn't realize that she was eating buildings, trying to eat, and she was harming people. She didn't realize that, and she had no prior knowledge or memory of it once she came out of that stupor. So when she came out of the stupor when she was a kid, she was wondering why everyone left, and she was wondering where everyone went, but she had no idea. All she thought of was eating semla and croquembouche. That's all that was on her mind. And just going on a feeding frenzy. She couldn't think of nothing else. She didn't realize she was eating people. She didn't realize any of that. She just thought of the croquembouche and semla. And so she was blinded by the food and couldn't see the people she was eating. 2 people witnessed this event. A giant whose report of it to Elbaf caused the giants to hate Lin Lin even more, and a man named Strusen, a failed pirate and chef, who was captivated by what he saw. Strusen approached the distressed Lin Lin and offered to feed her with his Kuku Kuku no Mi powers if he joined her, and in the years that followed, Lin Lin became a terrorizing pirate who quickly earned high bounties and could not be stopped by anyone. Lin Lin and Strusen also worked on turning the island they first met on into a place where everyone could live in harmony. So the very island that Mother Caramel brought all of her children to after Lin Lin pretty much caused them all to be ostracized by the people of Elbaf wound up being the new Whole Cake Island. As Lin Lin had interpreted this dream from Caramel, although she misinterpreted it to believe that everyone should be the same size as her. So that's where the whole proposition of getting Caesar to turn her children into giants comes from. Because it comes from a desire of her once being in Elbaf and thinking that all the giants are just like her, so now everyone needs to be like her in order for everyone to live in harmony. In the present, Vito and Gotti exited Beige's body, and the trio shot their KX launchers at Big Mom. However, in her anguish, she unleashed a powerful scream that blew up the missiles in midair. As Katakuri created mochi earplugs to protect his crewmates from Big Mom's scream, the Fire Tank Straw Hat Alliance missions ended in failure, and they were left with no choice but to run away. Caesar flew in with Brule and a mirror for the Alliance to escape through, but Big Mom's scream shattered the mirror, leaving the Alliance trapped. Beige then transformed into a giant humanoid castle known as Big Faza, and told the Alliance members to get inside him. Katakuri rescued Brule and Smoothie, Daifuku, and Oven captured Nami, Chopper, and Carrot, respectively. However, after regaining their raid suits, the Vinsmokes put them on and attacked the Big Mom pirates, freeing Nami, Carrot, and Chopper. They then joined the Alliance inside Beige, and he attempted to kill Big Mom, but was stopped by Pero and Katakuri and besieged. Once they taste blood, they can't stop. Yeah, that's pretty much true. Big Mom then regained her senses and started attacking Beige with her punch strong enough to damage him. The Alliance tried to think of a way to escape, and they considered having Caesar fly Beige out of the venue, although this was extremely risky. Meanwhile, Sanji talked with Judge and made it clear that he would no longer be associated with the Vinsmokes. Judge agreed to never go near him or the East Blue again, and then took his other children towards the exit as they prepared to repay their debt by giving back up to Caesar and Beige. When the Vinsmokes and Caesar exited him, Beige transformed into his normal body and was carried away by Caesar as the Vinsmokes shielded them from the Big Mom pirates' bullets. However, Big Mom began attacking and injured Reiju with Prometheus, but before she could finish her off, Sanji and Luffy came out and intercepted her strike. Sanji wanted to escape immediately afterwards, but Luffy clashed with Big Mom again, telling her that he would return and beat her after Kaido. Things change! Judge then came to confront Big Mom, but she swiftly took him down and followed by Niji and Yonji. Ichiji was beaten by Katakuri and Sanji, and Sanji, Luffy, and Reiju were subdued by the Big Mom pirates, leaving Caesar and Beige helpless. Meanwhile, Dufeld had gone to the Mate Bako to try and steal its contents. After accidentally dropping it on a ledge below, he went down to get it, but ended up being shot by Stussy, who was revealed to be a CP0 agent. However, his incapacitated body pushed the Tamate Bako off the ledge, and it fell all the way to the ground and exploded. which damaged the base of the Whole Cake Chateau and caused it to start tipping over. If Beige knew or had better armament hockey, he would have been even more formidable. A walking castle man that also knows armament hockey. It's interesting to think about how much more potent a person's devil fruit ability would be if they learned armament hockey as well. Just think about the differences in people's abilities it would be if they knew armament hockey on top of their regular abilities. Sanji and Caesar flew their allies to safety, parting ways with the Vinspokes, while the Big Mom pirates fell to the ground far below. However, Struzen turned part of the chateau into soft cake, cushioning the fall. The Straw Hat Fire Tank Alliance went to the northwest part of Whole Cake Island, and Caesar left after getting his heart back while the Straw Hats and Fire Tank Pirates parted ways. Back in Sweet City, the Big Mom pirates planned to pursue their enemies, but Big Mom started craving her ruined wedding cake, and went on a mad rampage, removing Opera's lifespan in the process. Pedals Pedal lied that there was a second wedding cake that the Straw Hats had stolen, and Big Mom believed him, but said she would kill him if he was lying, causing him to panic. So easily, Pedals Pedal could have lost all his lifespan right there because of the amount of fear he showed to his mom. Pudding then arrived and told her crew that she would make another wedding cake with the rare ingredients left over on Kako Island and with the help of her sister Chiffon. She told them she wanted to make the cake to get revenge on Sanji, but when she found Chiffon and the Fire Tank Pirates, she told Chiffon that she wanted to make it to help Sanji, and wanted to enlist him in the effort. Chiffon agreed to help Pudding, as she wanted to repay Nami for helping Lola, and they flew to Sanji on the carpet homie Arabian. How much farther do we have to go? There's quite a bit. It's quite a bit. But we're going to get through it all. We're going to get through it. Escaping the wedding, Big Mom's unstoppable craving. Chopper and Brook headed off on their own to retrieve the shark submerge. As the rest of the Straw Hat group approached the seducing woods, they found King Baum, who had been resurrected. Nami used a part of Lola's Viva card that she had torn off and retained to force him to take them into the woods. But Big Mom then flew in behind them on Zeus, looking for her wedding cake. She had Napoleon turn into a sword and unleashed devastating attacks at the Straw Hats. But Nami got an idea and fed Zeus some thundercloud balls. Zeus loved the clouds and stopped to eat them, causing Big Mom to fall off of him. However, Prometheus incinerated King Baum, and the seducing wood homies attacked as well, as Big Mom nullified the power of Lola's Viva card. Additionally, some of Big Mom's crew arrived to back her up, but Jinbei weakened Prometheus with Fishman Karate, and while Nami was distracted, Zeus ate her entire weather egg. This caused him to swell up with storm energy, and Nami forced him to discharge, hitting Big Mom and her crew with a massive lightning bolt. Big Mom was left in a crater, but was still conscious and continued chasing the Straw Hats. And it showed in the chapters that Big Mom just basically walked through the dirt. Like, she was in a massive deep hole, but she was still conscious, and she just walked through the dirt. You know how Saitama was knocked into the ground by Beast King in the earlier chapters of One Punch Man that I read, and he just got out as if he wasn't in solid concrete? Big Mom was just walking through the dirt, making her way up back to ground level again, and she was just walking normally, like, you know, big, heavy footsteps, just walking through the dirt, just walking straight through it. Still pursuing them. So that was a scary moment in the chapter, because I was thinking, yo, nothing can really stop her if she's going after something. Big Mom was left in a crater, but was still conscious and continued chasing the Straw Hats. Pudding and Chiffon then flew in to recruit Sanji to their cake baking operation, and Sanji agreed to it. Pudding then used her ability to restore the seducing woods homies' memories of their past lives, leaving them confused and overwhelmed, and clearing a path to the Sunny. Katakuri and Perospero took thousands of chess soldiers through the Mirror World to occupy the Sunny, and they were met by Chopper and Brook from the Submerge. Perospero offered to let the duo run away, but they refused to abandon the ship and took down dozens of chess soldiers. Perospero then encased them in candy, leaving them 3 minutes until they suffocated. The Straw Hats then emerged onto the beach with Big Mom on their tail, and Perospero and Katakuri confronted them. Luffy clashed with Katakuri, but Pedal trapped the Sunny and Candy as the Big Mom Pirates fleet besieged it. Leaving the Straw Hats trapped, Pedro then attempted to attack Pedal, was overwhelmed. However, he then lit up several bombs in his jacket, engulfing him and Pedal in a massive explosion. This is the moment where Pedro sacrificed himself in order to free the ship. Pedal survived but received heavy injuries that left him unable to maintain his candy creations, thus freeing the Sunny, Chopper, and Brook. The Straw Hats prepared to escape with the coup de burst, and to prevent him from going after his crew, Luffy grabbed Katakuri before grabbing Brûlé, who had been watching from a nearby mirror. He pulled himself and Katakuri into the mirror world as the rest of the group activated coup de burst, blasting them away from Whole Cake Island. The Sunny crew mourned Pedro's death, but could not do so for long as Big Mom and her fleet quickly caught up to them. In the mirror world, Luffy began fighting Katakuri, but Katakuri uses Mochi abilities to mimic Luffy's abilities and overwhelm him. Brûlé and her subordinates then prepared to attack the Sunny through their mirrors, and after Katakuri prevented him from stopping them, Luffy contacted his crew through a mirror shard and told them to shatter all of the ship's mirrors and planned to meet back up with everyone on Kako Island. I remember reading through these chapters, just waiting for these moments to happen one by one as Luffy was fighting Katakuri. Just so many memories. The Sunny crew was attacked by a giant wave created by Big Mom, but Jinbei single-handedly piloted the ship through the inside of the wave, successfully riding it out and escaping from Big Mom once again. The crew then shattered their mirrors and everyone thought the Sunny had sunk. But Brûlé overheard Luffy talking to his crew and realized they were all still alive, causing her to contact Pedal. Cooking up a solution, the Sanji retrieval team's last stand. On Whole Cake Island, Monsieur received a report from Custer that the fire tank pirates had escaped. Meanwhile, the Vinsmokes defeated the 10,000-strong army of Big Mom pirates sent to take them down, and Niji impersonated one of them to trick Monsieur into thinking that the Big Mom pirates were victorious. The Big Mom pirates were unable to track the location of the fire tank and the Straw Hat crews, however, as the Sun pirates had stuck around Tot Land and Praline had distracted the territorial sea slugs by singing. Near Monsieur, Peckham's cried over Pedro's death. Hours later, Stussy and Morgans joined Monsieur's group and revealed to him that the Tamate Bako caused the explosion that tipped over the chateau. They then wondered if the Straw Hats would escape from Tot Land, but Monsieur had assured them no such thing would happen. Oh, if only Monsieur knew. Luffy continued fighting Katakuri in the Mirror World, but Katakuri used his advanced observation haki to dodge all of Luffy's attacks and overwhelm Luffy offensively. Luffy was even more overwhelmed when Katakuri brought out his trident Mogura, but worked to dodge Mogura's deadly strikes and managed to stay in the fight. Brûlé told Luffy he had no chance of beating Katakuri, saying that Katakuri had never laid on his back since he was born. Katakuri became annoyed as his merienda was made late, and he stopped Luffy from entering Gear 4 before burying him in a pile of mochi. Some chefs had then brought out sweet treats, and Katakuri created a mochi house to consume them in private. However, Luffy ate his way out of the mochi pile and broke into Katakuri's house, where he saw Katakuri laying on his back and eating donuts with his big mouth. Donuts. Sweet and crispy donuts. Good and glazed donuts. Upon seeing Luffy, Katakuri flew into a rage and attacked his chefs. But Luffy activated Gear 4 and managed to hit Katakuri for the first time. As he assaulted Katakuri, Luffy realized that the Sweet Commander used his observation haki to move his mochi body out of harm's way, and was defenseless now that he had lost his composure, because we find out that your emotional state also dictates how well you can use haki. The more calm you are, the more refined and perfected it actually is. But if you lose your composure, you get sloppy, and therefore people who, like Katakuri, who have never been injured, get hit for the first time. As he assaulted Katakuri, Luffy realized that the Sweet Commander uses observation haki. I'm just gonna say Kenbu Shoku Haki. My little bro sings donuts. Hey, I like that. I sing it sometimes whenever the family brings in Krispy Kreme from time to time. I sing it, donuts. The last time we got Krispy Kremes, did you know that there are mini glazed now? Like, they have the regular glaze, but then they have mini glazed now. I didn't know that, but they were good. I think I had some. I hope I did. I don't think I had any. Dang, the next time we get Krispy Kreme, we got to get those mini ones again. But However, Katakuri regained his composure and started dodging attacks again, and Luffy was quickly back at a disadvantage as Katakuri assaulted him with powerful attacks. However, Katakuri accidentally revealed that Gear 4 would wear off soon, allowing Luffy to run away from him. Luffy then ran into Brûlé and took her through a mirror into the real world. Perospero took Big Mom to Kako Island to eat the wedding cake, but to his horror, she decided to go to Nuts Island instead and destroyed everything in her path as she looked for cake. Notifications all the time. Oh, and I'm still getting congratulations from people about me going full time. Thank you, Stubbs. Thank you. It's such a liberating feeling. It really is. It's such a liberating feeling when people are giving you congratulations on what you love to do. It's so good. Where was I? Luffy and Brûlé arrived on Nuts Island through the mirror and ended up right in front of the rampaging Big Mom. Perospero pointed her to Luffy, and Luffy was forced to run away while still being unable to use Haki. Eventually, Luffy took Brûlé inside a mirror, and the two of them visited several islands before eventually ending up in an empty house. As he waited to regain his Haki, Luffy remembered Silver's Rayleigh teaching him that Haki could be strengthened by battling opponents with strong Haki. This made him decide to use the fight against Katakuri to improve his own Haki. Meanwhile, as Pudding, Chiffon, and Sanji flew towards Kako Island, they were spotted by Pound from a boat below, and he recognized his daughter Chiffon. Upon reaching Kako Island, they were greeted by Whole Cake Island's top chef, the Whole Cake Island 31, who had been enlisted to help. Pudding altered their memories, making them believe there was no fighting and Sanji had gotten married to her. And the team got to work making a cake in 3 hours. With Chiffon making the base chiffon cake, Pudding making the chocolate icing, and Sanji making a special whipped cream. I'm getting hungry. As they were working, Pound unsuccessfully attempted to get into the sweets factory to see Chiffon. Oven then arrived on Kako Island, and after seeing Pound making a commotion, he beat him up and threw him out. Inside the factory, Sanji finished his cream, which was so sweet it made people nearly die from happiness. With parts of the cake finished baking, Sanji decided to set sail and construct the cake on the way to the Sunny. The cake baking team headed out with the cake, and Sanji hid as Oven greeted them. He allowed Pudding to go on, but attacked Chiffon for being complicit in Beige's assassination attempt. Pound then tried to save his daughter, and Sanji took the opportunity to attack Oven and rescue Chiffon without being spotted. Now, here's the thing. This was a moment where Sanji showcased that he is faster than the eye can literally see. Because when it looked like Chiffon was about to be killed by Oven, and Oven was preparing to kill both Pound and Chiffon, Sanji used his superior speed to dash in between them, rescue Chiffon, and kick Oven so hard that Oven was wondering what exactly hit me. So Sanji is able to move faster than the eye can see, and the mind can fully recognize. Let's see. However, Oven quickly found Chiffon and confronted her again, and as he prepared to execute her, he got in contact with Beige, who was heading for Kako Island. Beige said he would stand down, but as his ship, the Nostra Castello, got closer to the island, he shot Oven in the face. The Nostra Castello, I'm going to call it Castello. The Nostra Castello then used its tank treads to move on land, and Sanji brought the cake on board as Chiffon was reunited with her family and crew. Beige took the Nostra Castello back to the sea, but the ship and cake were then threatened as Oven boiled the ocean. However, Pound attacked Oven again, giving the pirates and chefs time to escape while Oven turned to confront him, and before he was struck down by a flaming Naginata, Pound congratulated Chiffon on his marriage. And it turns out that Pound did in fact survive this encounter with Oven because he was in the cover stories of Gang Beige, Oh My Family's short story of when they were trying to find Lola. Meanwhile, Big Mom and her fleet found and pursued the Sunny crew again, and Daifuku arrived with another fleet to surround the Sunny. However, after seeing the full moon in the sky, Carrot told the crew to leave Daifuku's fleet to her. She then gazed into the moon and transformed into her Sulong form, which is that secret weapon that Inuarashi and Nekomamushi were talking about way back in the Zou arc. Transformed into her Sulong form, which increased her abilities, and she flew towards Daifuku's fleet. Overwhelming them with her speed, she took down several of Daifuku's subordinates while removing the ship's helms, and Daifuku unwittingly aided her as his genie was unable to hit her and destroyed several ships instead. However, I was about to call her Charlotte. Carrot's transformation caused her to become very exhausted, and Brook went and took her back to the Sunny, which had a clear path with Daifuku's fleet in chaos. However, Big Mom, who was rapidly growing thinner, summoned Zeus and Prometheus back to her side and boarded the Sunny to look for the wedding cake. The Sunny crew was unable to stop her, but Big Mom ended up hitting Jinbei into the ocean, allowing him to come back and hit her with a powerful blow that knocked her off the ship. Gyujin Karateogi Baraikan, which he used against Waratsumi during the Fishman Island arc, which was the Fishman's secret technique. And it was Vagabond Drill. That's what it's called. Gyujin Karateogi Baraikan Vagabond Drill. That's what it's called. He hit her with that and knocked her off the ship. After landing on Zeus, Big Mom prepared to slice the Sunny in half, but Nami managed to distract Zeus long enough for Brook to cut the Cloud Homie in two. Remember when it showed Brook injuring Prometheus way back when? They went a step further and showed that Brook is able to slice these homies completely in two. Nami then sent small thunderclouds to Zeus, forcing him to discharge again and engulfing Big Mom in lightning. The Sunny crew quickly sailed away from Big Mom as Nami captured a weakened Zeus, saying that he would become her servant. Oh, we had no idea how true that would become in the Wano arc. A clash of hockey, the final push to freedom. Back on the Nostra Castello, Sanji and Beige argued over whether or not to poison the cake, and Sanji fed Beige his whipped cream to convince him not to. You know how good your food has to be to convince a crime boss to, I changed my mind of poisoning this cake in order to kill Big Mom. You can do whatever you want with this cake. You realize how good your food has to be to convince a crime boss? Like a father? Like a Godfather level type dude? You realize how good your food has to be to make him change his mind about poisoning something or someone? You don't normally get convinced. They normally don't get convinced not to do this. If they're trying to whack somebody, you can't really convince them otherwise, because they already got it set in their minds. So you must realize how good your food has to be to convince a crime boss to refuse a whacking. The cake was then completed, and the pirates and chefs celebrated. Meanwhile, Big Mom caught up to the Sunny on Prometheus, who threatened to burn the ship and crew up. However, she then smelled the cake on the approaching Nostra Castello and headed towards it while Pudding and Sanji went to the Sunny. The Sunny crew then headed for Kako Island, and Smoothie's fleet pursued them while Petal followed Big Mom and the Fire Tank Pirates, who took the cake to Liquor Island to get it far away from the Straw Hats. Petal feared that the Fire Tank Pirates had poisoned the cake and was consumed with paranoia. Meanwhile, on Kako Island, Oven had every mirror destroyed except one, had a fleet besiege the island, and gathered thousands of his crewmates to lie in wait to ambush Luffy and the Straw Hats. After regaining his haki, Luffy returned to the mirror world to confront Katakuri again. Although he was still overwhelmed by Katakuri's strength, he continued working on trying to improve his Kenbushoku haki by dodging the Sweet Commander's attacks. Hours passed, and Katakuri's younger sister, Charlotte Flampe, which I don't think anyone likes, entered the mirror world with her subordinates. Wanting to be Katakuri's favorite little sister, she and her subordinates tried to shoot Luffy, although had a difficulty time doing it. As Katakuri realized what Luffy was doing and moved to finish him off quickly, Flample managed to shoot Luffy with her blowgun, preventing him from dodging Mogura in time and causing him to receive a massive injury to his side. Katakuri assaulted Luffy with relentless attacks, but realized what had happened upon hearing Flample laughing. He shouted at her angrily for interfering in his fight, and stabbed himself where he hit Luffy in order to remove his advantage. Honorable. In the process, Katakuri uncovered his mouth, causing Flampe to lose all respect for him and make fun of his mouth. Although Katakuri had been bullied for his mouth as a child, he paid no mind to it as he faced Luffy again, and the two of them unleashed Hao Shokuhaki to knock out Flampe's group as they faced off as equals. This is such a manly, respectable fight. Luffy had advanced his Kenbushoku haki enough to be able to counter Katakuri's attacks and lay hits on the Sweet Commander, and the two of them fought brutally. Luffy then attempted to end their battle by activating a form of Gear 4 known as Snake Man. With Snake Man, Luffy moved at an extremely fast speed, and his attacks changed direction and grew faster. Luffy and Katakuri continue exchanging blows until they eventually headed for a final clash in which they hit each other with their strongest attacks. Both of them were knocked out for a brief period of time, and when Luffy got up, Katakuri got up as well, and foresaw that Luffy would come back and take down Big Mom before falling on his back defeated. I don't know about that one! As Luffy headed away, he was then greeted by a disguised Peckham's who had decided to help him escape to honor Pedro's memory, and so had captured Brule to get out of the Mirror World. Sanji and Pudding went on ahead to Kako Island to rescue Luffy, and as the Sunny crew headed there, they were forced to dodge flying water slashes from Smoothie, who was kind of threatening to sink her own ship because she kept absorbing juices in order to enlarge herself and unleash different slashes in front of them in order to take out the Sunny crew. Sanji and Pudding make it to Kako Island, where they hid in an alley near Oven's army. Pudding bit. Oh my goodness, cracking the back. So good. Pudding bid farewell to Sanji and kissed him before removing his memory of it. In the Mirror World, Peckham's told Luffy he would activate a Sulong form to distract the Big Mom pirates, even though only Pedro could bring him out of it. Peckham's and Brule then arrived on Kako Island with Luffy hidden, shocking the Big Mom pirates. Peckham's tried to activate Sulong but was quickly overwhelmed by Oven, and the Big Mom pirates quickly spotted the escaping Luffy. Sanji came in to rescue Luffy, and as they ran off, Brule with tears in her eyes told everyone that Katakuri was defeated by Luffy breaking the Sweet Commander's undefeated record. Hearing this, the Big Mom pirates were all shocked and outraged and went in an all-out attack. Sanji tried to escape, but he was eventually overwhelmed by the sheer force of the army and was held at gunpoint. Right then, Ichiji, Nije, and Yonji arrived to block the bullets as the German Kingdom fleet battled the fleet besieging Kako Island. The three brothers took down several of the Big Mom pirates as they brought Sanji and Luffy to safety, and Sanji and Luffy ended up flying over the Big Mom pirates' fleet right towards the Sunny, with Reiju taking out the forces on the fleet. I don't know why, but I feel so relaxed doing this. Just reading through this whole synopsis, I don't even feel like how many hours have passed. How much time has passed since I've been doing this? How much time has passed? Hold on, how much time? 3 hours. Wow, 3 hours. My goodness, I didn't know. But I find myself enjoying this so much doing this. It's so much fun. Sanji and Luffy made it to the Sunny, and Germa's fleet provided backup against Smoothie and Daifuku's fleet. Judge asked Luffy why he wanted Sanji with him despite what he viewed to be Sanji's shortcomings. But Luffy saw none of those as shortcomings. Another Big Mom pirates fleet arrived in front of the Sunny to surround the Straw Hats, but the Sun Pirates then emerged and took out the fleet to give the Straw Hats a path to freedom. Meanwhile, Oven had Brule bring special bullets to the Kako Island army that would harm the Vinsmokes, and he went out to the water and boiled it to force the Sun Pirates to retreat. The Queen Mama Chanter then arrived and nearly destroyed the Sunny. But Wadatsumi managed to replace it with the Sun Pirate ship before carrying it in his mouth. Oven used his skeet to force Wadatsumi to split up the Sunny, but the Sun Pirates rose back up and prepared to take on the Big Mom Pirates to allow the Straw Hats to escape. Jinbei told Luffy he could not leave his old crew behind to die, and Luffy told him to reunite with his new crew on Wano once he was done. Jinbei then joined the Sun Pirates as they began battling, and as the Big Mom Pirates were occupied, the Straw Hats managed to sail out of Totland. As the Fire Tank Pirates headed towards Liquor Island with Big Mom on their tail, Chiffon said they needed to go further ahead to Funwari Island to give the Straw Hats enough distance from Big Mom. However, the crew struggled to withstand Prometheus' heat as he and Big Mom drew closer to them. Monduro contacted Pedospedo to ask about the cake, and Pedospedo told him about its situation. At this point, Pedospedo could only hope that the cake would satiate Big Mom's craving, as they would all die otherwise. Monduro then realized that Morgans and Stussy had left and ordered them to be found to prevent them from revealing these events to the outside world. You're dealing with Morgans, that's definitely not going to happen. The fire tank pirates reached Funwari Island as the Nostra Castello finally gave out and sank, and left the cake on the coast before heading out of Totland. Big Mom then ate the cake and was overjoyed by its delicious flavor as her craving was satisfied. Once she regained her senses, she headed for Kako Island to take on the Straw Hats, and her crew rejoiced as she entered the fight against the Sun Pirates and Germa. Morgans and Stussy left Totland on a hot air balloon, and Morgans predicted that a member of the worst generation would become the next pirate king. Who knew how right he would be in that path? On Kako Island, Pudding wept as she held the film of memories she had taken from Sanji. In the Mirror World, Brule tended to Katakuri's wounds, admitting that she had seen him on his back before, as she remembered how Katakuri had attacked some bullies for scarring her face as a child. Outside of Totland, Sanji found out about Pedro's sacrifice before going to work cooking, and as he cooked, a rowdy pirate crew was coming to Baratie. Despite his workers' complaints, Zeff said he would serve them food no matter what, just as his son Sanji served his crew. And that pretty much spells out the end of the whole Cake Island arc. We have the reverie afterwards, and then lastly, where the Wano country all the way from its beginning to where it currently is right now. Because the Wano country arc isn't over yet, we still need to get to it, but we're going to be getting it this month, so I'm looking forward to it. Story Impact! Some characters make their first appearance after the time skip. The characters, in the order they were introduced, are Dracul Mihawk, Aladdin, Yasopp, Shanks, Ben Beckman, Rockstar, and Stanzin. And Galley makes his first canon appearance. And Galley is this dude, captain of the Galley Pirates, main antagonist of the very first version of Romance Dawn, which was later reimagined for a Romance Dawn story with a slightly different design. But officially, he made his official manga appearance, thanks to this whole arc. Sanji's family, the Vinsmoke family, is formally introduced. His family, Vinsmoke Judge, is revealed as the one who sent bounty hunters after Duval in order to find Sanji, and later changed his bounty condition to only alive, because of the marriage deal associated with Big Mom. His family once ruled over North Blue, and Judge seeks to reclaim it. Though they no longer rule over land, the family can still attend to Reverie. However, due to Judge's attempt to ally with the Big Mom Pirates, the world government would cut all ties with the German kingdom in the following arc. Judge is a scientist and former peer of Vegapunk, and the pair had worked together on the lineage factor of living creatures, genetics. Judge had implemented this via cloning and arming for Germa 66, as well as making his own children into modified humans with genetically enhanced abilities. Sanji did not receive these abilities due to his mother Sora's interference, as she wanted to keep her sons human. He was bullied by his brothers, who were successfully advanced, and in the process lost their humanity, while Judge neglected Sanji due to Sora's interference. Sanji's statement about growing up in the North Blue is confirmed and expanded upon. He grew up there in the Germa kingdom, but he was imprisoned by his father for being a failure. After his sister freed him, Sanji escaped from his abusive family at the age of 8 during an assault by the kingdom in East Blue. It is revealed how he ended up on the orbit. After Sanji saves his family from Big Mom's assassination plan and disowns his father, Judge finally relents and vows to never interfere in Sanji's life again nor harm Zeff. Sanji is revealed to have developed his chivalry from Zeff, whom he considers his true father. Big Mom and her crew are heavily revealed, and much of their nature is elaborated. Big Mom rules over a 35-island archipelago known as Totland, where she seeks to house a population derived from all races living in harmony. Totland is inhabited by numerous anthropomorphic animals and objects known as homies, which have been ensouled by Big Mom's devil fruit, the Sorosono no Mi. Big Mom has been married 43 times. She has 46 sons and 39 daughters, who together form the Charlotte family. Lola is revealed to be one of those daughters, thus revealing that the Viver card she gave to Nami on Thriller Bark points to Big Mom. Due to Big Mom's devil fruit, the fragment of her soul within the Viver card is extremely powerful and can repel homies unless Big Mom herself is present. Big Mom's 35th daughter and Sanji's ex-fiancée, Charlotte Pudding, is the first member of the Three-Eyed Tribe to be shown in the series. Pudding has the potential, if unawakened, ability to read poneglyphs, which is why Big Mom was trying to search after Robin during the Wano arc. Following Sanji's comment about her third eye during the tea party/wedding, Pudding has developed genuine romantic love for him, along with an erratic personality disorder. So she switched between going, "Sanji!" Sanji, going like, Sanji-kin! Like, you know, Big Mom has an enmity with the enmity with the giant race due to unwittingly killing one of their heroes as a child. Yorl, if I can bring his page up real quick, this is him, was a giant and former co-captain of the Giant Warriors Pirates along with Jarl. He was known as a hero of the Giants and one of the world's oldest warriors, clocking in at 344 years old. So there's so much history of the world that he knew before, you know, he passed, unfortunately. As well as unwittingly causing the mysterious disappearance of Caramel and the Sheep's House children. She attempted to amend relations with them through a political marriage between her daughter Lola and Prince Loki of Elbaf, but Lola ran away. Big Mom attempted to substitute Lota's identical twin sister Chiffon in her place, but the Giants saw through the ruse, which only made tensions between them worse. Big Mom has since abandoned her efforts to befriend the Giants, and has nursed a grudge against Lola and Chiffon ever since. No Giants reside in Totland as a result of this enmity. Big Mom commissioned Caesar Clown to research artificial gigantism. These words, my apologies. Artificial gigantism, so that she might convert members of her family into giants. Caesar blew off the assignment and embezzled the funds, so Big Mom sent her underlings to track him down from Dressrosa to Zoe. Jinbei officially breaks off from the Sun Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates in order to join the Straw Hat Pirates. Prior to that, he gave Big Mom the poneglyph he found during his journey. And then Wadatsumi joins the Sun Pirates. Luffy reveals 2 new forms of Gear 4, Tank Man and Snake Man. Pedro is revealed to have once led a crew called the Nox Pirates, of which Peckham's was once a member. The crew was defeated in Totland, and Peckham's joined Big Mom while Pedro had 50 years of his life taken away. Big Mom has no less than 3 poneglyphs in her possession, a rope poneglyph and 2 regular ones, one of which she obtained recently from Jinbei. Brook manages to steal imprints of the text recorded on all 3. According to Tamago, there are approximately 30 poneglyphs in the entire world, with only 4 being the rope poneglyphs. Capone Bay's past as the leader of the 5 families of the West is revealed. He was once a rook combatant in the Big Mom Pirates, but has been plotting to assassinate Big Mom since before he joined. Tributaries crews must marry into the Charlotte family in order to join Big Mom. Thus, Beige married Lin Lin's daughter, Charlotte Chiffon, and they have a son named Capone Pez. Some of the Underworld Emperors are shown for the first time. Stussy is revealed to be an agent for CP0. Elbaf is shown for the first time 63 years before the present day, so we don't know what Elbaf is like now. We only saw what it was 63 in the past. That's the past. Who knows how many things have changed in Elbaf since Big Mom's been there. Luffy vows to defeat Big Mom after he defeats Kaido. Don't know about that one. Caesar gets his heart back and is finally freed. Pedro gives his life in hope that the Straw Hat Pirates will bring forth the new dawn of the world, which they do. More information about Haki is revealed. Advanced Kenbushoku Haki allows one to see a few seconds into the future. Luffy gains the ability to see slightly into the future, like Katakuri. Kenbushoku Haki requires a calm mental state to work. Kenbushoku Haki can deplete just like Armament Haki, and Haki can be strengthened through encounters with stronger opponents. It is revealed that minks transform on a full moon. However, using the Sulong form for too long can cause exhaustion and possibly death. A mink can revert back to normal from the Sulong form by not looking at moonlight. Which is why, when you see Carrot, the majority of the time she has a hat on during the evening and nighttime. The Straw Hats Pirates capture Zeus to serve as Nami's slave. However, when the Big Mom Pirates later follow the Straw Hats to Wano country, Big Mom intends to get Zeus back. Jinbei separates from the crew to help his former crew escape from Totland, and later, as he planned, rejoined the Straw Hats in Wano country during the Wano country arc. We'll cover that after we get done with the Reverie. And another trivia thing is, this is the 3rd longest arc in the manga to date, following the Wano country arc and Dressrosa arc. And that is it, ladies and gentlemen, for the Whole Cake Island arc, which was quite long. And if I go to Wano, Wano is quite long as well. We have a lot of things to cover at Wano. But Reverie is not as long. It only covers 6 chapters. It only covers 6 chapters, so I'll be able to get through this quickly. But before we get started on going over the Reverie, and then lastly the Wano arc and where it currently stands right now, I'm going to get myself some water because I've been speaking for the past 3 hours straight. I've been talking for the past 3 hours straight, and I need to go ahead and get myself some water. I'll be right back. Revitalized! Let's go! Water does wonders! Let's get started with the Reverie arc. It says Levelly, but we see it as Reverie. It's also called Reverie as well. The Reverie arc is the 30th. Why did I say 13th? 30th story arc in the series and the first in the Wano Country saga of One Piece, continuing from the Whole Cake Island arc and saga. After the Straw Hats' actions against the Big Mom pirates are revealed to the world, royalty across the globe gathers for the Reverie. Meanwhile, the Revolutionary Army prepares for their next move. So it covers pretty much chapters 903 through 908, 6 chapters, and only spans 1 volume. (903 to 908). Yeah, the entire Reverie is covered in volume 90, just in the middle. Not even the first couple of pages, it's only just the first, it's in the middle of this volume. I'm still getting the previous versions of One Piece, and I'm working on getting the volumes of Bleach as well, because there are places that still have Bleach from the very first chapter all the way through, and they're in stock, and I want to get all the volumes of Bleach. I want to get them all. I have all volumes that go from the last volume all the way to 46, and then I have the first 3 volumes of Bleach. I want to get the ones that are in between. I know I'm going to get them. Oh, I know I'm going to get them. I'm excited. I'm excited. But let's get started with the Reverie arc. Summary. Great powers on the move. The upcoming Reverie. Luffy, Sanji, Nami, Chopper, Brook, and Carrot were sailing to Wano on the Thousand Sunny after their escape from Tot Land when Luffy and Chopper discovered a raid suit that Niji had apparently given to Sanji. Despite the two's pleas, Sanji refused to try it, and Nami revealed the addition of Zeus to her climate attack. Carrot then received the newspaper, which told the story of their exploits against Big Mom, and also included 2 new bounties for Sanji and Luffy. Sanji was pleased that his bounty now surpasses Zoro, but was dismayed that his bounty poster included his family name. Luffy became depressed because he thought his bounty decreased to 150 million. People across the world reacted strongly to the news, and on Fishman Island, Neptune was reading it as Shirahoshi came to join her family in traveling to the reverie. Given Jinbei's actions against Big Mom, Neptune planned to declare Fishman Island under the Straw Hats' protection and a part of their territory. While Sakazuki read the news at New Marineford, he received a report that Princess Komane had been captured by pirates, and he was furious at the incompetence of the escort crew. Out at sea, Rebecca told Riku Jold III and Elizabello II about the news of Luffy's recent exploits when the pirate crew that had captured Komane set their eyes on the royal escort from their submarine, planning to abduct Viola as well. They fired a torpedo at the royal ship, but Kobe came in and redirected the shot before jumping on board and greeting the Dressrosa Providence Kingdom group. Helmeppo and the rest of the Marines then successfully took down the pirates and rescued Komane. Kobe talked to Kyros before Rebecca came out with the news about Luffy, and Kobe grew very happy as he read it, bringing him to tears of joy. Due to Luffy's actions against the Big Mom pirates, and reports of 7 powerful pirate crews being under his command, specifically talking about the Straw Hat Grand Fleet, he is now being called and considered as the 5th Emperor. Shanks reacted positively, saying it looks like he would be able to reunite with Luffy soon. However, the other emperors reacted more negatively, with Kaido angrily wondering why Luffy was in Big Mom's territory, Blackbeard saying it was too soon for Luffy to be given the title, and Big Mom herself questioning Luffy's victory before swearing revenge against the Straw Hats. Back on the Sunny, the Straw Hats revealed that Luffy had failed to see the extra 0 on his bounty, making it 1,500,000,000 berries to the surprise of all. Meanwhile, the Revolutionary Army moved their headquarters to Momorio Island and was preparing for a meeting of their executives while they read the news. Ivankov praised Dragon for the recent feats his son achieved and was surprised to learn that Sanji was part of the Germa Kingdom. Dragon noted that the Germa Kingdom would not be able to participate in the reverie. As they wondered why the executives were late, Sabo received a call from Lindbergh, who said they got in trouble. While they waited, Dragon discussed with Sabo about their plan of declaring war against the world nobles in the upcoming reverie. The mentioned trouble was revealed to be the Peachbeard pirates attacking the Leluzia Kingdom. As the citizens begged for the pirates to leave, the 4 executives and army commanders, Morley, Bello Betty, Lindbergh, and Karasu, appeared. After Morley overwhelmed the pirates with his Devil Fruit ability, even though they say Morley is... Even though they refer to Morley as a she, they kind of need to correct that in here. Because Morley comes from the Kamabaka Kingdom. After Morley overwhelmed the pirates with her Devil Fruit ability, Betty awakened the citizens' latent potential to fight with the Kobu Kobu no Mi and rallied them, allowing them to overwhelm the pirates with Lindbergh and Karasu's help. After taking down the pirates, the executives told their residents to claim Peachbeard's bounty and gave them a way to contact the revolutionaries if they needed to. As they left town, the executives talked about the reverie, which was set to occur in 2 days. At New Marineford, Sakazuki heard that Fujitora went to Marijois, which angered him. He sent Ryokugyu to get him out, but Ryokugyu was too lazy to do it, and the 2 admirals had a conversation. Fujitora said he had visited Vegapunk while journeying, and the scientists had invented something that could render the 7 warlords of the sea system obsolete. Meanwhile, royals gathered at the Red Portal in the Red Line, where they could enter Marijois through a gondola. Shirahoshi was awestruck to see the surface world for the first time, while King Steria was overwhelmed by a variety of people and races he had no knowledge of, and also showed his racism towards people that don't look like him. As the royals went up to Marijois with the gondola, they were secretly accompanied by Morley, Karasu, and Sabo, the latter of whom were disguised as a guard next to Steady. The meeting of the kings arriving at the Holy Land. The royals riding the gondola later reached the top. I'm excited to read through this now because I'm getting closer and closer to the Wano arc. I'm just so excited. should just do this sort of thing, now that I have the freedom to do it without having to sacrifice for a shift later at night. It's so freeing! My god. The meeting of the kings arriving at the Holy Land. I'm starting to embrace it a little bit more. I'm starting to embrace it a lot more because I was just reading it so normal, just reading the meeting of the kings arriving at the Holy Land. I feel more energized to read this. The meeting of the kings arriving at the Holy Land. The royals riding the gondola later reached the top of the Red Line and they made their way to Pangaea Castle. From his estate, St. Charlos spotted Shirahoshi and took an interest in her. The reverie participants all gathered inside the castle and they conversed with each other at the socializing plaza. Several royals tried to get Shirahoshi's attention, but she accidentally offended them due to her inexperience with communication. Elsewhere, Rebecca and Vivi got acquainted with each other while talking about Luffy. Shirahoshi overheard them and joined in on the conversation as Sai got reacquainted with Leo before telling his comrade that he planned to cut ties with Kano country. Wapol then approached Vivi and began insulting her until Dalton interrupted and drove him away. As Vivi got reacquainted with Dalton and Correa, Rebecca talked to Dalton about Luffy. At Impel Down Level 6 solitary confinement, Doflamingo asked Magellan if he was guarding him and wondered if an assassin was coming to silence him to ensure that the Marigeois' national treasure remained a secret. Back at Marigeois, a mysterious person opened a chamber where a straw hat was stored, and we still don't know what that is. Meanwhile, Big Mom contacted Kaido to make an arrangement concerning Luffy. Kaido opposed working with her, but she reminded him of a debt he owed her, and we find out what that debt is later in the Wano arc. The Marines tapped into this call and grew concerned over the possibility of the two meeting, but decided against taking action because of Wano country's defenses, which, as of right now, are still impregnable by the world government, ha ha. At the Red Port, Garp and several Marines heard about the call, and Hina talked to Garp about Rox, an entity whose era was over 40 years ago, but was currently gaining power. Back at Marigeois, Shanks met with the five elders in person to talk about a certain pirate. Elsewhere, Steri was brought before the empty throne to pledge never to sit on it and rule the world, and was brought before the empty throne to pledge never to sit on it and rule the world himself, but he became entranced by that idea. Outside, Charlos had Shirahoshi apprehended to be his pet. Leo and Sai attempted to stop the World Noble, but they were attacked by Rob Lucci as CP0 came to assist Charlos. Lucci stated that Charlos could do whatever he wanted as a god, and Neptune, who had already become disillusioned with living on the surface world, decided to attack Charlos and forsake Otohime's dream. However, Don Quixote Miasgard, the world noble that Otohime had saved 10 years ago, came in and hit Charlos with a massive spiked club and ordered the release of Shirahoshi. Having been reformed, but in literally the first world noble to be reformed from the outside, from someone on the outside. This is the first time we've ever seen this. I'm not counting Don Quixote Homing, who came to this idea by himself, but Don Quixote Miasgard was the first world noble that was actually reformed by someone on the outside. Came and hit Charlos with a massive club and ordered the release of Shirahoshi. Having been reformed by Otohime, Miasgard wished to repay his debt to the Ryugu Kingdom. Mancheri healed Shirahoshi's bruises, and Miasgard promised to protect the princess from any more threats during the reverie. The only world noble you can actually really count on. Because Don Quixote Homing and his wife, they are no longer with us because, well, the mother died due to sickness of being in the regular world with everyone else, and Homing died because Don Quixote shot him and brought his head to the world nobles. So Miasgard is the only world noble that actually understands how it feels to be in the world with regular people. So he's the only world noble that you could ever possibly talk to, and he understands where you're coming from. Meanwhile, Juribani disguised herself as the Queen Dowager of the Sorbet Kingdom, Kani, in order to infiltrate the domain of the gods where the world nobles lived. She managed to sneak past the Celestial Dragon Gate when Rosword came to see the injured Charlos. She also saw that Rosword was riding on Bartholomew Kuma, warlord of the sea and former king of the Sorbet Kingdom, who had become a slave to rent for the world nobles. The infiltrating revolutionaries saw this as well as they hid underground. They reflected that Kuma's enslavement was a statement to never defy the world nobles and decided to go ahead with a do-or-die mission to rescue Kuma. Then we have Reverie Begins, the world on the verge of cleansing. Fujitora summoned Cobra and Doldo to meet with him, and at some time after this meeting, all the royals gathered around a table to begin the first day of the Reverie Conference. Meanwhile, the five elders stated that Cobra had requested a meeting with them and talked about the increasing chaos in the world possibly necessitating a great cleansing. They headed for the empty throne upon which sat the mysterious Im-sama! Kneeling before Im, or you could say kneeling before him, but just take the H out. Kneeling before Im, the five elders requested to learn the name that Im had deemed the light that must be extinguished from history. And that's pretty much all of the events of the Reverie, and we already get into the story impact. Several characters make their first appearances in the manga after the time skip due to this. The characters in the order they were introduced: Crocodile, Kobe, Helmeppo, Marshall D. Teach, Van Augur, Doc Q, Avalo Pizarro, Moda, Inazuma, T-Bone, Monkey D. Garp, Charlos, Doberman, Strawberry, LaCroix, Kaku, and Rosward. The Blackbeard pirates only appear as silhouettes. Karasu, who was partly shown in chapter 593, is formally introduced. Gion and Tokikake make their... Wow, I was able to say that the first time. Tokikake made their first appearance in the main storyline. Don Quixote Miasgard is seen in the present for the first time. Neptune plans to declare that Fishman Island is under the Straw Hat's protection. Helmeppo is revealed to possess observation haki. Luffy's bounty is raised to 1,500,000,000. Luffy is now considered by at least the World Economic Journal and the general public to be the fifth emperor of the sea after being recognized for his actions in Topland. The world now knows about the existence of the Straw Hat Grand Fleet and Luffy's relationship with Sabo. Sanji's bounty is raised to 330 million. Sanji's wanted conditions change back to dead or alive. And his poster now has his full name Vinsmoke Sanji, making Sanji's relationship to the Vinsmoke family public. Sanji receives his own raid suit from Niji, who hid it in Luffy's pocket during the escape from Kako Island. Sanji rejects it, but the others want to keep it just in case. Sanji would later end up having to use the raid suit in the Wano Country arc to help hide his identity. Zeus remains with the Straw Hat Pirates. The German Kingdom's affiliation with the world government is revoked. The Revolutionary Army escaped the destruction of Baltico and they moved their base of operations to the Kamabaka Kingdom. Dragon decides to declare war on the world nobles during the Reverie. The executives of the World Revolutionary Army are introduced: Morley, Bello Betty, Lindbergh, and Karasu. Ryokugyu makes his first real appearance, though only a silhouette is shown. Fujitora and Ryokugyu were talking about via Vegapunk and his completion of an invention that would make the seven warlords of the sea obsolete. Fujitora meets with Nefertari Cobra and Riku Doldo III in a private meeting. It was later confirmed during the Wano Country arc that this meeting was to discuss on having the two kings propose on the disbandment of the seven warlords of the sea during the Reverie, as both of their kingdoms had previously suffered because of the warlords of the sea. Cobra against Crocodile, and King Riku Dold against Doflamingo, respectively, which would lead to the warlord system dissolvement. Side plans to cut ties with his own kingdom, with him going off on his own and being with Baby Five. Doflamingo is shown in solitary confinement, and he believes that there will be assassins coming after him because he knows about Marijoi's secret national treasure. A mysterious figure known as Im is introduced. The five elders bow to Im, implying that the latter is the true head of the world government. Im has shown an interest in Luffy, Blackbeard, Shirahoshi, and Vivi, having cut apart pictures of the first three while holding a picture of the fourth, Vivi's picture. A straw hat is kept in a secret chamber in Marijois, which Im has access to. According to Big Mom, Kaido owes her a big favor. It was also mentioned that the two used to work together. Those statements would be expanded upon during the Wano Country arc. The two were formerly part of the Rock's pirates, and Kaido's devil fruit, the Uo Uo no Mi Model Seryu, was given to him by Linlin the day the crew disbanded. A group named Rocks is mentioned by Garp and said that Rocks' era came before Rogers. The empty throne is revealed. 800 years ago, the 20 kingdoms that founded the world government made a pledge in front of the throne, cementing that the world's kings are equal among each other. The pledge is followed and reenacted by all kings allied with the world government. Sterry has shown interest in taking the throne for himself, violating the pledge, because Sterry is a selfish noble that only cares about himself. Despite the pledge, a mysterious person named called Im is allowed to sit on the throne. Kaku is confirmed to be part of CP0. Charlos attempts to forcibly take Shirahoshi into his possession, but is stopped by Miasgard, a fellow world noble who was once saved by Otohime. Miasgard now considers himself a human thanks to Otohime, unlike the other world nobles who view themselves above humanity. Shanks is at Marijois and he speaks to the five elders in person about a specific pirate. Bartholomew Kuma is revealed to be the Sorbet Kingdom's former king and is currently a slave for rent for the world nobles. Sabo, Morley, Lindbergh, and Karasu plan to rescue Kuma, and lastly, Julie Bonnie infiltrates Marijois for an unknown objective. So down here it says, One Piece editor Takuma Naito stated that he does not consider the Reverie arc a full arc, as it was intentionally short. However, it is longer than the Logtown, Reverse Mountain, and Return to Sabaody arcs. This is the first arc to not feature all current members of the Straw Hat Pirates in any form, including cover page and flashbacks, with Frankie and Jinbei not being shown at all. In the anime adaptation, both Frankie and Jinbei do appear in flashbacks from various arcs, but this is the first arc where none of the main characters are even in there. This is so far the only arc that does not focus on the end adventure of the Straw Hat Pirates in the arc's main setting. That is the end of the Reverie. Now we get to move on to the last one I will cover today. How long has this been going on? I dare say this will probably turn into like a 4-hour stream of a massive recap that goes from the Zou arc all the way to where it is right now. Hold on, let me see. 3 hours and 46 minutes. We're getting close. We're getting close to about 4 hours. Wano Country arc. And we're going to be going as far as the story goes. And, well, here it says the volumes, it starts at 90. The volume, it starts out as 90. The manga chapter starts off at 90, but it has no determined end point yet, because we haven't finished the Wano arc yet. The Wano Country arc is the 31st story arc in the series and the second in the Wano Country saga of One Piece, continuing from the Reverie arc. Now, if I go over to the Wano Country saga, the Wano Country saga is the 4th saga of the second half of the anime and the manga series, and is the 10th and penultimate saga overall, which means the Wano Country saga is the second to last saga we will get. One dream, one wish, kanoetsui nara over the top. But yeah, we're here now. The Ninja Pirate Mink Samurai Alliance gather in Wano and prepare for the battle against the Beast Pirates. The history of Kozuki Oden and his ties to Wano Country, Whitebeard and Goldie Roger are revealed, and the Alliance assaults Onigashima to take down the allied forces of Kaido and Big Mom, all while alliances shift on all sides of the siege. Meanwhile, after the events during the recent Reverie, the world goes through dramatic changes. We got a long way to go, so let's do it. Summary! Prologue, getting to Wano. Nekomamushi and the Guardians arrived in Sphinx, where Marco resided and worked as a doctor. Marco revealed that Sphinx was Whitebeard's homeland and his last keepsake. With Edward Weevil and Bakken hunting for Whitebeard's inheritance, Marco anticipated that they would attack this place, and so elected to stay behind and protect it instead of joining the Ninja Pirate Mink Samurai Alliance against Kaido. However, he told Nekomamushi to give Luffy a message from him once he arrived at Wano Country. Sometime later, Luffy's group read about the Reverie while sailing to Wano. Nami noticed an article about Kaido and Big Mom, but was unable to read it due to Sanji and Chopper cutting pictures out. The crew then came to a stormy area that looked like Wano, and as they sailed through it, they encountered a school of giant carp. They then came to the bottom of a massive waterfall, and Luffy grabbed onto 2 of the jumping carp to pull themselves up. At the top of the waterfall was a whirlpool, and Luffy had Sanji fly the others to land. When he tried to follow them, an octopus that had boarded the Sunny held him back, causing him to go down into the whirlpool. First act. Arrival at Wano, the plight of Otama and the leftover citizens. Meanwhile, Kinemon, Law, Zoro, Usopp, Robin, and Frankie had snuck into Wano's flower capital. Kinemon warned the group that the shogun Kurozumi Orochi had agents lurking around every corner, so they would need to disguise their identities and assimilate into the populace. Frankie became an apprentice carpenter under Minatomo, Usopp sold toad oil on the streets, and Robin trained to become a geisha performing for Orochi. Zoro, however, became a ronin and was framed for several street murders. The magistrate sentenced him to seppuku and gleefully apprehended the stolen shusui, but Zoro sensed that he was the one who actually committed the murders. With the short seppuku blade, he cut down the magistrate from a considerable distance. And as you can see here, Zoro is powerful enough where he can release air slashes that can hit people a far off distance and even destroy buildings behind him. Luffy and the Sunny washed up on Kuri Beach, and after coming to, Luffy immediately encountered a baboon with a sword named Hihimaru battling a Komaino named Komachio. Close by, a group of Beast Pirate scouts were riding to shore with a young captive girl named Tama, whom they had captured after she mentioned the Kozuki family when they were harassing her at the market. They attempted to take out Luffy for illegally entering the country, but Luffy quickly brought them down. One of them was still conscious and told Hihimaru to take down Luffy, but it quickly backed down due to Luffy's Conqueror's Haki. Tama then knocked out the scout and submitted herself to Luffy, and in his confusion, she managed to pull a piece of Kibidango from her cheek and feed it to Hihimaru, instantly taming him. To thank Luffy, Tama helped him dock the Sunny in a hidden cave before taking him to her home to feed him. When they got to her place, she made a small meal for him out of the little rice she had. She then went out and Luffy was suddenly confronted by her master Tenguyama Hitetsu, who thought he had stolen her small rations. Tama then came back and revealed what had happened, but she then fell ill due to drinking contaminated river water, to suppress her hunger. Hitetsu said that much of the country was turned into a polluted wasteland by Kaido and his factories, and this place, Amigasa Village, had been destroyed by the Shinichi Diaz Drake a year ago. Tama continued living here, however, in order to wait for Porcus Diaz, who had come during a famine 4 years ago and helped feed everyone. Before he left, he had promised to take Tama along with him the next time he came. Luffy revealed that Ace had died, causing Tama to faint. He then decided to go out to the nearest town to get Tama treated by a doctor and don the kimono. He also chose to take the cursed sword Ni Daihiki Tetsu, despite Hitetsu's protests, and set off with Tama. Somewhere in Kuri, Beast Pirates Shinichi Basil Hawkins received a report that they had lost contact with their men on Kuri Beach, and Hawkins decided to deal with this himself. On the way to town, Komachio arrived to give Luffy and Tama a ride. They emerged from the forest in a massive wasteland, and Tama told Luffy more about the pollution. Why do I keep thinking about saying population? More about the pollution in the country. Luffy then saw a woman being chased by some beast pirates, only for the pirates to be cut down by someone. Luffy saw that the attacker was in fact Zoro, and quickly went to reunite with his crewmate. However, the two of them were soon confronted by Hawkins and his men. The two sides began battling, and Luffy and Zoro went after Hawkins, but he shrugged off their attacks with his Wara Wara no Mi abilities. Komachio then ran in and grabbed Luffy and Zoro to make sure Tama got to treatment, and Hawkins pursued them with a giant straw avatar for a bit until Zoro managed to cut down the avatar. As Luffy, Zoro, and Tama headed to town, they were suddenly greeted by Suru, who was the woman Zoro had saved. Suru offered to repay them for helping her by taking them to her tea house and brewing an herb to cure Tama. At Okobore Town, the leftovers town, the tea house poster girl Kiku was courted by the flower capital's strongest sumo wrestler Urashima, but she declined his marriage proposal. Luffy's group then arrived, and Suru told Kiku Nojo to make the healing brew. Tama was healed after drinking it, and Suru gave her some porridge to eat. After very reluctantly accepting it, Tama was brought to tears by its taste. Kiku Nojo bandaged Zoro's wounds, and Suru explained that all of them in the leftovers town lived with barely any food to eat. Kozuki Oden once had a farm to feed everyone, but that farm was now used to feed Orochi and the wealthy citizens in the nearby Bakura town. Everything Okobore town got were cast-offs and leftovers from there. Suddenly, the group found themselves under attack from the gifter Batman. Batman! I wonder what people they got to sing that high version of the songs, because it sounded like dudes and women involved with that. You know, Batman. Suddenly, the group found themselves under attack from the gifter Batman, who, with his bat smile, had overheard their conversation. While they dealt with Batman's attacks, Gazelle Man came in and kidnapped Tama to bring her to Bakura Town, which the Shinichi Hold'em had planned in order to find out about Hihimaru's taming. Kikunojo immediately mourned Komachiyo to go rescue Tama, and Luffy and Zoro joined her. She explained to them the situation in Bakura Town and revealed that she was a samurai. On top of the mountain where Odin Castle was located, Beppo, Shachi, and Penguin spotted Luffy and Zoro from afar. When they saw the duo heading to Bakura Town, they told Law, who quickly became worried and planned to stop them. In Bakura Town, Gazelle Man brought Tama to Hold'em, who decided to try testing her ability by pulling on her cheeks with pliers. Elsewhere, Urashima told the gifter Mouseman about Kikunojo while eating, and Mouseman encouraged him to use his high status to take her by force. Luffy, Zoro, and Kikunojo later arrived at Bakura Town, and while racing down the street, they were suddenly hit by a sumo wrestler who had been knocked out of the ring by Urashima. As Urashima was dominating his opponents, he saw Kikunojo and became ecstatic, thinking she had come to accept his proposal. He had his men bring her to him, but when he silenced and degraded the lower class spectators, Kikunojo became mad and cut off his top knot with her sword. One of Hold'em's men told him that Urashima's top knot had been cut off, while Hawkins and his men warned the Bakura Town forces about Luffy as they headed there themselves. Back at the sumo ring, Urashima decided to attack Kikunojo for her actions, but his attack was met by Luffy. Luffy challenged him to a sumo match for Kiku, and the two of them began fighting. Luffy was able to, I feel so much more energy now that I'm doing all these now. I don't know if it's because I stretch or if I got myself some water, but so much more energy is being put into the way I'm saying these words now. Luffy challenged him to a sumo match for Kiku, and the two of them began fighting. Luffy was able to effortlessly dodge Urashima's attacks and knocked him out of the ring with a single Gear 3 enhanced Harite, destroying several buildings. Remember the padding of the scene in the anime? It went on for so long. The sumo match went on for so long. There was so much padding, and the pacing was so slow. It was just so long. With a single Gear 3, Gear 3rd enhanced Harite, destroying several buildings. The Beast Pirates guards then attacked Zoro, Luffy, Zoro, and Kiku, causing a fight to break out as the latter trio searched for Hold'em. Hold'em then appeared on a rooftop with Tama, angry that Luffy had sent Urashima flying into his house, and said he would kill Tama if he made a move. Law was still on the mountain when Shachi saw that a fire had broken out and Hawkins had arrived at Bakura Town, leaving him aghast. Deep within Bakura Town, the Shinichi and Horse Smile user Speed collected a cart full of clean food from the Paradise Farm. She saw the fire and destruction around Hold'em's house as she went into town and wondered what was going on. As Hold'em threatened Tama with Kamijiro, the lion head growling from his stomach, Kikunojo warned Luffy that going against Hold'em would attract the wrath of the all-star and ruler of Kuri, Jack. And let me just say this, Jack ain't get nothing. Jack got nothing. Jack was the least used and least useful calamity or disaster we ever saw throughout all of Wano. King and Queen did more than Jack. Jack just got bodied all the time. However, Luffy decided to take action after seeing Speed bring the food provision cart onto the scene, and in the blink of an eye, punched Kamijiro and freed Tama. Why did I say Tommy? Tama. Zoro attacked the pirates around the provisions cart, and Komachiyo pulled it away. When Luffy saw that Hold'em had hurt Tama's cheek, he turned around to attack the Shinichi. Hold'em had Kamijiro breathe fire at Luffy, but it was to no avail as Luffy took him out with Gomu Gomu no Red Hoke. As Hawkins entered Bakura Town, he was confronted by a masked Law who intended to take him out before the fellow supernova could recognize him. Nope, no hope for the Mammoth Boys. Seriously. I remember when Rogers Bates always talked about the Mammoth Boys and everything, only for Jack to get next to no love and then get bodied consistently. They still call themselves the Mammoth Boys, but the Mammoth Boys didn't get any retribution. Welcome back, Stellus. I had no idea that you had left out. We're currently going through the Wano Country arc right now. We're on the last arc to go over. Even though it's still ongoing, it's a summary thus far. As Hawkins entered Bakura Town, he was confronted by a masked Law who intended to take him out before the fellow supernova could recognize him. However, Hawkins quickly recognized Law by his devil fruit power and tattoos, and after a brief clash, he removed Law's mask. He revealed to Law that he had figured out that his and Luffy's alliance had infiltrated Wano, and Law's panic only grew as Hawkins received a call that Hold'em had been taken out and Jack had been notified. Nearby, Luffy and Tama immediately started running away, and Luffy saw Speed's horse body and jumped on her. She quickly became angry, and Luffy told Tama to feed her a Kibi Dango, which she did. Although the Dango was not supposed to work on humans, it did work on Speed due to her devil fruit. And she happily carried Luffy and Tama away. Zoro and Kikunojo rode the provisions cart out of town, and Law hitched a ride with them in order to yell at Zoro for his actions. They took the provisions cart to Okobore Town, where they offered it to the delighted citizens. Your mom needed you to get salt, tomato paste, eggs, and tea. Oh, it's fine, Stellus. It's perfectly all right. You guys don't ever need to let me know when you guys got to do something important. Like, I understand you guys acknowledging that you got to step away and stuff like that, but you guys don't owe me any explanation of whether you go someplace. It's perfectly all right. Reminds me that my mom's going to be making some homemade spaghetti as well, and it's going to be good because we already got the garlic bread. We got our sweet tea. We got our snacks and everything. Oh, it's going to be so good. And I get to enjoy dinner with my family. Because let me just take a deviation from this real quick. I used to be, you're fine, Stellus, but it used to be when I worked at Harris Teeter, and my family was cooking food from taco and Mexican food and all sorts of meals, I would never be able to eat it because I would go to sleep when they were cooking it. And when I woke up, they had already finished eating and the food was already in the fridge or in the oven and I couldn't eat it because I had to go to work. Now, I get to enjoy home-cooked evening meals with my family again. See, you don't realize what you've been really missing out on when an obstacle has been removed and all the things that you missed out on is now directly in front of you. I get to enjoy those again. Not just on days off, but consistently. It didn't dawn on me until just now that I'm going to be able to do that from now on. The benefits of being free of a 9-to-5. So many benefits. I'm so grateful. I am so grateful. Let's get back to this. Let's see. They took the provisions cart to Okobore Town where they offered it to the delighted citizens. Some gifters attempted to stop this, but they were then crushed by a massive tub of clean water that Luffy brought. As Tama ate an apple, Luffy promised her that by the time he left Wano, she would be able to eat until she is full every day, and this caused Tama to start crying as Ace had said the exact same thing. Later on, we found out just how serious he meant by that. Ghosts of the past! Ghosts of the past, the truth about the Kozuki family. How long is this going to take me to get through all of this? Because Wano covers so much. Oh, wow. We got a lot to read. My God, we got a lot to read. And a lot of story impact things as well. Rolling up my sleeves. That sounded like Kenzo. I'll be right back. I'm back. Sorry about that. Kenzo went to the groomers and apparently he cut up. But he's. I've realized lately that our dog Kenzo, he's had these moments where I feel like he's going through like a rebellion phase, where he's trying to give everyone a hard time. But he's back now. He's groomed. He looks like a little bit fuzzy. Like his hair was a little bit shaggy a little bit before we got him groomed, and now it looks all perfectly fine, and he looks all puffed out, and he looks like a walking four-legged Alfro. He's a good boy. But let's go back because we got a lot to cover. Because apparently, yeah, we got a lot to cover. We got a lot to cover, so let's get to it. But I'm not stopping until we get to the end. Ghosts of the Past, the truth about the Kozuki family. In the Flower Capital, the teacher taught some students that Kozuki Oden and his 9 red scabbards had tried to commit the evil act of opening Wano's borders. Is he doing okay? Oh, he's fine. He's fine. Kenzo is fine. He just wanted to be difficult during the grooming process. That's the thing. He didn't do anything bad, it's just that he wanted to give people a hard time. Because he's going through a rebellion phase. Which is why I'm staying on him with his training. In the Flower Capital, a teacher taught some students that Kozuki Oden and his 9 red scabbards had tried to commit the evil act of opening Wano's borders, but their hero, the Shogun Orochi, had defeated and killed them 20 years ago. Already gaslighting kids. Elsewhere, in the capital, Orochi's money changer Kiyoshiro brought up the night Oden was killed, recalling how his wife Kozuki Toki had sworn a curse on him. Orochi believed this was a prophecy that the Kozuki family would return for vengeance in 20 years, with this year being the year of prophecy. But Kiyoshiro, I've been saying his name wrong too, because Kiyoshiro doesn't have like a Ki next to it. So Kiyoshiro was derisive of the shogun's paranoia, believing that the Kozukis and their scabbards were all dead. Law then told Luffy and Zoro he would take them to the ruins of Oden Castle on top of the nearby mountain. Tama bid farewell to Luffy as Speed took her back to Amikasa village, and the villagers thanked Luffy for his actions. Kikunojo joined Law's group on the way to Oden Castle, and Luffy wondered why she wanted to go there. Zoro wandered off along the way, and when they reached the ruins, Luffy spotted graves for Kinemon, Kanjuro, Raizo, and Momonosuke and was led to believe they were dead. However, Kinemon then appeared, queasy but very alive. And Luffy also reunited with Momonosuke and his crew from Whole Cake Island, while Kikunojo excitedly greeted Kinemon. Law and Kinemon then took the Straw Hats inside to eat, and there Kinemon revealed that his group had come here by traveling 20 years forward in time. Meanwhile, a lost Zoro decided to head towards a wharf where he took a ride on a boat. This dude can't walk straight 5 minutes without pulling off to the left. He could literally, I feel like Zoro would get turned around in a one-way hallway. Kinemon talked about Oden's history, explaining that he was the son of Shogun Kozuki Sukiyaki, but had been exiled from the Flower Capital for participating in violent fights. While in exile, he went to Kuri, which was then the most lawless region in Wano, and defeated its most dangerous criminal, Ashura Doji. After rounding up the other criminals, Oden was granted the title of daimyo of Kuri by his father. He gathered many of his followers during this time, including Inuarashi and Nekomamushi after they had drifted ashore. However, he felt confined by Wano's borders and so illegally set off to sea, first sailing with the Whitebeard Pirates before joining the Pirate King Goldie Roger and the Roger Pirates. However, this ultimately led to his execution 20 years ago. After Oden's execution, Kinemon, Kanjuro, Raizo, Kiku, and another retainer managed to escape and head for Oden's wife and 2 children, Momonosuke and Hiyori, in Oden Castle, but Kaido had set it ablaze. After getting into the burning castle and finding Oden's family, Toki decided to send Momonosuke, Kinemon, Kanjuro, Raizo, and Kikunojo forward in time with her Toki Toki no Mi ability, while she would die here, and Kinemon promised to fulfill Oden's wishes. They were then sent 20 years into the future, where they saw gravestones with their names on it. They traveled through the new Wano and initially despaired, but they were able to find people who were still loyal to the Kozuki family. and set off to sea to find more allies to fight Orochi and Kaido, which led to them finding the Straw Hats and Law. With the alliance now formed, Kinemon revealed that their goal was not to wage a full-scale war, but to conduct a raid on Kaido's home of Onigashima during the Fire Festival 2 weeks from now. He presented a secret message to tell recipients to meet at the Habu port at the appointed time, which they would pass out to their allies who were marked by a crescent moon symbol on their ankles. Zoro's group was already working to gain intel in the Flower Capital, and the rest of the Straw Hats would do the same. Kinemon had Nami trained to be the Kunoichi, and summoned the Master Kunoichi Shinobu to train her. Finally, he told the Alliance that there were 3 samurai they particularly needed to find, as they were each worth 100 men: Ashura Doji, Kawamatsu, and Denjiro. Next, a terrifying force. Kaido appears. Back in Okobore town, the citizens found themselves under attack by Shutenmaru and the Mount Atama thieves. The thieves took their food, and Shutenmaru felt no pity for the citizens, believing that there were no heroes who would really feed and protect them. Jack then rode into town looking for Luffy and confronted Shutenmaru, saying that his crew would only let the thief live if he joined Kaido. Shutenmaru refused and attacked Jack, and the two sparred. However, their fight was soon interrupted when Kaido suddenly came flying in as a dragon, wanting to know where Luffy and Law were. Kinemon's group was shocked to see Kaido, and Law revealed why he had come, saying that he and Luffy needed to deal with this alone to keep the rest of them from being exposed. Kaido drunkenly flew around Okobore town, dealing lots of damage, lots of destruction in the process. And to stop the destruction, Hawkins raced in and claimed without knowing that Luffy and Law were at the ruins of Oden Castle. Kaido immediately flew towards the ruins and immediately blew them apart with fire breath, and this caused Luffy to become extremely angry and attack him. After the attack, Luffy raced back towards the ruins where he encountered a heavily injured Speed, who revealed that Kaido had attacked her and Tama on their way to Amigasa village. With no idea if any of his allies were safe, Luffy decided to try ending the plan immediately and confronted Kaido. He then caught the smoke. He spared no time in pummeling the Emperor with his most powerful attacks, bringing him back into his human form. After Luffy's onslaught, however, Kaido got back up without any signs of damage and knocked him out with one swing of his mace. It's like a little 3-year-old coming to his fully built father or fully built stranger saying, like, I'm going to beat you up and then I'm going to bring you down. And after letting the kid beat up on him, this one individual just slaps the kid away and the kid gets knocked out in the process. That's essentially what Luffy was to Kaido in this moment. Law attempted to bring Luffy to him, but was hit with a sea stone nail and attacked by Hawkins, forcing him to flee. Luffy knocked out several pirates with Hao Shakuhaki when they tried to apprehend him, and Kaido decides to have him thrown in prison to break his spirit and make him a subordinate. Now that he was sober, Kaido decided to go after Law later and flew off to Onigashima to drink. Meanwhile, Kinemon had gone to Okobore town to check on his wife Suru and was happy to find her alive and well, but did not intend on reuniting with her until after their mission had been accomplished. He then spotted Shutenmaru riding away and recognized him as Ashura Doji. In the now destroyed castle ruins, the Alliance was able to survive the blast due to Shinobu rotting the ground away with her Juku no Mi abilities. And after getting out of the hole, Kikunojo prepared to tell them about the current situation in Wano. In the wastelands of Kuri, Inuarashi and his musketeers found the injured Tama and took her to receive treatment. An extra edition of the newspaper covering the fight was printed out, and Usopp, Frankie, Robin, and Zoro were appalled when they read it. You know the famous face. That face. When they found out that Luffy was beaten. The next day, Luffy was taken to the prisoner mines in Udon, where prisoners tirelessly worked to build weapons for Kaido. One mysterious prisoner was fed a poisoned fish that was supposed to be boneless, and when Luffy was brought inside the prison, a guard attempted to attack him for glaring at him. However, the mysterious prisoner spit the fish bones at the guard, taking him out. The guards threw Luffy in a cell, stating that starting tomorrow they would break his spirit by working him to death. Luffy's cell was next to Eustace Kid's, and they both swore revenge against Kaido, causing them to realize each other's presence. Interlude: Gecko Moria versus Blackbeard. On Karegana Island, Perona was elated to see news of Gecko Moria being alive. She decided to go find him, which Mihawk stated might be for the best because of some developments at the reverie. Pretty much talking about how the reverie declared this is the first time he got knocked out before prison, right? Yes. This is actually the first time that Luffy got absolutely one-shotted by a person in a fight. Not like an extended fight where they're each dodging each other's attack. This is the first time that Luffy got hit by an attack and he was knocked out completely. Now, we have moments with Crocodile when he was fighting Crocodile, and Crocodile managed to land some hits on him and then drain Luffy of the hydration, but managed to come back thanks to Robin. But this is the first time Luffy, at the height of his power during this time, after all the training that Rayleigh gave him, was knocked out by someone of just straight up superior strength. This was the first time. Because this isn't the first time Luffy's been beaten, but this is the first time Luffy's been beaten in a single blow. This was the first time. Interlude! Now, when Mihawk says the statement, it might be the time for the best for Perona to leave, he's pretty much talking about how the 7 warlords have been abolished, but we'll get to that events later. She decided to go find Gecko Moria, which Mihawk stated might be for the best because of some developments at the reverie. Meanwhile, Moria invaded Pirate Island with his zombie army to confront Blackbeard and find the missing Absalom, who had come to the island a few days ago. However, found out that Absalom had been killed after Katarina Devon impersonated him with the Inu Inu no Mi model Kyubi no Kitsune, allowing Shiryu to use the Suke Suke no Mi power he had stolen from Absalom to attack Moria and his army. Blackbeard then called out to Moria from his hideout, inviting the former warlord of the sea to join his crew and revealing recent earth-shaking events, including the executives of the Revolutionary Army fighting Fujitora and Ryokugyu during the reverie and the Straw Hats' arrival at Wano country. So, Blackbeard already knew that the Straw Hats were in Wano country. He knew that they were in Wano. Second act. The Oiran Komurasaki arrives, an eventful banquet. On Mount Atama, Inuarashi clashed with Ashura Doji as Kinemon, Momonosuke, Kiku, the Minks, and Ashura's men looked on. Kinemon stopped the fight, and Ashura refused to rejoin the Kozuki family, saying he was only loyal to Odin and the rest of his followers' absences the past 20 years left a hole too large to be filled. In Amigasa village, Tama recovered from her injuries, and on Onigashima, Jack was berated by his fellow All-Stars King and Queen for the low offerings from Kuri. In the Flower Capital, among news about the thief Ushimitsu Kozo and street murderer Kamazo, the Kozuki family's allies received Kinemon's secret message and understood it. As this happened, Nami and Shinobu infiltrated a high-ranking official's house to spy on a covert weapons trade deal, though were caught and forced to flee. While gliding away, Nami saw that Sanji had opened a soba stand on the street. Usopp, Robin, and Frankie reunited with Sanji as they ate his soba, but trouble quickly arose when 3 thugs from the Kyoshiro family came to try extorting money from him. When Sanji refused, they hit a little girl's bowl out of her hands, resulting in Sanji and Frankie beating 2 of them into the ground. The third one ran off to report this Kyoshiro, who told him to contact Queen to send assassins after Sanji. In the aftermath, Sanji gave the little girl another bowl of soba, and she introduced herself as Toko, laughing whenever she spoke. After eating, Toko raced off to join the Oiran Komurasaki, whom she worked for as a Kamuro. Robin's master came in and revealed that Komurasaki was the greatest of all Oiran in Wano, and that Robin would be accompanying her to Orochi's banquet. As Komurasaki paraded through the street, she left many men incapacitated in her wake. She was attacked by a group of men whom she had swindled after tricking them into giving her money to purchase her freedom. The men were quickly taken out by a guard and exiled, and Komurasaki coldly looked down on them. In Amigasa village, Tama asked Momonosuke about his sister Hiyori, and he replied that he believed that she was still alive and now 26 years old. How right he was. However, he did not intend to reunite with her until after the war to prevent Orochi from targeting her. I don't think we need to worry about that anymore. In Orochi Castle, Orochi met with agents from CP0 who were trying to broker a new deal for Kaido's weapons after Doflamingo's downfall. Random scam call. Get off. Orochi decided to use the immense amount of leverage he had to demand that they bring him Vegapunk to continue their trade. When one of the agents protested, Orochi shot him, saying he was untouchable due to Kaido backing him. Orochi then went to partake in his banquet where he is celebrated with Komurasaki, Robin, and many others. As the banquet progressed, Robin snuck off to try to gather information. However, she was caught by Orochi's ninja squad, the Orochi Oniwabanchu. The ninja managed to restrain her, only to find out it was a body double. As Robin ran back to the banquet hall, their leader Fukuro Kuju ordered them to sneak around and find her. Robin reported her situation to Nami, Shinobu, and Brook, who had also infiltrated the castle. As Robin returned to the banquet hall, Orochi overheard Kyoshiro talking about avenging his comrades and using the opportunity to warn everyone else about Toki's prophecy and the impending return of the Kozuki family. The guests all believed Orochi's paranoia to be lunacy, but kept quiet. However, Toko was unable to prevent herself from bursting into laughter, resulting in Orochi becoming enraged. He attempted to attack Toko with the sword, resulting in Komurasaki slapping him. Despite the grave consequences of such an action, she stood her ground and refused to apologize. Orochi transformed into the Yamata no Orochi and tried to avoid attacking her, but his anger eventually overcame his attraction, and he wrested her into his mouth. Meanwhile, the Orochi Oniwabanchu spotted Robin running away with Toko and chased her, although she managed to overpower them with Brook's help. One of the Oniwabanchu, Hanzo, crawled into the attic and discovered Nami and Shinobu hiding out there. Shinobu incapacitated him before destroying the floor, hitting him in the round tables. Shinobu incapacitated him before destroying the floor, sending it crashing down onto Orochi below and freeing Komurasaki from his grasp. The Oiron then stood in front of Kyoshiro and let him strike her down in order to give her a samurai's mercy. Orochi was distraught to see Komurasaki would be killed, and he started chasing after Robin and Toko. However, Nami summoned Zeus and brought him down onto the Shogun, striking him with a massive thunderbolt. Chaos in the capital! Straw Hats on the move! As Frankie was working, Minatomo revealed to him that he had pawned off the blueprints to Kaido's castle, leaving Frankie enraged. He ran off to the pawn shop and worked to trace the passage of the blueprints from person to person. The trail went cold after a man named Rakuda revealed that a man from Kuri had stolen them from him, and Frankie reported this to Kinemon. Kinemon took over looking for the blueprints as the Minks brought in food and weapons they stole from the Beast Pirates. They had forged a note to make the pirates think that the Mount Atama thieves had stolen it. Meanwhile, Diaz Drake and Page 1, two of the strongest 6 headliners known as the Tobiroppo, went through the Flower Capital to look for Sanji. Law snuck up to Sanji and told him to go hide, and they, along with Usopp and Sanji, ran off. However, Page 1 started rampaging in a Spinosaurus form and attacked citizens to draw Sanji out. This worked as Sanji attacked Page 1, and as Page 1 called Diaz Drake for backup, Sanji assured his comrades that he would finish this quickly without being spotted as he pulled out his raid suit. Sanji donned the raid suit, and Law recognized him as a character Stealth Black from Sora, Warrior of the Sea. We brought this story up way back in Whole Cake Island. Sanji became invisible and attacked Page 1 by surprise, sending him crashing into a building. Page 1 transformed into his hybrid form and hit Sanji through multiple buildings with his immense strength. However, Sanji was barely hurt and attacked Page 1 from above, and Law, Usopp, and Frankie fled the Flower Capital and headed towards Ebisu Town. Meanwhile, Zoro walked through the region of Kibi with a Taiko Mochi named Tonoyasu. Tonoyasu was enamored with him and stuck along after Zoa had saved him from some Yakuza thugs. The two of them headed into Ebisu Town, which is where Tonoyasu originated. At Ebisu Town, Zoro met its citizens who all laughed constantly and refused to let their extreme poverty and hunger bring them down. Robin, Nami, Brook, and Shinobu escaped from Orochi Castle, and after dropping Toko off in the Red Light District, went with Kanjuro to the Northern Cemetery in Ringo. There, they talked about Kyoshiro's actions, and Kanjuro wondered what to make of them. As in his time, Wano's top Yakuza boss was named Hyogoro of the Flower. Brook revealed that there was a poneglyph in the basement of Orochi Castle, but it was not the road poneglyph, which was likely in Onigashima. Nami, Robin, and Shinobu then headed back to the Flower Capital to go to a bathhouse. We have so much to cover. And we still haven't broke the big things that are happening right now. Ugh. I can make it though. Sumo, because my lips are starting to feel like a little bit, I wouldn't say numb. But they're starting to feel just a little bit off because I'm talking for so long, but I'm fine. Sumo Inferno! Luffy takes on the prisoner mine. In the prisoner mine in Udon, while an elderly prisoner named Grandpa Hyo collapsed under the backbreaking work, Luffy and Kid moved large blocks at a rapid rate and were rewarded with large amounts of kibidango to eat. This caused the Vice Warden Doban to go on a rampage due to his food reserves running out, and he stepped on Hyo as he attempted to kill Luffy and Kid in his hippopotamus mouth. Luffy and Kid quickly took him out, and although attacking a warden would result in execution, they avoided punishment due to no one seeing them inside Doban's hippo, and they became heroes among the prisoners as Luffy carried Hyo off. The next day, Hyo thanked Luffy for saving him, and Luffy gave him some meal tickets to keep his energy up. Raizo, having infiltrated the prison, came up to Luffy to tell him that he located the keys to his sea stone handcuffs, but they were in a heavily guarded room. Caribou, who's there as well, then went to Luffy to ask for meal tickets, offering to become his subordinates if given some, but Luffy refused. Caribou already trying to mooch off people. On Onigashima, Kaido and the Beast Pirates were on high alert as the Big Mom Pirates were approaching Wano country on the Queen Mama Chanter. They had attached the Chanter to the giant carp to pull them up to the waterfall. However, King then flew in with the power of the Ryu no Mi Monopteranodon and crashed into the ship, sending it falling back down the mountain, with Big Mom falling into the ocean in the process. The rest of the Big Mom pirates landed safely on the Chanter, and they wondered what would become of Big Mom. Some of them were worried that Kaido would kill her, as the two emperors hated each other after once being crewmates. That morning, Chopper, Momonosuke, Tama, and Kiku walked down to Kuri Beach, where they saw Big Mom wash the shore. Chopper became frantic while the other three wondered who she was. However, Big Mom revealed to herself to have no memory of who she was. A day later, Chopper's group brought Big Mom to Okabori Town, where Suru served her some oshiruko. Big Mom took a liking to the oshiruko, and Chopper told her that there was lots of it in Udon to get her to go there. Big Mom tamed a Wanizame by hitting it, and the group rode it on their long journey to save Luffy. Momonosuke resumed practicing his swordsmanship and shouted "Tsunachi!" after having heard Zoro tell him about it being used in his homeland, which turns out to be Shimotsuki Village. Kiku told him not to say it, as it was a cry used by past generations in Kuri that was unbefitting of someone of his status. In the prisoner mine, the guards were set on high alert as Kid had managed to escape and Raizo had successfully stolen the handcuff keys. As Luffy was prodded for information, Hyo was attacked by the warden Babanuki and Vice Warden Daifugo, as they did not believe he earned all his meal tickets. Hyo accepted his death, as he was now happy after witnessing Luffy's act of kindness, which he had not seen in the country since before Kaido's takeover when he was Hyogoro of the Flower. However, Luffy then rushed in and kicked Daifugo, which was seen by everyone around him. Right as Luffy made his attack, Queen arrived at the prisoner mine. Luffy managed to injure Daifugo despite being weakened by his handcuffs, but was quickly overwhelmed by Babanuki after the warden shot an explosive blast from his elephant Smile's tusk. Queen then made his entrance and Babanuki told him what was going on. Luffy and Hyogoro were brought before Queen, who decided to make his execution entertaining. Zuma, 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 zuma. Meanwhile, as Raizo drew closer to Luffy, he heard the mysterious prisoner calling out to him, and was shocked to realize that this prisoner was his comrade Kawamatsu. Raizo had to leave Kawamatsu after being spotted, and Queen put Luffy and Hyogoro into a sumo ring. He had special collars affixed to their necks, saying that if they were forced out of the ring, the collars would go off and decapitate them. To decrease their disadvantage, he had Luffy's handcuffs removed, much to Raizo's bewilderment. A group of waiters then charged into the ring, but Luffy quickly knocked them all out with his Conqueror's Haki. He then easily beat the Pleasures and tried to hit them by projecting Haki from his palm, like he had seen Rayleigh do, but was unsuccessful. The Gifters Alpaca Man and Madillo Man entered the ring, and Luffy used his advanced observation Haki to help Hyo avoid their attacks, but continue to fail at advancing his armament Haki. Hyokoro eventually recognized what he was trying to do, revealing that the people from Wano know it as Ryo. And he then ran up towards Alpaca Man and hit him with a burst of projected Haki and offered to train Luffy in its usage. So far, so good. The message exposed. A former daimyo's sacrifice. Sanji, Usopp, Frankie, and Law reached Ebisu Town, where they heard the news about Komodasaki's death and met Tonoyasu. Yasu revealed that Zoro had left to chase after a thief who took his sword, and during their interaction, the group realized that Sanji had left as well. Meanwhile, Nami, Robin, and Shinobu made it to the bathhouse, and as they bathed, Shinobu told them about Hyogoro, who they knew would corral enough respect to substantially increase their numbers. However, she believed him to be dead. Suddenly, Hawkins and Drakes commenced a raid in the bathhouse and rounded up everyone with a crescent moon on their ankle, which they knew to be a symbol of loyalty to the Kozuki family. Nami tried hiding behind Shinobu, and Hawkins spotted her and tried to draw out, unwittingly disrobing her and introducing us to the Happiness Punch 2.0, or the Time Skip Happiness Punch. This caused Sanji to inadvertently deactivate his raid suit power and reveal his presence, because he was invisible inside the women's bathhouse this whole time. And Hawkins and Drake recognized him as he quickly flew his three comrades out of the bathhouse. As they fled, Sanji revealed that in addition to Orochi knowing about the ankle tattoo, he had also captured Law's crewmates to lure him out. Meanwhile, Zoro chased the sword thief, a warrior monk named Gyukimaru, to Oihagi Bridge in Ringo. Gyukimaru had already returned Shusui to Ryuma's grave, and Zoro clashed blades with him to try and get it back. After fighting for a bit, they were suddenly interrupted as Kobayashi and Toko raced onto the scene, pursued by Kamazo the Manslayer. Zoro intercepted Kamazo, who unbeknownst to the public was an assassin in Orochi's service, and was sent by the Shogun to kill Toko. Kobayashi begged Zoro to help them, and he agreed in exchange for food and alcohol. Zoro and Kamazo then commenced an intense duel and were even until Gyukimaru decided to attack Zoro again. With Zoro turning his focus to the monk, Kamazo was able to pierce him through the shoulder with one of the scythes. However, Kamazo was unable to pull it out, allowing Zoro to take it and put it into his mouth. Zoro then attacked Kamazo with Rengoku Onigiri, striking him down. Immediately afterwards, Gyukimaru departed as Zoro lost consciousness from his wound. Scroll down just a little bit more. Zoro woke up in a house in the northern cemetery where he found himself being tended to by Komodasaki. She thanked him and told him about her and Toko's situation, and revealed that she was actually Momonosuke's younger sister Hiyori. Hiyori told Zoro about how she stayed behind in the past to ensure the Kozuki family bloodline kept going and was taken care of by Kawamatsu. Zoro wondered about the Alliance's next course of action now that Orochi had gained an advantage on them, but went to sleep to help himself heal. Meanwhile, Kinemon's group found out that Orochi had discovered the meaning of their secret messages, and in the Flower Capital, hundreds of Kozuki family supporters were rounded up and put in a large prison in Rasetsu Town. After Sanji's group came to Ebisu, Shinobu blamed Law's crewmates for revealing the secret, causing Law to get into an argument with her. And Law then left in anger to save his crewmates himself. Tonoyasu came up with the secret message and asked that the Shinobu's group tells Kinemon that he would be participating in the final battle. Though he spoke to them like a familiar, Kanjuro and Shinobu were unsure of who he was. Yasu then went around helping various townsfolk, and an old woman said that although his daughter Toko sent him money from the Flower Capital, he gave most of it away and was considered a saint by the townspeople. In the prisoner mine, Luffy continued hitting opponents out of the sumo ring, but was still unable to progress his haki. Night fell, and the Beast Pirates all retired, leaving Luffy and Hyokoro in the ring. After Luffy knocked out the guards around them with Hao Shakuhaki, he and Hyogoro were approached by Raizo and Caribou, whose handcuffs were the ones Raizo got the key for. Raizo was happy to see Hyogoro and told Luffy who he really was, and Hyogoro said they possessed a great opportunity in this prison, as many people were sent here for rebellion against Orochi. Winning these people to their side, including the regional Yakuza bosses in Kawamatsu, would substantially increase their allies. When morning came, Raizo and Caribou then acquired Queen's Oshiruko stash and gave it to Luffy and Hyogoro, who ate all of it. When morning came, Queen noticed that they had grown fat, though did not suspect that they had eaten his Oshiruko, and his subordinates were too afraid to tell him. In the Flower Capital, Fukuro Kuju reported to Orochi that Ushimitsu Kozo had been caught, and Orochi was surprised to find out his identity. The shogun ordered that the thief be publicly crucified and had it broadcast along with Komodasaki's funeral. Meanwhile, Brook found Zoro, Hiyori, and Toko in the northern cemetery, and he told them about the development with Ushimitsu Kozo, revealing that he was Tonoyasu. Toko immediately ran off to save her father, forcing Zoro and Hiyori to chase after her. As they watched the broadcast of Yasu's crucifixion, Kanjuro and Shinobu finally recognized him as Shimotsuki Yasuie, the former daimyo of Hakumai. Many years ago, Oden had hung around Hakumai after being exiled by Sukiyaki and was cavalier about becoming shogun, as he believed Yasuie to be better suited for succeeding his father. However, Yasuie had none of that, as he was intent on Oden living up to his father's challenge. Sometime later, Yasuie had caught the 9 red scabbards stealing money to give to Oden. To their surprise, he let them take the money, and with the command to serve Oden well on his way to becoming the next shogun. Meanwhile, one of Hold'em's men set fire to Mount Tatama to get revenge on the thieves that were committed by Kinemon's group under the guise of the Mount Tatama thieves, and Ashura Doji led his men to attack Bakura Town. With them heading out, Kinemon and Ito Arashi raced towards Bakura Town to intercept them. As they reached Bakura Town, they watched the broadcast of Yasuie's execution. Yasuie revealed to the crowd that he was actually not Ushimitsu Kozo, and only claimed to be him to get a public execution. He then claimed that he created the Kozuki family's secret message as a joke, and that the crescent moon tattoo was just a popular symbol from the past. This caused Orochi's subordinates to start having doubts, and as Orochi was being brought to the execution platform, he became enraged after hearing Yasuie's curse him. Orochi and his men then shot Yasuie multiple times, and Yasuie accepted his death as he had managed to change the Alliance's meeting place for the final battle and tell all the Retsetsu town prisoners about it. And Yasuie then gave up his life as one of the OG greatest dads that we ever seen in One Piece. How long has this been going on? Has it reached 4 hours? Yep, it might even reach 5 hours. Wow, this might even reach 5 hours of me recounting Zou, Hokage, the Reverie, and this. As Yasuie fell down to the ground dead, the Ebisu town citizens who had made their way to the capital started laughing profusely, and Zoro was appalled at this. However, Hiyori revealed to him that they were forced to laugh due to consuming smiles. She explained that only 1 out of 10 smiles grant animal transformation powers, and the rest forced their consumers to only express positive emotions. The pleasures were the beast pirates who ate these defective smiles. However, Orochi had decided to decrease the amount of suffering he saw in the country by mixing the leftover defective smiles in with the food that the leftover town citizens ate, resulting in them receiving the side effects and only being able to laugh. Several of the Straw Hats and Kinemon also learned this as they watched the broadcast, and in the Flower Capital, Orochi reveled in the laughter. He then saw Toko at the execution platform, trying to revive her father with toad oil, much to Usopp's chagrin and guilt, and prepared to shoot her. However, Zoro and Sanji both came in at the same time to protect Toko. Zoro unleashed a flying slash attack on Orochi, and the Shogun froze in fear, but the attack was intercepted by Kyoshiro. As Zoro clashed with Kyoshiro, Sanji found himself under attack from Diaz Drake. Usopp, Frankie, Nami, and Robin then came in to attack Orochi's men, and chaos erupted in the city as Orochi was carried away to safety. A short time later, the Orochi Onewa Banshu joined the fight, seeking to capture just one of the Straw Hats, hoping to get some information out of the one. Meanwhile, Law snuck up to the Rasetsu prison but was caught by Hawkins. Hawkins revealed that he had tied his life force to Law's captured crewmates, so Law would have to kill them to get to him. Big Mom arrives, uprising in Udon. And how much more do I have to go? Because it really is going to cover a whole lot. Because we got to cover Odin's entire life. And then the assault on Onigashima. Whew, this is going to cover quite a bit. I might need to set this to a different point. Because there's just so much to cover. No. We're going to do it all. I just need to take an intermission so I can just eat something. I want to eat a snack. I want to go eat a snack real quick so I can get some of my energy back, because this is a lot of reading that I'm going through right now. And I want to make sure I have more than enough energy to read everything in this page, because it is a long one. It is a very long page. So let me go eat a quick snack real quick. And then we'll come back. So I can read through this even more. Because I don't want to cut this off. I want to go through all of this. But I want to make sure that I eat something before we continue. So I'm going to go get myself a snack, and I'm going to go eat that. And then we'll continue on. We're not stopping. I'll be right back. I just got these out of the microwave and they're kind of hot. There are certain teas available that help with my throat. I'll keep them in mind. Now, don't worry. I'm eating because I need to eat. Because I had breakfast early on and it's been several hours. And it's been a bunch of hours. But my throat is fine. Like, I don't have any problems with my throat. I just wanted to eat something. Back to it. Big Mom arrives, uprising in Udon. As Luffy, Hyogoro, and the prisoner mine guards watched the execution broadcast, Babanuki reported to Queen that 2 criminals had just been brought in. Kid and Kamazo were then brought in, and Kid was distraught to see Kamazo's state, revealing that he was killer, and was now forced to laugh all the time after eating a defective smile. Queen then had Kid and Killer submerged in a tub and resumed the Sumo Inferno, telling Luffy that they would stay in there until he and Hyogoro died. Luffy tried to attack Queen, but to no avail. However, Big Mom then broke into the mine, looking for Shuruko. Thank you, Stellus. I had to get myself like a good snack, because I got another one here, because I intend to eat that too, but I just want to keep my energy up and eat something, even if it's just like a pack of brownies and some great value honey graham crackers. Not Teddy Grahams, great value honey grams. However, Big Mom then broke into the mine, looking for Oshiruko. Queen was immediately angered about her wanting to take his favorite food and transform into a Brachiosaurus to confront her. However, Big Mom slammed his head into the ground before swinging him around by the neck and throwing him into a wall with monstrous force, leaving him defeated. Big Mom says, like, I ain't got time for you, boy. Where my food at? As Queen flew into the wall, he knocked over the contraption of holding Kid and Killer, freeing them, and also broke Kawamatsu's cell door. The big beast pirates tried to contact Kaido but could not get a signal, as Caribou had gotten the idea to smother the boss Tanishi that facilitated communication outside of Udon. Really hope that Chopper fixes the smile issues. It would be great if Chopper figures out a way to cure the defection of smiles, because it would greatly help the Ebisu Town people, and even help out Killer as well. Big Mom found Queen's Oshiruko container only to become depressed as she found it empty. Luffy then unwittingly revealed that he and Hyogoro had eaten all of it, causing Big Mom to attack them in a fit of rage, as she had wanted to take the Oshiruko back to Okobori Town and shared it with the people here. Now, mind you, Big Mom is still thinking that she's Olin right now. That's the name that they gave her. That's the name that they gave her due to her amnesia. They just call her Olin. Big Mom's attacks pushed Luffy and Hyo towards the edge of the sumo ring, and they were eventually forced out. However, right before their collars went off, Luffy managed to rip them off, pretty much emulating what Rayleigh did back in the past when he rescued Kami during the Sabaody archipelago. Luffy recognized that he had done what Rayleigh had done to Kami on the... I literally just said this, I didn't even read the next line. Luffy realized that he had done what Rayleigh had done to Kami on the Sabaody archipelago, and Hyogoro stated that he had gone beyond projecting his haki and went a step further to using haki to destroy objects from the inside. Hyo decided to have Luffy continue training with his life on the line by ordering him to protect him from Big Mom. Luffy tried projecting his haki to block Big Mom's attack, but was unsuccessful, and Big Mom hit him into the wall before chasing him around the entire prisoner mine. While Big Mom was chasing Luffy, Queen came up with a plan to try to stop her. When they returned to the clearing, Queen dove on Big Mom in his Brachiosaurus form and hit her on the head with immense force. Rather than harming her, though, it restored her memories, and she recognized Queen. However, she then fell asleep, and Queen immediately took action to have her restrained with sea stone, and he took her to Onigashima, leaving Babanuki in charge of restoring order. With the chaos dying, Luffy decided to take over the prison. Babanuki ordered the prisoners to subdue Luffy, and to Luffy's surprise, they did so, as they told him they had no wish to suffer further by rebelling against Kaido. Daifugo started shooting the prisoners with excitement bullets made by Queen that transmitted a contagious virus known as mummy, also known as plague rounds. And some of the guards went into Kawamatsu's cell to kill him. However, Raizo came in and threw the key to Kawamatsu's cuff, as well as his sword Sotomuso, into his cell, allowing Kawamatsu to free himself and repel his enemies. He, Raizo, Kikunojo, and Chopper then joined Luffy and Hyogoro in standing against the Beast Pirates, while Momonosuke and Tama, who were ordered to stay outside, snuck inside the mine unseen. They were able to easily overpower their enemies, but were threatened by the prisoners, who could transmit mummy to them with just a touch. However, Luffy then grabbed all the prisoners, pointing out that they were still suffering even when helping Kaido's crew, and said that joining his alliance's revolt would be their only shot at changing that. This won over the prisoners, and Babanuki attempted to shoot them with a powerful Excite shell, but Luffy foresaw this and tied up his elephant trunk, resulting in Babanuki being engulfed in the explosion. The prisoners then attacked Daifugo, and Udon was successfully liberated. In the aftermath, Kid and Killer departed from the prisoner mine, with Kid being finished with Pirates' alliances and going to look for the rest of his crew. As Chopper treated Luffy's virus, Hyogoro, Raizo, Kiku, and Kawamatsu talked to the prisoners, who, despite seeing them, were still skeptical that they had come from 20 years in the past. Momonosuke was then called out while he was talking to Luffy, and when the prisoners saw him, they all bowed and expressed their relief, gaining confidence at seeing a member of the Kozuki family still alive. Kawamatsu then headed off on his own to attend to some business, promising to reunite with everyone before the final battle. Within a day, Chopper had cured all the prisoners of the mummy virus, and Hyogoro reunited with the 4 regional Yakuza bosses, Omasa, Tsunagoro, Cho, and Yatape, who nearly killed Luffy after he referred to Hyogoro casually. The Yakuza bosses then declared they would go around the country and recruit the remaining rebels scattered around. So notice that this is the first time that Chopper was met with this mummy virus by Queen, who's a mad scientist and who revels in creating various diseases and viruses that has no cure. And even here, he didn't even have the cure for the mummy virus. He had the antibodies. Later on. He had the antibodies later on because of Apu, and it only took him a short while to create a cure, but within a day, he created a cure for one of Queen's plague mummy rounds. So it just shows you that Chopper is a world-class doctor beyond all recognition. Because Law, he knows, due to his own unique devil fruit, he's able to perform operations that would be pretty much impossible. Like, if he wanted to, he could operate on your heart and cut your heart completely out, and you could still be conscious and as he operates on it. Or, it's like, Chopper and Law are world-class doctors that are, due to their devil fruit abilities, well, due to Law's ability as a doctor, he's unsurpassed, but Chopper's ability to adapt on the fly and cure diseases on the fly, especially under a time clock, it just shows you that Chopper has come a mighty long way from what he's learned from Dr. Kureha and Dr. Heroluck. On Onigashima, the Beast Pirates worked non-stop to feed Big Mom as the All-Stars squabbled among themselves about what to do with her. Big Mom asked King to join her crew, as his race was one of the 3 not present in Totland. But he refused. We find out who he is later. Kaido then came in order for Big Mom's chains to be removed, and after his subordinates reluctantly obliged, he and Big Mom brought out their weapons and engaged in a clash so powerful it split the heavens. This would not be the last time we would see this kind of split. The two of them fought non-stop all night, and the Beast Pirates were terrified at what might happen to Onigashima. Queen pondered escaping to return to Udon, but received a call from Babanuki. Babanuki reported that all had been settled in the prisoner mine, as he had been tamed by Tama's Kibidongo and was now her servant. Pieces falling into place, the war approaches. At Bakura Town, Ashura Doji attacked Kinemon for setting him up. Kinemon gave a sincere apology, though pointed out there was still hope to avenge Odin due to Yasuie's final action. Ashura then took him and Itorashi to show them something. He brought them to a massive graveyard in Kuri and explained that 10 years ago, these samurai had all grown tired of waiting for the Kozuki family to return, and despite his wishes, had set out to Onigashima to fight, where they all lost their lives. Deciding not to doubt the Kozuki family's reasoning for waiting 20 years, Ashura and his Thieves Brigade joined Kinemon's alliance. Ashura then took Kinemon and Itorashi to Port Itachi, where he showed them many old ships that could be used to sail to Onigashima. Kinemon was ecstatic to see this, planning for Frankie to get the ships in working condition. Kinemon was further overjoyed to find that Ashura also had the blueprints for Kaido's mansion in his possession, and soon afterward received a call from Raizo about the fighters they had recruited in the prisoner mine. However, Raizo did note that they lacked weapons to arm all their allies with. In the Flower Capital, Orochi was enraged to hear that the Straw Hats had escaped, though Fukudo Kujo assured him that the Onowabancho and the Shogun Samurai Squad Mima Warigumi were patrolling the city. Sanji and Shinobu watched the Resetsu town prison, whose occupants had not been freed, even as the guards continued to doubt Orochi thanks to Yasuie. Meanwhile, Law had been brought into the prison after offering himself in exchange for his crewmates, threatening to sacrifice them to kill Hawkins otherwise. Beppo, Shachi, and Penguin found Nami in Ebisu town and gave her a copy of the secret message that had been altered by Yasuie. Nami noticed that he had drawn lines through the snake drawing and said she would show it to Kinemon as she departed for Amigasa village with Frankie and Kanjuro, who had Yasuie's body in his possession. Meanwhile, at the Enma Shrine in the forest, Zoro managed to cut down all of the Oniwabanshu ninja who pursued him and Hiyori. He and Hiyori then decided to head back to Ringo, with Zoro wanting to reclaim Shusui from Gyukimaru and wishing to kill Orochi with his own hands. You would be denied, bro. The next day, Zoro returned to Oihagi Bridge and clashed with Gyukimaru again, but their fight was interrupted by the arrival of Kawamatsu. Hiyori tearfully reunited with Kawamatsu, but they were interrupted again as some beast pirates shot Gyukimaru to try and get their weapons back. Zoro and Kawamatsu quickly started attacking the pirates, and Gyukimaru ran away as he expressed joy seeing Kawamatsu again. Zoro chased after him, and Kawamatsu and Hiyori talked. Hiyori told Kawamatsu that she had left him so he would stop giving all his food to her, and Kawamatsu revealed that after she left him 13 years ago, he had gone to Ringo to collect the weapons left on the graves there. While there, he had met the Komagitsune Onimaru, who was the companion of the late daimyo of Ringo, Shimotsuki Ushimaru. Onimaru initially opposed his effort to collect the weapons, but eventually relented due to Kawamatsu's willingness to sacrifice himself for it. Onimaru became Kawamatsu's companion and helped him stockpile the weapons, and Kawamatsu donned the alias of Gyukimaru to chase away grave robbers. Kawamatsu was later caught in the Flower Capital and imprisoned in Udon, and in the present he did not expect to see Onimaru still here. He and Hiyori caught up to Zoro, who revealed that Gyukimaru had opened a secret chamber before heading off. The trio went into the chamber where they found all the weapons from the graves ornately collected. Kawamatsu contacted Kinemon to tell him that they now had weapons to arm their allies with for the final battle, and outside the chamber, Gyukimaru transformed into Onimaru. Which also comes to find out that this is another version of the Hito no Mi. Hiyori told Zoro that he should leave Shosui with Ryuma's grave and offered to replace it with Enma, a meito that Oden had passed down to her, which was the only sword to have wounded Kaido. Zoro reluctantly agreed, though Kawamatsu had many reservations. In the Rosetsu town prison, Law had overwhelmed Hawkins and cut him up. And I never noticed here in this instant that he did in fact cut up Hawkins and separated his whole midsection. I never noticed that. It took me a hot minute to notice that. Law had overwhelmed Hawkins and cut him up, and told him to reveal what happened to his alliance with Kid and Scratchman Apu. Hawkins stated that Apu had been working for Kaido since the beginning, and Kaido wanted to recruit him. Recruit him, Kid, and Killer to join his crew. He had obliged due to having no chance of survival otherwise, but Kid and Killer had fought until they collapsed. Hawkins wondered if Law had any doubts about his alliance with Luffy now that they were in Wano, but Law gave no answer as he headed out of his cell. Law told a mysterious person nearby that if their plan involved facilitating his escape, he would go along with it. As Luffy trained in the prisoner mine to improve his haki, and Frankie, Usopp, and the Minks worked to prepare the ships, the rest of the Straw Hats and 9 Red Scabbards met to discuss the strategy for the final battle. Nami brought up Yasuie's message alteration to Kinemon, and he deduced that the lines of the snake represented legs, meaning the snake was now a lizard, and thus their new meeting place was to be Port Tokage in Udon. Zoro and Kawamatsu then revealed that Hiyori was alive, which overjoyed Momonosuke and the Scabbards. Hitetsu then arrived to present Enma and the sword Odin gave to Momonosuke, Ame no Habakiri. Momonosuke declined to take Ame no Habakiri at the moment, and Zoro took Enma, but quickly found that it instantly drained much of his haki. Forcibly drained. Zoro managed to get his haki back, successfully bringing Enma under his control. In the next 4 days, the Yakuza bosses recruited 200 more people, bringing the Alliance total numbers to 4,200, which was still well short of Kaido's and Oroshi's forces, which were projected to number around 30,000. The Alliance was unable to find a way to free the Rosetsu town prisoners. By the culmination of those remaining days, Luffy had managed to successfully project his haki, and Zoro continued improving his skill with Enma. Hitetsu revealed to him that Enma and Wado Ichimonji were made by the same person, a man named Shimotsuki Kozaburo, who had illegally left Wano over 5 decades ago. On the island before the final battle, Momonosuke and Shinobu joined the 9 Red Scabbards, save for Nekomamushi, and the still missing Denjiro on a trek to Port Tokage to get ready for the raid, and Kinemon bid farewell to Luffy after the latter arrived at Amigasa village. Kinemon's group then set off through the wasteland, as many workers across the country spread rumors about their potential resurgence. However, at Hakumai, I'm getting more energy all of a sudden, I don't know where from. However, at Hakumai, Apu arrived at Wano via a gondola accessible through a cave under the waterfalls surrounding the country. Accompanying him were the Numbers, a group of large monstrous people from Onigashima, and Apu looked forward to the upcoming fire festival. On Onigashima, King reported to Queen that the Numbers were coming back, and Kaido and Big Mom were partying happily. They then announced that they had formed a pirate alliance and would resume trying to kill each other after taking over the world. This announcement was met with great shock. Meanwhile, on the cusp of the fire festival, Orochi received a report that revealed that the Alliance's new meeting place was Port Tokage, and that Hiyori was alive and hiding in Ringo. Interlude. Big news from the Reverie. After the Reverie ended, most of the royalty returned to their countries, including the Neptune family. However, at Economics newspaper headquarters, Morgans oversaw his workers frantically covering the massive events that had reportedly happened at the conference, including a death and assassination attempt. Attach handed Morgans a letter from the world government containing bribe money to keep him from printing certain news, but Morgans refused to censor anything. Attach then pulled off his face to reveal that he was actually a Cypherpole agent in disguise, and he attempted to silence Morgans by force, but Morgans quickly defeated him. Morgans just straight up bodied the dude. The news was printed out, and the revolutionaries, Steri, Makino, and the Dadan family were aghast after reading a news story about Sabo. At the same time, people found out that the 7 warlords of the sea system had been abolished after Nefertari Cobra and Riku Doldo III proposed it, and the majority of the world leaders supported it. As a result of this, large marine fleets and forces were sent after Mihawk, Hancock, Buggy, and Weevil. On the way to Amazon Lily, Captain Kobe received a report from D.S. Drake, who was secretly an undercover marine and captain of their SWORD unit. Drake revealed to him that Kaido and Big Mom had formed an alliance and that he had seen CP0 in Wano. On New Marineford, Sakazuki reported to Fujitora about Kaido and Big Mom's alliance, and Brand New and Sengoku briefed a room of Marines about the situation. Sengoku explained that 40 years ago, powerful pirates gathered on Hachinosu to band together to take over the world, forming the Rocks Pirates. Kaido, Big Mom, and Whitebeard were all part of this crew, and they were led by Rox D. Zebek. The Rocks Pirates met their downfall 33 years ago during the God Valley incident, where, unbeknownst to the public, Garp teamed up with Goldie Roger to stop Rocks from threatening the world nobles and their slaves. Big Mom and Kaido's alliance would be the greatest threat to the world since that, as they had grown much stronger since their time with Rocks, and their combined bounties were greater than even Roger and Whitebeard's bounties of over 5 billion. And this ultimate chapter was one of the greatest chapters in One Piece. I was just losing my mind when I read through this chapter. Sakazuki then arrived and said they could not take action on Wano at the moment, as they did not have enough forces to mount such a venture. Sengoku understood, though pointed out that the unaffiliated country was unusually important in all of this, especially since Odin, the former Whitebeard pirate and Roger pirate, came from there. Third act, Odin's log, the great samurai's legacy. And now we're about to find out Odin's history before we cut to the present. On the day of the Fire Festival, well, before we start that, another Great Value hunting round. And another. If I'm gonna do this, I might as well enjoy myself. On the day of the Fire Festival, Wano Country began its celebration. Orochi set sail towards Onigashima with Fukuro Kuju leaving Kyoshido and the Mimawarigumi in charge of the capital. Meanwhile, Kinemon's group reached Port Tokage only to find the place wrecked and their allies nowhere to be found and unable to contact them. Desperate, they cursed their luck as they planned to have the small group depart alone, questioning what could have happened on the night before. Swallow it wrong. 2 days before the festival, as Kinemon rallied his allies, Orochi made plans of his own, sending men to destroy several bridges that connected Wano regions and the hiding spot of the Thousand Sunny, cutting off the alliance from the Scabbards. Meanwhile, Hold'em discovered the recent theft from the farm and confronted the residents of Okobori Town. After the citizens took the blame, the town was burned down. Despite Momonosuke's pleas, the Scabbards decided to follow their plan, knowing that they would not get another chance. Momonosuke then asked them what would he do without them, and they told him that his father also started out alone before finding and inspiring the Scabbards to become samurai. And now we entered into the history of Odin. 41 years ago, in a brimming and flourishing Wano, the former shogun Kozuki Sukiyaki prepared to disown his 18-year-old son Kozuki Odin due to his outrageous actions he had committed during his life. Meanwhile, Odin, who had returned from one of his failed attempts to go to sea, was enraging some citizens by cooking a pot of Odin over a man's cremated remains. Odin is the epitome of have absolutely no chill. A young Kinemon stole a valuable white boar from a gang and fled to the flower capital. Denjiro, however, told him that the wrath of his parents, known as the Mountain God, would await those who would not return it. Just as the Mountain God attacked the capital, Oden overheard their conversation and told them to give him the boar. The Mountain God then attacked the capital, and after finding out it ate Suru, Kinemon tried to attack the god in vain. Oden approached the Mountain God with the boar's offspring and cut the Mountain God in half with his Oden two-sword style. Since he possessed the white boar, he took the blame for it. He received a message from his father Sukiyaki telling him he had been disowned and exiled from the capital. When Oden happily set off, Kinemon and Denjiro became his followers. The trio went to Hakamai to meet the daimyo Shimotsuki Yasuye, who introduced them to his new servant, Kurozumi Orochi. Within 2 years after he had been exiled, Oden, Kinemon, and Denjiro parted ways with Yasuye and started touring through Wano country, with Oden wanting to explore the lawless Kuri. They were joined by the siblings Izo and Kikunojo, as well as the homeless Kanjiro and Raizo. One day, Oden went off to confront the criminals in Kuri, where he defeated all criminals and their boss, the most dangerous criminal in Wano, Ashura Doji. He then decided to take over the region, and together with his followers, he worked to round up the criminals and restore order. Once he accomplished this, Sukiyaki reinstated him as his son, as well as making him daimyo of Kuri. Oden, needing retainers as a daimyo, then decided to grant his followers the position of retainers. 6 years later, as the former members of the Rocks Pirates started forming their own crews in the outside world, Kawamatsu discovered Inuarashi and Nekomamushi, who were washed up on Kuri Beach. They left Zou 33 years ago to find Wano country. After they washed up on Kuri Beach and were found by Kawamatsu, they were bullied by some civilians, believed to be demons. But they were saved by Odens, who stopped the civilians, and the three of them became his followers. Oden then started to run out of money, so his followers went out to steal money from Yasuye. They were caught, but to their surprise, he gave them his money with the order to improve their social standing to increase Oden's respectability. They were successful in it, and 3 years later, they were able to create a formal procession during Oden's visit to Sukiyaki in the flower capital. They looked so professional during that chapter. It was like, they look so regal. They look so good. They look so clean. They were complete polar opposites of how they used to be in the past. That chapter when Oden was being led in by the rest of them, it was great. It was great. Later that year, Oden discovered that the Whitebeard pirates had washed ashore on Wano. He raced towards them and clashed with Whitebeard with the intention to join his crew. Whitebeard, however, refused to let Oden join his crew due to being concerned about his character. However, when he tried to covertly set sail at night, both Oden and Izo stored away by riding on a chain. Whitebeard agreed to let Oden join his crew if Oden could ride the chain for 3 days. Oden accepted the challenge, but when there were only 10 minutes left, he ended up drifting away. He then washed ashore on an island, scaring away a band of human traffickers who had tried to kidnap a woman named Amatsuki Toko. And here, the band of human traffickers were the Takotopus pirates, led by Karma, who would then later in life become a subordinate that would serve under Whitebeard. So, the more you know. Who had tried to kidnap a woman named Amatsuki Toko with the promise to take her to Wano. After she treated his wounds, Oden protected her when the traffickers returned with their leader, Karma. Whitebeard then came and took out Karma when he offered Oden to join his crew, as he was impressed by Oden's willingness to protect Toki. That's the reason why he let go of the chain. Oden, Toki, Izo, and the stowaways Inuarashi and Nekomamushi then sailed an adventure with the Whitebeard pirates, and one day Toki revealed she was a time traveler who was born 800 years ago. Meanwhile, Goldie Roger read the news of Oden joining Whitebeard and expressed his desire to meet Oden. As they sailed with the Whitebeard pirates for 4 years and learned more about the world, Oden and Toki fell in love, and Toki gave birth to Momonosuke and Hiyori. However, several years ago in Wano, Orochi met an old woman who could change her appearance, Kurozumi Higurashi, and also the first user of the Mane Mane no Mi, before Bon Clay. She told him how the Kurozumi family came close to seizing power before failing, and offered him to help him take the title of shogun. Orochi had amassed wealth by stealing and borrowing from Oden and Yasuie, and the old woman posed as Oden to get him a job in the shogun's castle by lying that he and Orochi were like brothers. As Sukiyaki started to ail, the old woman posed as him, and she decreed that Orochi would become temporary successor as shogun until Oden returned. Meanwhile, the Whitebeard pirates headed towards an island where a ruckus was going on. This ruckus was because of the Roger pirates, and Roger looked forward to battling Whitebeard on his final journey. The Whitebeard pirates were then discovered by the Roger pirates, and an excited Oden rushed and attacked several Roger pirates before being attacked by Roger himself. Roger and Whitebeard both preferred to battle each other, imbuing their blades with haki and then clashing with a burst of haki, shaking everything around and even the island. The Whitebeard pirates and Roger pirates clashed for 3 days and 3 nights. On the 4th day, however, they ended their battle and they split the loot equally between both crews. What in the world? Random scams always popping up. Roger then told Whitebeard about his dream of becoming Pirate King and traveling the world, and asked to borrow Oden for a year in exchange for all his treasure. The Roger pirates later reached Skypiea, and Oden wrote Roger's message beside the Shandoa Dora poneglyph. After leaving Skypiea, the crew eventually traveled to Fishman Island, where they met Neptune and Madame Charlie, well, Charlie when she was a kid, who prophesied future events. Neptune then took the Roger pirates to the poneglyphs at the Sea Forest, a road poneglyph and Joy Boy's apology, but they were surprised to not find the one of the ancient weapons. I think you should just say, they were surprised to not find one of the ancient weapons, Poseidon, there, as Skypiea's poneglyph had said. Neptune revealed another prophecy about a mermaid who could talk to sea kings that would soon be born, and assumed that it was his daughter that was also prophesied. Charlie then told Roger per his request that the mermaid princess would be born in 10 years, much after Roger's death. While adventuring in the New World, Toki came down with a fever and collapsed. Crocus stated that she could not continue sailing in this state, and the crew decided to dock at Wano for Toki to stay there. Upon arrival, Oden's family were greeted by his retainers, who asked him to stay as well and rule Wano. But Toki demanded he must not abandon his journey for her sake. Good wife, always supportive of a husband's dream. Oden rejoined the Roger pirates on his own. The crew then departed and headed to Zou to find the final road poneglyph. With the transcripts of all 4 road poneglyphs, the Roger pirates charted course for the final island and conquered the Grand Line, with Roger becoming the Pirate King. Oden wrote of this experience, recounting that they had discovered the truths about the Void Century, the meaning of D, and the ancient weapons, and he learned that Wano had once been connected to the outside world. He continued to describe Roger finding Joy Boy's treasure, prompting Roger to name this island Laughdale. Sometime after that, the Roger pirates were disbanded. Roger ordered the crew to sail to some place where the Marines were not waiting, and added that he will be the first one to leave the Oro Jackson. After reaching an island, Roger stepped off the ship with a tearful send-off from his crew. Afterwards, the crew headed to Wano to drop off Oden, who declared his intention to open the borders of Wano before the day that Joy Boy appears. In Wano, Oden reunited with his family and retainers, surprised by the love and happiness the citizens showed towards him, although he had left Wano. The retainers told him about Orochi becoming shogun, and how he had been oppressing the citizens with the aid of Kaido. After hearing about how his family was threatened, a furious Oden headed to the Flower Capital. After taking out all of Orochi's guards, Oden prepared to attack Orochi, who in fear warned Oden about Kaido's revenge. But Oden continued his assault. Oden was prevented from killing Orochi by Kurozumi Semimaru, who protected Orochi with his double fruit ability, the Bari Bari no Mi. And Oden then learned the truth about Orochi's uprising from Higurashi, who posed as Oden's father. His actions then resulted in Orochi's allies attacking the citizens outside and Kaido appearing at the Flower Capital. Thus, Oden started dancing naked in the Flower Capital for 5 years due to a contract he made with Orochi and Kaido, losing all the faith and trust the people of Wano had for him, until he learned that Kaido and Orochi had deceived him. After a year, he was given the news of Roger's execution, where he both cried and laughed while reading the news. 20 years before the present day, he learned from Orochi that Kaido had captured Hyogoro on Orochi's orders and killed the Yakuza boss's wife as well as 16 of his men, and also about Orochi's plans to make Wano a producer of weapons. This spurred Oden to take action. He and his retainers set out to defeat Kaido, where his retainers were given their group name, the Nine Red Scabbards. After they set out, Oden and his retainers were joined by Shinobu, who had always wanted to serve the Kozuki family. Oden learned from Kaido that he had placed a spy in the Flower Capital, and that they had purposely made Oden dance because he was too strong at that time for Kaido and his allies, thus weakening him and increasing their chances of victory. They basically just said that Oden is too strong for us to take on right now. So that means that Oden, fresh off of leaving the Oro Jackson, coming out of the final journey with Roger and the crew, was too strong for Kaido and his allies to take on. They're pretty much acknowledging that Oden was powerful enough to take on Kaido on his own before all of this escalated. That's how powerful Oden was. So they made him dance in the streets so they could gain their own allies and up the ante. You know, go up against Oden with numbers. Like, overpower him with numbers and increase their own strength. Oden learned from Kaido that he had placed a spy in the Flower Capital and that they had purposefully made Oden dance because he was too strong at that time for Kaido and his allies, thus weakening him and increasing their chances of victory. Oden and the Scabbards fought a ferocious battle against Kaido and his crew in the Udon region. In the battle, Oden was able to inflict a scar on Kaido's chest, but before he could take Kaido out, he was tricked by Higurashi, who transformed into Momonosuke, and thus Oden was struck down by Kaido. Yo, what is going on, Looney Scorpion? What's good, Chad? What did you miss? I've been recounting the entirety of the Zou arc, the Whole Cake Island arc, and the Wano arc, because we've recently learned that the Four Emperors Saga is not an official term for One Piece. There is no such thing as the Four Emperors Saga. It's just something that we over on the Western side have come up with, and many of us in the fandom have coined as the official title. But there is no Four Emperors Saga. It's just, there's the Zou Saga, the Whole Cake Island Saga, and if I go right back here, because this is the way it is, the official 2022 story subdivision from the One Piece 25th Anniversary.com website, there's the Zou Saga, the Whole Cake Island Saga, and the Wano Country Saga, which is still ongoing right now. So you don't combine Zou, Whole Cake Island, the Reverie, and Wano into one massive saga called the Four Emperor Saga. That doesn't exist. Zou is by itself, Whole Cake Island is by itself, and the Reverie and Wano, Reverie and Wano are part of the Wano Country Saga. So I'm currently going through the Wano Country arc right now. I've already read through Zou, I've already read through Whole Cake Island and Reverie, and they're both long. I mean, if you can see the time of how long this stream has been going on, this stream has been going on for about 5 hours. The stream has been going on for 5 hours as I was recounting all of the events, and it's a long synopsis as well. So that's basically what you missed. You missed at least about 4 hours of me reading and recapping all the events of Zou, Whole Cake Island, and the Reverie. And up to this point, we're in the middle part of Oden's life when he gets back to Wano and finds out that Orochi and Kaido have taken over. That's where you just come in on. And I've been eating some snacks in order to keep my energy up because this has been a long, long session. Let's see, where did I leave off? In the battle, let's see. Thanks. No problem. In the battle, Oden was able to inflict a scar on Kaido's chest, but before he could take Kaido out, he was tricked by Higurashi, who transformed into Momonosuke, and thus Oden was struck down by Kaido. Soon after, all of his retainers were taken down as well, and the battle ended with Oden and his retainers defeated. They were all imprisoned in the Flower Capital and sentenced to execution in 3 days by being boiled alive. 3 days later, the citizens approached the execution site and saw a large pot of boiling oil, and Oden and his scabbards were being ushered towards it. Oden stopped and turned to face Orochi and Kaido, who were watching the event from a stage, and asked for a chance for him and his men to live. Kaido agreed and said that if they survived an hour inside the pot, they were free to go. Oden then entered the pot and held his retainers above his head on a platform, saving them from the torture. The Watchers then ridiculed Oden for his actions 5 years too late, and about how long it was taking him to die. Angered, Shinobu revealed the truth behind the deal Oden made with Orochi 5 years ago. That involved Oden dancing naked in order to stop Orochi from kidnapping and selling the citizens, and for him and Kaido to leave Wano in 5 years. Shocked by the revelation, the citizens changed their behavior and started to cheer for Oden, discovering they were surrounded by Orochi's men. Nearing the end of the said hour, the citizens counted down, and after an hour passed, Orochi had Oden and his men held at gunpoint, still in the pot. Orochi claimed to have changed the sentence a minute prior, being an overall cheapskate. Oden tossed his men above the crowd, saving them, and left them with his wish to open the borders of Wano to the world. Kaido shot him, and the samurai's body disappeared in the oil. Back in Kuri, news arrived to Toki, and she recalled Oden in prison, giving her his swords for their children, and the letter he left to her before he left, asking her to use her power in preparation for a great war in 20 years' time. Following Oden's execution, the 9 red scabbards raced to rescue his family in Oden Castle, which Kaido had set ablaze as he confronted Momonosuke. Toki sent Momonosuke with Kinemon, Kanjuro, Raizo, and Kikunojo 20 years forward in time, while Kawamatsu took Hiyori to safety. Shortly after that, she appeared in front of the onlooking citizens and gave her prophecy before she died. Denjiro went to a hut, and after a long period of time emerged with his appearance having changed due to his rage. He went to the Flower Capital and started attracting followers, calling himself Kyoshiro. As Kyoshiro, Denjiro rose to become a Yakuza boss and entered Orochi's service as his bodyguard. 7 years after Oden's death, after finding Hiyori on the street, he took her in and raised her to become Komurasaki as they prepared for the day of the final battle. As Komurasaki became popular, she attracted Orochi's attention. I feel like there should be an apostrophe and an S with Orochi right there. Just a minor grammar gripe. She attracted Orochi's attention, causing Denjiro to fear for her safety. He had her carry bags of fake blood on her person in preparation of faking her death to avoid the tyrant. Years later, when Kinemon's group reached the present, Orochi and Kaido received words of their arrival and prepared for their counterattack, based on the intel from Orochi's trusted spy, who he recruited to be his informant while preparing to live and die as a Kozuki. That was good. Friends and foes, the war begins at sea. As the scabbards left Momonosuke with Shinobu, they talked about the unavoidable conclusion that one of them was a traitor, who then revealed himself to be Kanjuro. Kanjuro revealed his reasoning behind his actions, as he was a member of the Kurozumi family, and while he had no malice towards the scabbards, his loyalty was to Orochi. At that moment, the scabbards' boat was confronted with vessels of the Beast Pirates, who planned to sink the scabbards. Angered at the revelation, Kinemon slashed Kanjuro only to realize it was a drawing, and that the real Kanjuro had taken Momonosuke and planned on delivering him to Orochi. Just then, to everyone's shock, the Beast Pirate ships were attacked by the Thousand Sunny and the Victoria Punk, while the scabbards were picked up by the Polar Tang. The Allied ships' captains prepared to strike back in a sea battle befitting pirates. Just as Luffy, Law, and Kid struck a devastating blow against the Beast Pirates, Denjiro appeared. He cut off a large portion of the Beast Pirate ship and asked to bring his family to join the nine red scabbard forces. revealing himself in the process. He revealed that he had released the 1,000 samurai trapped in a Rasetsu town prison and brought them with him. Finally, he applauded Kinemon's plan. The 2 lines in Yasue's message were not legs, they were cutting lines signifying cutting the center part out. When you remove the center kana of whatever this is here, and then the result is whatever that is there, or wharf. Well, actually, I could just say when you remove the center kana of wharf, when you remove the center kana of this, the result is this, or wharf. So remove the center kana from when it said Tokage Port. Then it gets changed to Habu Port. In other words, the true meaning, I was just saying that for myself. In other words, the true meeting place was a wharf hidden in a forest of Habu Port, where the other 4,200 soldiers were waiting. Kinemon, however, was unaware of such a deception. He just kind of rolled with it. With the entire raid forces seemingly accounted for, Kinemon, in a sign of leadership, rallied his soldiers for the upcoming war. Shocked by their arrival, Kanjiro took Momonosuke and headed to Onigashima to report to Orochi, briefly facing off with Kawamatsu. Kanjiro, aware of Hiyori's status and hiding spot, told the fishman he would target her next. Riding a beautiful crane conjured through his devil fruit ability, because all this time Kanjiro has showed that he had horrible drawing ability, but it shows here that it was just a facade fitting the role that Orochi gave to him to make it seem like he was a horrible artist, but he's actually a very good artist, able to make extremely perfect looking replications of people and also animals as well to suit his needs. It was all just an act. Riding a beautiful crane conjured through his devil fruit ability, Kanjiro attacked the alliance with an ink arrow rain cloud. Let me just put this Cookie Rams over here. Put him off to the side. Sanji and Robin attempted to save Momonosuke, but the boy ordered the alliance to stay away and proceeded to Onigashima. Meanwhile, the Beast Pirates' ship distanced themselves and fired at the alliance with long-range cannons, destroying several of the alliance ships. The alliance was saved with the sinking of the ship by the hand of the newly arrived Jinbei, who introduced himself as a member of the Straw Hat Pirates. The way he introduced himself. I am Jinbei, first son of the sea. It was so good. The way he introduced himself, like, that's how you introduce yourself. Jinbei then boarded the Sunny, and as the crew prepared to celebrate his return, the Scabbards were joined by Shishilian and Hyogoro as leaders of the Alliance's forces to form a plan of attack. Law then suggested that they would split into 4 groups. One that would attack Onigashima from the front, two from each side, and one aboard the Polar Tang to submerge and attack Kaido's castle at the back of the island head-on. Law stated that the Straw Hat and Kid Pirates would not listen to the plan and strike from the front, making up the first group. Kinemon and Denjiro volunteered to be heading the groups to attack from each side, with the rest of the Scabbards on board the submarine. Law then noticed the Straw Hats were nowhere to be found, and an explosion was heard from afar, causing Denjiro to remember the guards in front of Onigashima. However, the Straw Hats were already fighting the guards, defeating them easily and looting them for the celebration of Jinbei's arrival. But Luffy stopped the party, wanting to celebrate with the entire alliance once Kaido was defeated. The Kid Pirates then sailed past them, aiming for Kaido's head, and Luffy ordered Jinbei to catch up to them. Meanwhile, on Onigashima, the festival had commenced as Orochi, Queen, Kaido, and Big Mom celebrated when the Tobi Roppo arrived. Into the Dragon's Den, entering Onigashima. I wonder, how far am I? I think I'm getting closer to the halfway point. We're making good time. We're gonna keep going. Into the Dragon's Den, entering Onigashima. As Law and the Scabbard submerged, the rest of the Alliance reached the entrance of Onigashima. After knocking out the guards, the Straw Hats wondered where to hide their ships as the samurai disembarked. And Luffy saw the samurai ship began to sink, with Kinemon stating that it was done since they would not need ships for the return trip. They were right. They definitely didn't need it. Showing his determination. As the Alliance crossed the bridge, they were given disguises by Kinemon to appear like members of the Beast Pirates in order to blend in and avoid unnecessary battles. Man, this could be used as a full recap for people that don't want to watch the episodes or read the chapters. This could be a good way for people to catch up on Zou, Whole Cake Island, the Reverie, and Wano. Maybe I should do that for the rest of the other previous chapters so people know the beginning of One Piece all the way up until this point? Maybe. It's a thought. Meanwhile, inland, the Beast Pirate celebration, the Golden Kagura, was starting with Apu playing music and Queen performing and introducing the attendees, including the unseen Big Mom pirates. Unimpressed by his show, the Tobiropo sat in a booth awaiting Kaido and began to argue amongst themselves about who would become Queen's replacement if he would die, causing Ulti to lash out at her comrades. During their meeting, Kaido confessed it was not him who summoned them, and King declared it was him who called them. Kaido then had one of his headliners, Bao Huang, reveal his schedule, including Big Mom's crew's arrival on Wano and their alliance with the Big Beast Pirates. With Kaido revealing a very important announcement, Kaido then told the Tobiropo that it was their job to find his son Yamato, who had been missing since the beginning of the festival. Who's Who then asked what their reward would be if they brought him back, to which Kaido answered that they would have the right to fight an all-star. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat Pirates separated into smaller groups, but after hearing from Jinbei that Luffy wanted to stop Kid, since they did not know the plan, and Zoro declaring that he had to find Luffy to prevent them from being spotted, Usopp, Nami, Sanji, and Chopper were worried both would be lost and spotted. Outside the castle, Luffy then asked some Beast Pirates if they had seen Kid around. They explained that they never heard his name. Luffy noticed here's the thing. The reason why Luffy's so bad at infiltration is because he'll give the name of the person he's trying to look for. And if the people he's trying to sneak around know the name, then it'll just give him away as like a spy. So Luffy's a bit dense when it comes to being an infiltrator. Like, can you imagine if it was only Luffy that got into Whole Cake Island? He'd be the first one saying, Sanji, where are you? He'd be that one that just be screaming Sanji's name out if he couldn't visually see him. Luffy noticed the massive amount of food gathered there and witnessed some Beast Pirates spill Oshiruko and make jokes about giving it to the people of Okobori Town. Enraged after seeing the spilled food, Luffy remembered how happy Tama was when she was given Oshiruko on her birthday. Furious, Luffy attacked the Beast Pirates, drawing the attention from those around him. Zoro then arrived to lecture Luffy, and in the process drew even more attention by slicing off a building. However, after hearing Luffy's reason, Zoro joined him in rage. On the stage, Queen and Apu figured out the identities of the invaders, and Queen offered the Beast Pirates a chance to become one of the Tobiropo, claiming that there was someone he wanted dead and a spot would be open if they managed to capture the Straw Hats. With an army of gifters approaching them, Luffy and Zoro were attacked by Apu and were unable to identify or evade his sound-based attack. The two tried to escape but were surrounded. Apu prepared to strike again, but Kid stepped in to attack Apu for his treacherous actions. With Kid's sudden appearance, the Beast Pirates were surprised, while Queen was shocked to learn another one of Babanuki's false reports. Kid confronted Apu about their alliance, with the latter ridiculing Kid's naivete on the concept of pirate alliance, and attacked him. Queen then granted the Beast Pirates permission to kill the intruders. Hacha of the numbers joined the fight, knocking out some of his crew members. Kid was blown away and was about to be attacked, but Luffy saved him out of anger for Kid causing a riot. As the Supernovas tried to get away from the horde of enemies, they were targeted by Apu, but thanks to Killer's intel about Apu's powers, managed to avoid being hit by covering their ears. Above the fight, Who's Who was talking with his men about finding Yamato because he wished to get rid of one of the Tobiropo, which mirrored Queen's desire. Meanwhile, Kinemon's eastern forces reached the lakeside Woman Trouble, a brothel under Black Maria's rule, and decided to split their forces, with half entering the castle to corner Kaido and Orochi, with Shinobu suggesting they would also look for Momonosuke inside. As Kinemon led some of his men across the bridge next to the brothel, a shadow appeared in one of the windows and the samurai hid in the water. The Brachio Tank 5, led by Chopper, however, was spotted by Big Mom. At the same time, The Big Mom pirates learned about their alliance with the Beast Pirates but were unaware of the hidden port as they tried to re-enter Wano via the waterfall again. As they reached the top, they were once again targeted by a flying individual, who they initially believed to be King, but turned out to be Marco, who pushed the Queen Mama Chanter, sending them down the falls again. The Guardian ship with Nekomamushi and Izo on board ascended the waterfall afterwards. The Big Mom pirates were basically turned into a meme at this point. Like, hey, we're almost at the top of Wano. King says, not today. Oh no, we're falling down again. And then they come right back. Hey, look, we're almost at the top. And then Marco comes in and says, not today. And then knocks them off. And is like, oh no, we're falling down again. So the chapters where they got knocked off over and over again, they really became a meme at that point. So if they do show up in Wano, it's going to be all like, well, what are you going to do? Big Mom ain't around. End of the Kurozumi reign, Yamato and the new Onigashima project. Having given the Tobiropo their mission, Kaido joined the Golden Kakura celebrations with his ally Orochi and subordinate Black Maria, the latter uninterested in hunting for Yamato. Kanjiro then barged into the room, having struck through several of the Beast Pirates who were unaware of his identity, in order to deliver a badly battered Momonosuke who had attempted to escape his captor, to his master Orochi, following the final role given to him. Kanjiro informed Orochi about his failure in stopping the Alliance's raid. Now panicked and not feeling reassured by Fukuro Kuju's reports, Orochi immediately ordered an execution for Momonosuke to be set up on the live stage, so he could finally stop worrying about the Kozuki bloodline and their prophecies. Meanwhile, at sea, Nekomamushi and Marco made contact with the Scabbards in the Polar Tang, who informed the latecomers about their meeting spot at the northwest of Onigashima. Marco got rid of the message he had told Nekomamushi to deliver to Luffy, which stated he would show up late, and then listened to the Mink ruler's idea to land on Onigashima. Both the Alliance's southern and eastern forces advanced further inland, with the former doing so with the help of Usopp and Chopper luring Big Mom away and the latter detaining Sasaki of the Tobiropo while directing some of his forces into the Skull Dome. Nami, Carrot, and Shinobu also separated from Kinemon's group and infiltrated Black Maria's brothel, forming their own search team to locate Momonosuke. Unfortunately for them, they were suddenly spotted and ambushed by Prometheus. At sea, Charlotte Pedospedo managed to climb the waterfall through the use of his Pedo no Mi and approach Onigashima. Within Kaido's castle, Ulti and Page 1 were searching for Yamato when one of the former's tantrums caused both to literally stumble into Luffy's way. The siblings engaged Luffy in combat, activating their devil fruits after sensing his impressive haki. Somewhere in the castle, Zoro, Kid, and Killer fought off waves of gifters. At the live stage, Orochi delivered a speech about Wano's history and his conflict with the Kozuki family as Big Mom approached the location with an army of yokai-based homies to pursue Nami's team. Luffy managed to hold his own against the siblings until Ulti managed to hold him down. As she prepared to attack, Ulti was struck down by Yamato, who dragged Luffy away to safety. Page 1 and Ulti quickly recovered from their battle with Luffy and tried to pursue Yamato, who was having a squabble with Luffy due to wanting to take him somewhere without witnesses, which the latter refused to do. Yamato took advantage of one of Luffy's attacks to escape with him into the attic, away from the Beast Pirate's view. At sea, Law used his devil fruit to transport himself, some of his crewmates, and the Scabbards into Onigashima, while the remaining Heart Pirates retreated underwater. They were soon followed by Marco carrying Nekomamushi and, unexpectedly to them, Izo, who had decided to return to his homeland. Marco temporarily left to investigate something at sea, while Kikunojo had an emotional return with her brother. At the live stage, Orochi kept talking about the Kozuki and Momonosuke's time travel. Kaido then came onto the stage to turn the execution more interesting with his scheduled announcement, the new Onigashima project. Meanwhile, in the attic, Luffy listened to Yamato's story and idolatry of Kozuki Oden, having witnessed the legendary hour and taken Oden's journal. Yamato then took off his disguise, claimed that Luffy was reminiscent of Porcus the Ace, and asked to join forces with him to take down Kaido. And we come to find out that Yamato is not the son of Kaido, but actually the daughter of Kaido, even though she frames herself to be a man because she idolizes Oden so much that she manners herself to be as Odin. Not that she sees herself as a man, but she sees herself as a man like Odin. So, just in case anyone is still confused after all these years, Yamato's a woman who just sees herself as a man patterned off of Odin. So I just wanted to reiterate that once again because some people still like to debate that for some odd reason. Even though Odin has already confirmed that Yamato is a woman and female, but she just patterns herself to be as a man because of Odin. It's like, I gotta reiterate it because some people really get confused. At the rear entrance of Kaido's castle, the Scabbard Sans, Kinemon, and Denjiro confronted Kanjuro, who had predicted their arrival there, and brought with him an assortment of Kaido's forces, as well as drawn soldiers of his own. The Scabbards entered combat with Kanjuro's troops, while Kikunojo dealt with Kanjuro. Meanwhile, Yamato explained his relationship with Kaido and the explosive cuffs that were forced into him as a way to prevent him from leading Onigashima. It's going to say him in terms of Yamato because that's the way she sees herself. The force as a way to prevent him from leading Onigashima. Luffy offered to remove the cuffs, but right before he was able to do so, they overheard Kaido's announcement through a projection in the room below the attic. Kaido explained his plans to wage war against the world government by claiming the One Piece and the ancient weapons alongside Big Mom, who coincidentally entered the live stage with her army of yokai homies and had captured Nami and Garrett. Kaido elaborated further on his course of action. Dang, notifications. Elaborated further on his course of action, planning to transform Wano country into a natural fortress, into a lawless nation of pirates and weapon industries, operated by slave flower capital denizens to oppose the world government. Orochi, realizing that he would lose his dominion if such an operation were put in action, angrily protested to Kaido about the plan, only for the Emperor to instantly behead him to the utter shock of everyone watching. Not needing to bother with either the Kozuki or Kurozumi matters anymore and intending to have his son Yamato become the next shogun, Kaido sent an ultimatum towards Orochi's followers. Either join him and live or die fighting. Luffy and Yamato, who were eavesdropping the announcement and loudly reacting to Kaido's schemes and Momonosuke's situation, accidentally fell from the roof onto the floor below, with Yamato angered at Kaido while Luffy followed his lead. Next up, pirates and samurai finally gathered the raid on Onigashima. Outside the castle, Kikunojo managed to strike Kanjuro down. Kinemon and Denjiro then arrived shortly after, with the former leaving his casa over Kanjuro's body as a form of condolence. Noticing Izo's presence, Kinemon welcomed the Whitebeard Pirates Division commander to their team as they finally invaded the stronghold. In the castle, Orochi's men quickly swore allegiance to Kaido, becoming members of the Beast Pirates. Kaido then proposed to spare Momonosuke under the condition that he admitted that he was not Odin's son, having been previously disappointed by the boy 20 years ago. Momonosuke, in tears, admitted his heritage out of pride, even though that would lead to his execution. After spectators were surprised by an explosion produced by Yamato's then removed handcuffs, because Luffy ripped them off, the 9 red scabbards appeared behind the execution platform and managed to pounce on the pirate emperor before he could kill Momonosuke, officially beginning the invasion of Onigashima. The red scabbards managed to penetrate Kaido's skin, causing the pirate to be extremely confused by it. After the scabbards fell into the live stage's ground floor with Kaido, the alliance finally showed itself to their enemies. Nami and Carrot managed to free themselves as Big Mom came into Luffy's way. The Straw Hat captain declared that he would not only emerge victorious against Kaido, but also Big Mom and Orochi, declaring an all-out war. Kaido began to coldly analyze the steps that the samurai had followed up to that moment thanks to the Straw Hat Pirates, accepting Luffy's proposal of a war without quarter. After transforming into a dragon and flying off, the Red Scabbards clung to the beast and flew with him to the top of Onigashima, where Nekomamushi affirmed that they knew they would get there, so they had brought all the minks just below the full moon. Kaido was then joined by Jack, Nangi, and many beast pirates, while the Guardians and the Inoarashi Musketeer squad, as well as all fellow minks, transformed into their Sulong forms, and both parties engaged into a battle. In the Skull Dome, Shinobu tried to untie Momonosuke, but she was caught by King. I'm suddenly remember all of my anime reactions to these specific moments. But she was caught by King, and he sent her flying into a nearby building. However, to both his and Queen's surprise, Momonosuke was saved by an invisible Sanji in his raid suit. When King tried to stop Sanji, both engaged in a quick skirmish. However, Sanji safely returned Momonosuke to Shinobu before he was struck by King in his Zoan form into a building. Luffy was meanwhile surprised and attacked by an angry Big Mom, who attempted to summon Zeus back, but then realized Nami had managed to steal him again. This was for naught, as Zeus could not defy Big Mom, who forced the Cloud to not hold back against her. However, Frankie and Brook arrived at the live stage before Zeus could hit Nami, with Frankie running over Big Mom's face with the Kurosai FRU-4, while Brook cut Zeus. The samurai led by Hyogoro and the foot soldiers of the Beast Pirates began fighting each other. Luffy ordered Yamato to watch over Momonosuke and Shinobu as he attempted to reach the top of the dome, where Kaido and the Red Scabbards were fighting. Frankie, fearless of Big Mom, charged a radical beam, but was then surprised by the sudden appearance of 3 of the numbers, with Jockey having captured the Brachio Tank 5, with Usopp and Chopper still inside. Frankie changed targets at the last second and blasted Jockey in order to release his creation and friends, but that left his back vulnerable to Big Mom, who was ready to cut him down with Napoleon. Fortunately for him, Jinbei and Robin arrived at the scene and together managed to drive Big Mom away, literally rolling her away like the spin dash of Sonic, completely out, like a bowling ball. Saving Frankie and allowing him to dock his 2 vehicles into the General Frankie. As this happened, Luffy met with Zoro at the live stage's performance spot, ignoring Queen and trying to launch themselves to the hole in the ceiling. The All-Star, however, did not allow them to proceed, catching them while in his Brachiosaurus form and throwing them back down. Sanji, who had managed to survive King's attack thanks to the raid suit, joined with them as King himself formed an aerial blockade of flying gifters. The Straw Hats, now fully gathered, were told by their captain to back him up as he attempted to reach the top of the dome once more. Having been freed by Big Mom's stray lash attack, destroying the tree that he was tied up to, because Big Mom used Ikoku sovereignty, and in the process destroyed the tree that Sasaki was bound to. Sasaki took note of Kaido's fight with the Scabbards and the Mink tribe at the top of the Skull Dome, cursing his former friend Kyoshido for betrayal. There, the Mink tribe in their Sulong form valiantly fought against Jack and his forces, with Inuarashi and Nekomamushi stepping up to fight him after transforming themselves. At the live stage, the Straw Hats engaged Goki and Juki in battle. These are 2 other numbers. As this was happening, King contacted the Tobiropo to postpone the Yamato search and focus on the battle happening right now. Diaz Drake, who was with Basil Hawkins in a room at the castle, was approached by Who's who proposed a team-up between the 2 of them to take down Queen. This turned out to be a trap, as both Who's Who, Hawkins, and Queens were aware of Drake freeing Trafalgar Law at the Flower Capital. With his cover blown and having nowhere to run, Drake fought his way into the live stage where he attacked Juki at the same moment Luffy knocked Goki down. Aware of Luffy's benevolent reputation through Kobe, Drake requested to join forces with him, which Luffy accepted, much to the protest of some of his crewmates. Recognizing Luffy as the man they had fought earlier, Page 1 and Uzi attempted to block his way to Kaido, but were distracted by Nami and Usopp. Scratchman Apu also showed up and tried another surprise attack through his Devil Fruit ability, but was foiled by Luffy's advanced Kenbushoku no Haki. Disappointed about the defeat of 3 of the numbers, Apu ordered Hotshot to fight as well. However, thinking that General Frankie looked like a toy, the number was lured outside the live stage by Frankie. Meanwhile, Zoro and Drake dueled due to the former's mistrust of the latter, but eventually decided to team up in order to prevent Apu from summoning more numbers. The 2 were then assaulted by Queen, who was targeting them from the castle's balcony. At the top of the Skull Dome, Inuarashi and Nekomamushi managed to defeat Jack. The rest of the Mink tribe, due to the All-Star and the strain of Sulong, were left without the strength to continue and collapse, the same applying to Nangi and the Beast Pirates' foot soldiers. Kaido ordered Jack to tend himself as he attempted to burn the Scabbards with his Borobresi. I almost said that there was an error with this. We should still be fine. Though I hear that it's going to be raining soon, so I really do need to get through this so that the internet doesn't get messed up because of an incoming storm. as he attempted to burn the scabbards with his Borobres technique. Kinemon, however, was able to cut the fire in half as well as a portion of Kaido's mouth, declaring that neither he nor his... Wait, did he cut Kaido's mouth? He cut Kaido's mouth. As well as a portion of Kaido's mouth, declaring that neither he nor his fellow scabbards were going to run away, being ready to die fighting. The scabbards proceeded to land several hits on Kaido, including slashing the scar Oden had previously given him. Meanwhile, at Onigashima's front entrance, Big Mom reunited with her eldest son, Perospero, who had joined forces with Marco to infiltrate the island. Once Big Mom reaffirmed her own alliance with Kaido, Perospero dissolved his alliance with Marco. Despite the scabbards' best efforts, their attacks ended up amounting to nothing, as Kaido confidently told them that they would not be able to defeat him, right before counterattacking and amputating one of Kikunojo's arms. In the Skull Dome, as Luffy, Sanji, and Jinbei proceeded to the rooftop while fighting several gifters, Queen started a viral outbreak, thanks to the Ice Oni rounds, in the live floor with the intent of creating chaos as he left the only existing vial of antibodies with Scratchman and Pooh, leading to a massive chase from all factions against the supernova. Somewhere else, Shinobu and Momonosuke were found by Sasaki and his armored division from the Beast Pirates, who demanded Momonosuke's head due to his influence over the Ninja Pirate Mink Samurai Alliance. Before Shinobu could be killed, Yamato stepped in to protect both, willing to die for them. Marco clashes with Big Mom and Perospero, tries to finish him off, but is... Marco clashes with Big Mom, and Perospero tries to finish him off, but is suddenly attacked by Carrot and Wanda in their Sulong form. Big Mom decides to leave and heads to the live floor where the Ice Oni are spreading. Apu tries to hold off the people pursuing him for the antidote, but has his hands full with Zoro and Drake. Meanwhile, Chopper realizes that he has contracted the virus. Elsewhere, Ulti and Page 1 are overwhelming Usopp and Nami, with Usopp's attacks doing little against them. After knocking out Usopp with a headbutt, Ulti agrees to let Nami live, as she denies that Luffy will become the Pirate King. However, like the squad member she is, Nami refuses, and Ulti is suddenly prevented from attacking her by the arrival of Tama and Komachiyo. Frankie, with Hacha on his tail, stumbled into Yamato's battle with Sasaki's armored division. Leaving Sasaki's forces for Frankie to deal with, Yamato knocked Hacha out after the latter opened a hole in the ground, with Yamato using it as an escape route while bringing the injured Momonosuke and Shinobu with him. Somewhere in the basement of Kaido's castle, Law found a poneglyph, commenting that it was not the one he was looking for. Meanwhile, Luffy and Kid's groups advanced further through the floors of Kaido's castle, with the latter gaining scrap to use in the upcoming battle. Sanji, overhearing a woman suffering from apparent sexual harassment, decides to split up from his group in order to find the source of the voice, only to fall for Black Maria's trap. In the live floor, Big Mom ignored the commotion with the Ice Oni and headed to the rooftop to rejoin Kaido, who was violently massacring the red scabbards. While doing this, she let Kikunoju's cut arm fall into the live floor below. Zoro, distracted by his ongoing fight with Apu and enraged that he was not assisting the samurai, decided to unleash a finishing move on Apu in order to obtain the antibody vial and bring Queen's stalling game to an end, which was a Itoryu Shisunsun. As Zoro threatened Queen from afar and Marco showed up to the Straw Hats in the live floor, a huge earthquake struck the land of Onigashima. Yamato, who was trying to find a way out of the ocean, noticed that the island was not at sea anymore, having been brought airborne by Kaido's power, which were the, flame clouds that are a secondary power of the Uo no Mi. At the battlefield, Marco helped the plague victims by using his Phoenix Flames to reset the timer of the disease. Chopper, assisted by Tristan and Dr. Miyagi, made preparations to mass-produce the antibody. However, Apu rose again and persistently chased after the reindeer, only to find himself in Drake's jaws, who had completely transformed into his Allosaurus form. Drake offered to protect the doctor alongside the Yakuzas while Marco volunteered to take Zoro to the roof, which the swordsman accepted. In the left brain tower central passage, Frankie attacked the enemy with General Launcher, until Sasaki fully transformed into a Triceratops and knocked over the robot. In the third floor banquet hall, Sanji attempted to flee from the partially transformed Black Maria, who ate the Kuo Kuo no Mi model Rosami Gale Grauvogeli, and her fellow subordinates, though he seemed to be still enjoying the situation. In the cat cafe on the 4th floor, Jinbei stayed behind to face Who's Who, the transformed Neko Neko no Mi model Saber Tiger, fruit user, and his feline smile using underlings. Elsewhere, Ulti and Page 1 burst out of the castle in their fully transformed forms in search of Nami and Usopp. Meanwhile, seeing as they could not leave the island, Yamato hid Momonosuke and Shinobu in a storeroom, where a broken dragon statue was stored. Yamato told them the story of Luffy's older brother Porcus the Ace, and recollected their fight and fast friendship, as well as Ace's stories of his little brother. When Momonosuke and Shinobu learned Yamato was Kaido's son, they at first kept their distance but eventually trusted him again. Yamato talked about what was written in Oden's journal regarding his adventures and about the future, and he then gave the journal to Momonosuke. On the battlefield, Queen ordered his subordinate to restrain Marco, who was transporting Zoro, but they were easily shaken off. Queen and King confronted Marco themselves. Marco restrained them before throwing Zoro to the roof. On the 5th floor, Luffy encountered the Mink tribe and thanked them for defeating all the enemy pirates blocking the way to the roof before proceeding. Battle on the Skull Dome! Emperors of the Sea Emperors versus the Worst Generation. We're slowly getting closer. Yeah, we're slowly getting closer. Atop the Skull Dome, Big Mom talked to Kaido while her two homies fed on flames in the clouds. They discussed the past of how Lin gave Kaido his mythical Zoan fruit, as well as capturing Robin in order for her to decipher the poneglyphs so that they can find the One Piece. The two emperors were soon confronted by Luffy, Zoro, Law, Kid, and Killer. When Luffy noticed the fallen samurai, he walked past the emperors and cradled Kinemon, who cried regretfully for being unable to defeat Kaido, and passed the torch on to Luffy. As Kaido moved in to attack Luffy, Law transported the Red Scabbards away with his ability. Luffy then dodged the attack before countering with a Gomu Gomu no Red Rocket, which successfully hurt the Emperor. Luffy declared that he would become the Pirate King. All the pirates present reacted when Luffy managed to damage Kaido, though the Emperor soon recovered and attacked with Raime Hokke, with which Luffy barely managed to dodge even with foresight. He was immediately targeted after by a Heavenly Fire from Lin and Prometheus, but was saved by Zoro, who used his recently learned Homerasaki to cut the flames. Law then saved Luffy from Kaido's follow-up attack with Shamburus, though mainly to berate the Straw Hat Captain for making it look like he was ordered to move the samurais, when that was his intention all along. After Kid teased them about this, Luffy challenged the two to a game of chicken in the face of Prometheus's Heavenly Bun Bun, which the two captains participated in after Luffy taunted them, only for all three of them ending up getting hit by the attack. Both Zoro and Killer then attacked Kaido with Santoryu Renkoku no Onigiri, Renkoku no Onigiri, and Killer with Zanshu Kuro, though their attacks did not injure him. The captains then got up with Luffy and Law activating Gear 4th and Room, respectively, while Kid used Pungarotan. They then chained their attacks on Kaido, with Luffy striking with Gomu Gomu no Kongagan, with King crushing with Punkavase, and Law using Takuto to rain sharpened boulders on him. However, Kaido quickly emerged in his dragon form and joined Big Mom in the sky to continue the fight. Kaido retaliated with Kaifu, which the young pirates either evaded or deflected, while Luffy struck back with Gomu Gomu no Kongaraival, followed immediately by Kid, who slammed Kaido in the ground with Gibson Tsunami. Kaido then attempted to chomp on Law, who easily evaded and pierced a Gamma Knife, where he believed the heart was in the dragon. Killer then got onto Kaido's back and did some internal damage with Kama Sonic until he was struck off by Big Mom and Zeus's Indra. Kaido then attempted to bite Killer, but then decided to redirect a Borobrese as Luffy after receiving his Gomu Gomu no Rhino Schneider to the face. Since it's in bold, I'm going to be enunciating all of these. Zoro had a reluctant Law place him in the way of the attack, cutting the flame before immediately retaliating with Wanso Itoryu Hiryu Kaien, which ended up missing and instead cutting off one of the horns from the mountain. Big Mom then had Zeus use Tenman Daijizai Tenjin, which hit all of her opponents but proved ineffective against Luffy, who charged at the Emperors. Kaido then hit the Straw Hat Captain with Borobrese, who endured the flames in order to barrage the dragon with Gomu no Konga Gatling, which pummeled him straight back into the dome. However, the attack ended up using up all of Luffy's haki, leaving him vulnerable to Lin Lin's Haha no Hi. Zoro managed to protect Luffy from the attack, with Law using Counter Shock to halt Big Mom's movements. Kid and Killer attempted to press their attacks on Kaido, but the dragon used Tatsumaki, as well as lifting an immobile Luffy straight into his mouth. Zoro then used Three Sword style Santoryu Kokujo Tatsumaki to counter the attack, damage Kaido, and take back his captain. Kaido, realizing Zoro possessed Enma, used Tatsumaki Kaifu to retaliate, though his opponents either dodged or repelled the attacks. He then took on his hybrid form. Back inside the dome, the CP0 agents who were invited by Orochi spectate the chaos quietly in their private room, while commenting on the current state of the war. Elsewhere, it is revealed that Speed, alongside Gazelleman and Daifugo, who were made into Tama's subordinates with her dongos, were the ones who brought Tama to Onigashima. Tama had created a large number of dongos while traveling to the island, with the intention of having her allies distributed to the gifters in the midst of the battle. While Speed tricked the gifters by claiming it was medicine developed by Queen, Daifugo and Gazelleman forced the dongos into their former comrades' mouths. Back at Frankie's battle, after a general left failed to deter Sasaki, Frankie managed to catch him by the horn and then flip over the dinosaur. Just as Frankie was about to follow up on that attack, Sasaki's men restrained the robot. However, thanks to Usopp Nami, I was about to call Tama Tommy. I don't know why. Why do I keep doing that? However, thanks to Usopp, Nami, and Tama appearing with a horde of tamed gifters in tow, Frankie managed to break free. At this point, Ulti and Page 1 appeared in pursuit of the three, revealing to Sasaki that the gifters were being turned against them. Ulti attempted to attack Nami, but the cat burglar countered with a Thunder Lance tempo, though it did not keep the dinosaur woman down for long. In the meantime, Usopp used Kibi Dan Bushi to shoot Dango into Sasaki's men's mouths, turning them into the Alliance's allies. While the Triceratops was distracted by these turn of events, Frankie kicked his head upwards to unleash the Shori no V-slash at his belly. In the Grand Banquet Hall, Sanji, having defeated Black Maria's male subordinates, was finally captured thanks Spider-Woman's abilities and female subordinates. Thanks to the Spider-Woman's abilities. There should be a "the" in there, just letting you know. Was finally captured thanks to the Spider-Woman's abilities and female subordinates, whom Sanji refused to hurt, because Sanji does not hit women. He was then threatened to call for Robin via the Mary Cayman lady in order to capture her. At this point, though, a cyborg Mary discovered the injured Red Scabbards and informed King that someone was trying to help them. King requested someone else go as his hands were full dealing with Marco, with Black Maria volunteering. Black Maria started beating up Sanji in order to force him to call for Robin, but it was unnecessary as Sanji willingly did so, much to the shock of the ladies, who thought that Sanji would be defiant to the end. This might be one of my longest live streams that I've done this way, because it's 6 hours. I feel like I've hit 6 hours. Yeah, I've hit 6 hours. This might be the longest live stream I have ever done, recounting all of these events. And it's getting to the point where rain clouds are coming up and it's starting to make everything look dark. Who thought that Sanji would be defiant to the end. Just as Black Maria was about to recommence beating up Sanji, Robin appeared and used Gigantesco Mano's Spank to knock her away, while Brook, who accompanied her, froze all of Maria's webbing. With Sanji freed, he headed towards the Scabbards, at the same time as a recovering Jack, who insisted on ending the samurais himself, leaving Black Maria to deal with Robin and Brook. Elsewhere, Yamato's group was discovered by a cyborg Mary, which forced him to hide Momonosuke in his clothes as they made a break for it. Despite their efforts, they were still spotted by Bao Huang and her Marys, who broadcasted their location throughout the castle. Sanji, who heard this, interrogated one of his defeated opponents and found out that Momonosuke is virtually in the opposite direction of the Scabbards. Conflicted on who to support, Sanji eventually ran in one of their directions. Meanwhile, outside the castle, Pero managed to defeat the two mink women after clouds covered the moon and canceled their Sulong. Pero then headed indoors as he witnessed Marco holding back King and Queen all by himself and decided to support his new allies. In the performance floor, the Beast Pirates and their new samurai recruits persistently attempted to reach Chopper, but were forced back by the Alliance, predominantly Diaz Drake and Hyogoro, who by a side effect of the Ice Oni virus, had regained his form and strength of his prime. However, due to the Phoenix Flames burning up their physical stamina in order to keep them from turning, the situation from the Alliance side started to degrade, with Hyogoro even preparing to commit suicide before he turned into an Oni. Everyone started to fall into despair, including the Beast Pirates' waiters and pleasures, when they learned that the Ice Oni virus was intended to be used on them as they have lost their value with the loss of Smile. Thankfully, in spite of Queen's insistence that the Tanuki was going to abandon them, Chopper came through firing the Chopper Phage nebulizer into the battlefield, which cured everyone of the virus. When Queen questions what, how, and why Chopper did this, the reindeer stated that thanks to his 2 years of training, he was able to make a gaseous virus designed to counteract the Ice Oni virus using the antibodies as a base. Queen then fired at Chopper when the cotton candy lover lectured him on how weaponizing viruses would inevitably lead to them losing control over it. At this point, having felt betrayed at the fact that they were being used as expendables, the Pleasures put their bodies on the line to protect Chopper. Marco then restrained Queen, allowing Chopper, who used Monster Point, to hit the Brachiosaurus while declaring that he was not a Tanuki, eliciting silent apologies from all of his allies who had been continuously calling him one. It was a good Chopper chapter. In the Right Brain Tower, Team Momonosuke fled from the enemies when Momonosuke, in a moment of self-doubt, transformed into a dragon. After transforming back, he explained to Yamato about his ability. Yamato, I hear the thunderclouds. Yamato then expressed concern for Luffy as well as a willingness to fight Kaido. Momonosuke offhandedly yet correctly stated Luffy's current condition, evoking surprise from Shinobu as the group was nowhere near Luffy. Elsewhere, Orochi is revealed to be alive, and together with Fukurokuju, started setting fire around the castle for the sake of revenge. Meanwhile, in the treasure repository, the Scabbards regained consciousness, and just as they were about to leave to rejoin the battle, the door opened to reveal Odin, much to their delighted shock. And this is where the most recent episode of One Piece finishes off at. This is where we've reached the most recent episode of the One Piece anime. However, Ashura quickly exposed that the Odin in front of them was a fake, with all of them soon realizing that it was a living painting remotely controlled by Kanjiro, who was still alive. Ashura then sacrificed himself to push away the painting before it self-destructed, while the rest ran towards Momonosuke, as they realized he was being targeted. However, they soon came across Jack, with Inuarashi volunteering to stay behind in order to fight him. The Scabbards soon came across Orochi and Fukurokuju, with the former transforming in order to take on the visibly weakened samurai, despite the latter's insistence that they flee. This proved to be the Shogun's undoing, as the Scabbards instantly decapitated 6 of his heads before moving on, with the exception of Raizo, who stayed behind to fight Fukurokuju. On the rooftop, the Supernovas were all wounded, and came to the conclusion that unless they separated the two emperors, they would never make headway. The emperors then performed Hakai, a powerful, wide-range, unavoidable combo attack which the younger pirates endured thanks to Zoro, who briefly blocked it, though he sustained some serious injuries. Luffy then attacked Kaido with a Gomu Gomu no Red Hawk, which the King of Beasts quickly dodged. He then followed up by knocking down the young pirate, firing a Bodo Breath, and then attacked with Kosanze Ragnarok. And though Luffy barely avoided the former attack, he took the latter head-on. In the meantime, Kid constructed an airtight metal box, which Law used Shambles to trap Zeus in, while Zoro used Homura Saki Rokudo no Tsuji to neutralize Prometheus, and Killer knocked Napoleon out of Big Mom's hand and continuously attacked it in order to keep it away from its owner. Kid then got Linlin's attention by firing punk pistols at her, which Big Mom easily repelled before punching Kid into the ground. The captain used this opportunity to attach some scrap to her and he used Repel to levitate her, which Law followed up by using Tack to launch a massive boulder at her that pushed her off the island. Without any of her homies to help her fly, Lin plummeted into the open sea, though she was saved when Kaido targeted Zoro, allowing Prometheus to pick up Napoleon and catch her before she could drown. As Big Mom praises Prometheus while criticizing Zeus, the living sun made a request to its owner. Kid and Killer then chased after Big Mom when they noticed something strange going on in the sky. Just as Kaido swung at Zoro, Law used the ability and switched with the pirate hunter before stabbing the King of Beasts in the throat with injection shot. He then defended himself from Kaido following up with Curtain, though he was still sent flying. Zoro, while entrusting Law with the aftermath, then used his strongest attack, Kiki 9 sword style Ashura Bake Moja no Tawamure. Moja no Tawamure. Pretty much Ashura style Dead Man's Game. When Kaido targeted the still unconscious Luffy, the attack managed to scar the Emperor, who was shocked, having thought that Zoro might have used Conqueror's Haki, though the swordsman denied it before collapsing. When Law attempted to help the pirate hunter, Kaido struck both of them with Raimei Hake. Just as the Emperor thought he had dealt with all his immediate enemies, Luffy rose again while revealing the epiphany he gained from taking Kaido's last attack, that Conqueror's Haki can also be infused into attacks. Kaido laughed and then attacked while stating that only the mightiest can use such a technique. However, Luffy instantly countered using Hao Shaku-infused emissive Haki attacks, chaining a kick which knocked away the Kanabo, a punch to Kaido's gut, followed by an uppercut which floored the Emperor. Luffy then thanked Zoro and Law, telling them to go down, while he himself would take on Kaido alone. The two clashed, both using Hao Shaku Haki in their attacks. Unfortunately, due to Luffy's inexperience in using Hao Shaku Haki in this way, he soon lost and was sent plummeting into the sea. Just wondering if your memory is right, Killer is the one with the metal arms. Killer is the one that uses the gauntlets that have the blades on them. He's the one that wears the striped mask. Kid is the one that uses metal, and he has the full metal left arm. That's Kid. Killer is the one with the mask with the holes in it. And the spinning blades. Yeah, that storm's getting closer. Unfortunately, due to Luffy's inexperience in using Hao Shoku Haki in this way, he soon lost and was sent plummeting into the sea, with Kaido commenting that he got carried away and should have cut off his head, since without it he couldn't break the morale of the rebels. Taking down the Tobi Roppo! Straw Hats versus Beast Pirates. As Big Mom descended from the sky, she is now accompanied by her new special homie, Hera, who she used to blast Kid and Killer with Fulgora, sending them both indoors, with she herself following. Law then took Zoro and Zeus indoors with his ability, while conveniently landing near Sanji, who was headed for Momonosuke. Law quickly handed Zoro to the chef, listing out all of Zoro's injuries before he and Zeus went their separate ways in order to look for Big Mom. After wrapping up Zoro in bandages, kinda overdid it when you look at the panel, Sanji continued heading for Momonosuke before into Izo and Kawamatsu. As it turned out, the Scabbards had split into smaller groups, with Nekomamushi headed for Pedro's killer, Perospero. Kinemon and Kiku raced to Momonosuke, while Izo and Kawamatsu offered to reinforce the others. With Momonosuke in Kinemon's hands, Sanji took Zoro's advice and headed to the live floor. Meanwhile, Kid and Killer, having been blasted a good distance indoors, quickly shook off the attack and started to actively look for Big Mom. Though when they soon encountered Hawkins, who attempted to ambush them with Warbideto, with a Warbideto, which is an ability with the straw fruit. And if I go to it, Warbideto. Where is it? Where is it? Not Go Mono So. Warbideto, where is it? Huh. Odd that it doesn't even come up with that. But while he attempted to ambush them with Wabireto, who attempted to ambush him with Wabireto. With another member of the worst generation in the way, Killer volunteered to stay behind and fight him. Meanwhile, on the second floor, Page One had... Yeah, that storm's getting closer. Meanwhile, Page One had finally caught up to Komachiyo and clung to the Koma Inu, while Nami and Usopp desperately attempted to get him off. Usopp then used Midoriboshi Hanabibana to remove him, followed by Midoriboshi Bakubokuri, in an attempt to fight him, though it failed. At this point, they ran into Big Mom, who recognized the Straw Hats and Tama. The former she threatened hostilely, though the latter she surprisingly greeted gently, as according to Prometheus's thoughts. Lin Lin rarely entered a mother mode for children under the age of 10. After she learnt of how Okobori Town, the place that helped her when she had amnesia, was burnt to the ground by Kaido's men, she angrily knocked out the approaching Page One with a single Haoshoku-infused fist. Ulti, who witnessed the attack, started angrily running at them. Nami attempted to turn the two angry ladies at each other, but when both still designated her a target, the Straw Hats and Tama attempted to continue fleeing on Komachiyo. However, Ulti took down the Lion Dog with Uzugan and slapped Tama when the girl started crying, earning the united ire of both Lin Lin and Nami, the former striking the Toby executive with an electrical attack. Nami attempted to follow up with Tornado Tempo, but the dinosaur woman dodged it, caught the cat burglar, and attempted to headbutt her. Thankfully, she was inadvertently saved thanks to Big Mom's Mazer Ho, which pierced right through Ulti. As the homies celebrated their first combo attack, Zeus appeared and is saddened when he saw a new homie in his place. Hera is there to replace him. When Big Mom noticed him, he attempted to join in as part of the group, but is left heartbroken when Big Mom rejected him and had Hera feed on him. As he is being eaten, he tearfully apologized to Nami and even attempted to attack Lin Lin, as a means to delay the Emperor and allow Nami to escape, though he is eagerly squished by his former master. Nami attempted to strengthen Zeus by giving him some black balls, but Hera seemingly ate him before he could, while also consuming Nami's clouds. Tama, having witnessed Olin's actions, is now scared of the Emperor and attempted to run away with the Straw Hats, though when Big Mom sees this, in a twisted form of affection, resolved to kill Tama along with the Straw Hats. Twisted form of affection? However, just as she's about to attack, the Emperor is slammed into the ground by Kid's punk Gibson, allowing the trio to escape Big Mom. He is later joined by Law, who offered a temporary alliance to Kid in order to deal with the Emperor. In the first floor attic, Momonosuke was left to hide with Shinobu, while Yamato headed to the Skull Dome while hiding a makeshift Momonosuke doll in an attempt to distract the enemy. In the attic, Momonosuke read his father's journal and is shocked at the conclusion that indicated that he really couldn't afford to die. All of a sudden, as Luffy was sunk into the sea after losing to Kaido, he used the voice of all things and transmitted a message to Momonosuke, which he wished for the boy to spread their allies, who in turn complied. As he rolled in pain from the headache of receiving the message, he was soon discovered by Kinemon and Kiku, and promptly after by Kanjiro, who used his ability to disguise himself as Odin. Though Kiku knew the truth and resolved to deal with the imposter, she still hesitated, allowing the traitor to stab her. Kinemon then took her place and cut down Kanjiro, but then Kaido appeared and struck down the Foxfire. As Shinobu and Momonosuke ran away, Kinemon still attempted to fight by stabbing Kaido with his broken blades in spite of his injuries. However, this proved to be ineffective as Kaido impaled Kinemon with Kiku's sword before pursuing Momonosuke. As the Kozuki heir was carried away by Shinobu, he used the frog Mary he snatched to transmit Luffy's message throughout Onigashima, urging that the Alliance to continue fighting, and that the Straw Hat Captain would return to the fight and would win. At this point, Kaido cornered the two, but before he could attack them, Shinobu used her Juku Juku no Mi ability to rot of the edge of the island and fall off Onigashima. Yamato then challenged Kaido from atop the Skull Dome, not only to break their bonds, but also to buy Luffy some time. Kaido then flew to the top of the Skull Dome in his dragon form before entering his hybrid form to fight Yamato. On the live floor, Chopper was fighting the fully transformed Queen, slamming the Brachiosaurus on his back while in Monster Point. However, as Queen was getting support from Pero, the battle was not going in their favor. Queen then shot a black coffee bean from his mouth at Chopper, which the reindeer managed to dodge before charging at the blade, though Queen countered by cybernetically extending his neck to bite Chopper. At this point, Bao Huang transmitted the message of Luffy's defeat and death at Kaido's hand, which affected the Alliance's morale. Pero immediately followed up by shooting Candy Shower, a shower of candy arrows which fell randomly all over the live floor. Thankfully, Sanji appeared as Queen is about to inflict a dangerous attack on Chopper and kicked the All-Star with Diable Jamba Rotisserie Strike, which sent him spinning, simultaneously deflecting all the arrows with the enemy's massive body while also knocking back Pero. He then chucked Zoro to Chopper to have him attend the swordsman wounds, which he took over while he took over their doctor's fight. The Alliance then heard Momonosuke's message, which restored their morale. As Nami, Usopp, and Tama kept running towards the stage, they found out that Zeus is now inhabiting Nami's climate act. As it turns out, Nami's effort to help Zeus earlier wasn't in vain, as just as Hera was about to eat him, Nami's parting gift of black balls ended up pushing his soul into the climate act, turning it into a sentient weapon. Just as they reached the stage, Ulti caught up with the trio and headbutted Usopp into the ground. She caught Tama, and having realized she was the one responsible for the gifters and Big Mom's actions, started to strangle the girl. Nami attempted to attack the Tobiropo by hitting her with the stretched-out climb attack, but was surprised when Zeus transformed in the end into a mace. Zeus then stated that though Ulti's skin is tough, her insides must be heavily damaged, and she just need one more strong attack to be taken down. Usopp then hit Ulti with Midori Boshi Sargasso, causing a massive amount of seaweeds to grow on her and separating her from Tama, allowing Nami to use Raite on her, though Ulti still managed to dodge it. However, Zeus showed his worth by redirecting the attack and homing in on Ulti, knocking her out. This quick battle all happened before Bao Huang, who was so surprised that instead of announcing the original message of how Momonosuke fell off the island, she instead blurted out how Page 1 and Ulti were both taken out, inadvertently affecting her own side's morale. Usopp then captured her using Midori Boshi Devil before having Tama use a Mary to transmit her own voice. Though Tama was at first intimidated by Queen, she eventually managed to convey her orders to all the gifters who consumed her dongos, which again shifted the tides of battle in favor of the Alliance. Queen, realizing that Tama was behind this, attempted to attack her, but was stopped by Sanji's Collier Strike. Sanji then ran away with Nami and Usopp. I'm just realizing that this has been going on for so long, but I'm not stopping until I cover everything. Tama then ran away with Nami and Usopp as they were targeted by the Beast Pirates, believing her to be the one responsible for the Gifter's betrayal, though she was later protected by Daifugo, carried away by Speed, while Gazelle Man promised to take care of Komachio. Zeus, who was elated now that Nami accepted him as her partner, cleared the way for their escape. Back at the performance floor, Queen then shifted into his man-beast form while revealing several of his cyborg modifications, while also touching on his and Sanji's father's past in Mads. And Mads, if we pull that up so we can cover that basis, was an illegal scientific research team that was active at least over 24 years ago. Not much is known yet about Mads, except it was consisted of a team of expert scientists intent in studying and developing weapons for unknown reasons. One of their most... Yo, Gogeta, what's going on? I'm currently reading through the Wano Country arc right now. I spent the last 6 hours going over Zou, Whole Cake Island, the Reverie, and currently Wano. So I've been doing non-stop reading for the past 6 hours. And I'm not done yet. Intent on studying and developing weapons for unknown purposes. One of their most notable accomplishments includes the discovery of the lineage factor, also known as the blueprints of life itself. They were notable enough that the world government felt threatened by their existence, leading to their persecution and eventual disbandment. And the people who were a part of it were Dr. Vegapunk, Caesar Clown, Vince Monk Judge, and Queen. Chopper, who had turned into his new Baby Gigi form under the modified Rumble Ball side effects, discussed with Miyagi about the Goat Mink's hidden ultra-regenerative medicine and its side effect. Zoro, having heard this, demanded to have the medicine at once due to his urgent need to rejoin the battle. back in the Cat Cafe, where Jinbei faced Who's Who, the former warlord initially had a hard time due to facing not only the Tobiropo, but also his subordinates, but all his subordinates as well. However, mass confusion occurred when the Tama's ability activated and the gifters started turning against each other, forcing the officer to face Jinbei in a one-on-one. Yeah, I noticed. I thought my YouTube was glitched, saying a 6-hour stream. I guess this new now that I'm full time. Yeah. I'm able to do this sort of thing now that I'm full time. That's the amazing thing. I can have long streams and not worried about I got to take a break because I got to sleep for work. No. I get to decide when the stream ends, not my work schedule. So it's so great. Who's Who then revealed himself to be a Rokushiki user, using a dagger to fire some Hagan, which Jinbei countered with Gyojin Karate Karakasagawara Seiken. Wow, I was able to say that completely without thinking. The officer dodged the attack with Soru, followed by Rankyaku, which Jinbei deflected using a Busou Shoka hardened arm. As he transformed into his band beast form, Who's Who disclosed himself to be an ex-CP9 agent who was imprisoned after making a mistake 12 years ago, and managed to escape to form his own pirate crew. He then fired a Gagan at Jinbei, which the fishman dodged. The saber-toothed tiger then revealed that the grudge he held for Jinbei is connected to the fishman's new captain, the one who ate the Gomu Gomu no Mi, the fruit which the former agent allowed to be stolen by the red-hair pirates. He then took to the sky using Geppo before raining down a barrage of Gagan, which Jinbei dodged after deflecting one and seeing that his Busou Shoka was unable to fully block it. Who's Who then charged at his opponent with Tenkai Kibasen, which Jinbei countered with Gyojin Jujutsu Hikokushio Ipponzioi, followed by an Uchimizu, though Who's Who dodged it with Soro. He then continued his conversation as they fought, inquiring Jinbei on what he knew about Nika, the sun god, who was talked about by the slaves while he was tortured during captivity. He then attacked up close, barraging Jinbei with Shigan Madara, stating that he believed the fishman would know, as he was once a part of the Sun Pirates and the fishman history of slavery. Angered by this final comment, Jinbei used a full-body Busou Shoku hardening strong enough to actually break the Tobiropo's fingers before gripping onto his opponent's wrists and using Gyojin Karate So Shark. Who's Who then attempted to escape using Rankyaku and Gagan at point-blank range, but Jinbei simply endured it, before stepping on his opponent's tail and finishing with Ginjun Karate Ogi Onigawara Seiken. Basically, a hockey-infused Gosen Maigawara Seiken. Just using that and just... imagine, here's the thing. Jinbei is already monstrously strong due to his nature as a fishman. So imagine him also using hockey and then using his secret technique on top of that hockey. It's already substantial. And let me do this. Since it's starting to get darker, I might need to bump up the brightness just a little bit. Okay, it looks kind of dark. Okay, let me bring it down. Okay, that's actually a good volume. All right, back to it. Throughout all of this, the CP0 agents examined the state of the war in their private guest parlor, using a go board to illustrate the two sides. They noted that a total of 5,000 casualties had appeared on both sides, with the ratio between Beast Pirates and the Alliance being 24,000 to 3,000. However, thanks to Queen causing the pleasures and waiters on his side to revolt, the gap is actually smaller, being 20,000 to 7,000. When Tama activated her ability, the CP0 agents altered the board again, with 300 headliners being tamed by Tama, with an additional 2,000 gifters under their direct command during turning against the Beast Pirates, and 1,000 additional casualties during the surprise betrayal. The gap narrowed again with 16,000 to 9,000 in favor of the Beast Pirates. The agents then discussed how Who's Who needed to be eliminated due to his defection. In the sea surrounding Wano, After Luffy used the voice of all things to talk to Momonosuke, he used it again to call the Heart Pirates to save him. While they were confused on how they could hear the unconscious, drowning captain's voice, they still took him aboard the polar tank and attempted to resuscitate him. Though they managed to get all the water out of his body, they debated on what to do next as the Straw Hat captain was still unconscious, when Luffy revived himself and yelled for meat, much to his allies' shock. In the right brain tower, Frankie had no choice but to run while fighting due to the disadvantage in numbers. However, after Tama activated her ability, Frankie gained new allies in the Gifters. This allowed him to fight Sasaki one-on-one, where they both landed powerful blows on each other. Getting irritated on each other's toughness, Sasaki entered his man-beast form while also activating his Karakuri Rasento before rotating his frill, which allowed him to hover. He then attacked his tame subordinates with Heliceratops before attacking Frankie with the same move. Though Frankie managed to deflect the attack, Sasaki then prepared to himself to charge at the mecha while spinning his frill for extra propulsion, but accidentally spinning it in the wrong direction, causing him to move backwards instead. The embarrassed Toriropo clumsily attempted to claim he did it on purpose to acquire runway space, though Frankie called him out on this. Sasaki then charged at Frankie with Tamaceratops, which the Frankie Shogun attempted to counter with General Shield, though the collision ended up accidentally launching the mecha's shoulder-mounted rockets point blank into the dinosaur man's face. Frankie used this opportunity to perform a general suplex, planting Sasaki headfirst into the floor and attempting to follow it with Shori no V-slash at Sasaki's unprotected and heavily bleeding belly. Though the Triceratops used his rotating frill to escape skywards. They then engaged in a sword fight, which proved to be Frankie's weakness, as his Franken was soon snapped, forcing Frankie to retreat as he prepared a general cannon. Sasaki then charged at Frankie with another Tamaceratops, but Frankie managed to fire his cannon in time, sending Sasaki flying. However, this was still not enough to take the Tobiropo down, who performed an aerial kamikaze attack, Magnum Ceratops, which successfully broke the Frankie Shogun. Thankfully, Frankie had already evacuated from the mech and ended the battle by launching a Frankie Radical Beam directly at Sasaki's unprotected stomach. On the roof of the Skull Dome, Kaido told Yamato whilst fighting him that he would make a worthy addition to the Beast Pirates' military strength, causing him to retort that that is no way for a parent to talk to their child. Kaido told Yamato that the devil fruit he consumed was one he had a tough time acquiring, and that he never planned on Yamato getting it. Yamato told him that he ate it out of hunger and that now he can't swim, even though he wanted to set sail. Yamato told Kaido that even though he failed to kill him multiple times, all of his defeats had made him stronger, and that the explosive cups were not the only thing keeping him in Wano. Yamato declared that if he just abandoned the country, he could not call himself Odin. Kaido stated that the Ino Ino no Mi Mado Okuchi no Makami is a rare mythical wolf and Wano's guardian deity, so it was a mistake to let Yamato eat it, but also should mean that he has to protect Wano for him. Yamato, however, planned to help protect the country from Kaido and open its borders. He then unleashed the Namuji Hyoga at his father, which Kaido countered with Bolo Breath, saying he would not let that happen. In the banquet hall, Black Maria caught Brook and Robin in her illusion mist, which made them see illusions of their deceased loved ones. Brook, who had gotten used to such things after decades of loneliness in the Florian Triangle, called out to Robin, who was seemingly fooled by it, and was approaching the images of Nico Olvia, Professor Clover, and Jaguar de Sol. However, Robin knew better and attacked the illusions with Tres Manos Frisia, revealing them to be the gifters Tenjo Sagari, Noreona, and the numbers Kyonyun, respectively. The two Straw Hats then quickly retreated as they were pursued by the Beast Pirates, including Black Maria herself, who attacked with Furisode Waniudo, which the two dodged. Maria then set the floor on fire, forcing Robin to carry Brook and escape to the ceiling using Spider-Net. Seeing that the true identity of the burning polearm is a pug gifter running inside the wheel and generating flames, Brook used Cold Soul to freeze him, before putting out the fires on the floor using S-Ban. Now back on the floor, Brook offered to take care of Maria's subordinates, leaving Robin to take care of the Tobiropo, which he gratefully accepted. As Maria mocked Sanji for his pathetic display before, Robin merely smiled as she understood that he did it not because he was afraid to die or to betray her, but because he trusted her. She then used Gigante Fleur to create a giant clone of herself, as well as several giant arms, before using Sea Dragon to grab onto Maria's spider legs. However, Maria fought back, and having quickly realized that Robin will take any damage her clone does, she coated her feet with poison, forcing Robin to let go. And then this poison is also kind of extremely corrosive, and it burns as well, which is another reason why Robin let go. Maria then used Marionette Oshizumaria, using her webbing to restrain Gigante Fleur before coming in close and punching with Oiron Knuckle. Robin soon dispersed the clone before attempting to use giant arms to restrain Maria from behind. However, the Tobiropo noticed this and blocked with Ikido Maria, before setting her new web of flame with Atata Maria, cornering Robin within the fire, as Maria took advantage of this and launched a barrage of attacks on Robin while taunting her, claiming that she was a liability. Robin recalled her fishman karate lessons when she was with the Revolutionary Army. She then sprouted a gigantic hand on Black Maria's back and attacked the ceiling with Mia Fleur Fishman Karate Gigante and Gigantium to collapse it and put out the flames. She then used Demonio Fleur to create a giant demonic-looking clone of herself to finish off Black Maria with Grand Jacuzzi Clutch. One of the best fights that we've ever seen Robin have in. Best fight. Meanwhile, in order to impede his opponents, Brook made a very narrow passage in between two large ice blocks he created. When Maria screamed as she was defeated by Robin, her worried subordinates all crowded around the narrow gap. Brook then suddenly collapsed the ice with all the subordinates lined up. And with all the subordinates lined up, he defeated them simultaneously with Phrased Arms Orchestra. He then rushed to support Robin as she collapsed from her wounds and exhaustion. Down in Tokage Port, Momonosuke and Shinobu had safely landed thanks to Shinobu's kite and reunited with Luffy and the Heart Pirates. The pirates had given Luffy all of their food, yet he still demanded more, forcing them to go look for it. Fortunately, they ran into Caribou, who was... They're kind of going hard on the pronouns a bit. Oda, even at the time of the original publications of the chapters, publication of these chapters, that Yamato is female. Well, some must grasp on to anything. I mean, we already know that Yamato is female, but they do it to the way that Yamato presents herself. So that's the reason why they say it as this. That's the only reason why they call Yamato he, even though we all know she's a she, because she presents herself as a he, because I already explained, because she admires Odin so much that she sees herself as a man and therefore presents herself as a man, and that's how they go along. That's just how they put it up. You and I both know. All of us know that Yamato's a woman. We know. Ain't no discrepancy with that. Fortunately, they ran into Caribou, who was close by and was carrying months' worth of provisions within his swamp, which he willingly offered to them in order to ensure their victory so that he can finally leave Wano. Momonosuke was relieved to see Luffy alive and started to cry over Kinemon's and Kikunojo's fate, but Luffy told him not to cry yet until Kaido is beaten. He then pointed up into the air and told Momonosuke to turn into a dragon and fly him back to Onigashima. In order to do this, Momonosuke requested Shinobu to mature his body into an adult with her ability. How much further? We're getting close. We still need to keep going, though. Closing in on the capital, the monster trio leads the fight. Though Onigashima is only 15 minutes away from reaching the Flower Capital, one more. All right, I'm done. No more eating for the rest of the stream. Though Onigashima is only 15 minutes away from reaching the Flower Capital, and the Tobiropo confirmed to have been defeated, battles still continue across the island. On the third floor in the castle, Raizo duels, I feel like it should say duels, not just duel. Duels with Fukurokuju, it should say Raizo's duel. Raizo's duel with Fukurokuju continued with Raizo using Ninpo Bushin no Jutsu, while he asked his opponent how he could serve someone like Orochi. Fukurokuju mocked the ninja's emotional state. You're putting in work with this? Oh yes, I am. I told you I was going to stick it out to the end, and the best way to test out my resolve and how serious I'm taking this is that I stick to what I say. I've always been a person like that, but this time, now more than ever, I have more than enough reasons to stick out the long haul for whenever I say something. Fukurokuju mocked the ninja's emotional state and willingness to follow a dead man as he landed a hit on the real Raizo with his Ninpo Mimi Tabu Cracker, which is basically him using his earlobes to fight. As the battle continued, the two ninjas quarreled over Momonosuke's suitability to become the shogun of Wano due to his young age. Elsewhere on the live floor, Killer managed to destroy all but one of Hawkins' straw dolls, which transferred damage to another person. Killer then sliced at Hawkins, but as the magician redirected the injury to his final doll, he cryptically told the massacred soldier to consider whose life the doll was attached to, before realizing that the final straw doll was tied to Kid's life. Simultaneously, as Kid and Law fought Big Mom, Kid was sliced out of nowhere. Hawkins took pleasure in Killer's dilemma and wondered what he would decide to do. On the performance floor, King and Queen rampaged mercilessly against the defected Beast Pirates, with Sanji being overwhelmed and Marco exhausted. Sanji nervously waited for Miyagi's treatment of Zoro to take effect as he resumed attacking Queen. From a distance, Perospero attempted to snipe Sanji with a candy arrow, blaming the cook for forcing him to team up with the Beast Pirates, but was attacked by Nekomamushi, who arrived to avenge Pedro. Some samurai attempted to take Zoro to safety, but were confronted by King, who used Andan. However, Marco is able to hold off the attack with his Fujiazami long enough for the treatment to take effect. The now healthy Zoro then struck King with three-sword style Rengoku Onigiri, while Sanji simultaneously attacked Queen with Diable Mutin shot, with the two of them stating that they would catch a glimpse of Luffy as the Pirate King once this battle was won. The two lead performance soon stood back up after Zoro and Sanji's attack with Queen, recommencing the battle with a barrage of later. Recommencing the battle with a barrage of lasers. As the two Straw Hats dodged the shots, Zoro noticed something wrong with Sanji, who revealed that he had felt strange ever since last using the raid suit. Zoro then blocked an attack from King meant for Sanji, with Blackleg quickly returning the favor by defending the Pirate Hunter for Queen's bridal grapper. When Sanji displayed Diable Jamba, Queen started claiming that he was a modified human, though Sanji vehemently insisted that he was completely human. Unlike his brothers, as Zoro clashed with King, the Wildfire's blade suddenly revealed its gimmick, turning a sword into a sword breaker and disarming the Pirate Hunter of two of his blades. King then followed up with a punch, though Zoro managed to defend with the sword in his mouth before reclaiming his blades. In the distance, Marco thought back to a story Whitebeard told him about a land of gods, where Izo rescued him from some beast pirates and carried him out of the fight. The samurai, realizing that attempting to support the Straw Hats in their battles would be futile, instead turned into suppressing the other beast pirates and preventing them from interfering in the Straw Hat lead performer's battle. As the fight continued, Hyogoro and Kawamatsu remarked about the similarities between Zoro and his resemblance to Shimotsuki Ushimaru and Shimotsuki Ryuma, even stating that the swordsman returning Shusui to Wano could be considered fate. Meanwhile, on the second floor, Jack fought Inuarashi in his hybrid form when the dog meat managed to throw Jack into the courtyard where Ashura Doji laid. As Inuarashi claimed that he was fine dying for the incoming dawn of the world, he stepped into a sliver of moonlight and transformed into a Sulong form. At the front entrance of Onigashima, Carrot and Wanda have recovered to see Nekomamushi approach Perospero in his Sulong form. He spoke to the already deceased Pedro, telling him to sit back and watch him win the fight. Elsewhere on the second floor, Usopp bluffed the Beast Pirates, claiming responsibility for the blast of Hao Shakuhaki, knocking out the enemy, which was actually being emanated from Big Mom, who was fighting elsewhere on the floor, while dubbing himself Usohachi the Sibling Hunter, asserting that he was the one who defeated Page 1 and Ulti. This also distracted them from Tama and Nami, the latter who was attempting to communicate with her crewmates and learn their status. In the Right Brain Tower, Frankie had reunited with the Heart Pirates and were together preventing the Beast Pirates from trying to enter the performance floor. On the third floor, Brook attempted to flee from the out-of-control flames with an unconscious Robin in his arms while Jinbei fought alongside the Kid Pirates on the fourth floor, and the samurai blockaded the entrance to the performance floor. Down in Tokage Port, Shinobu used her ability to permanently mature the boy's body to 28 years of age. The Heart Pirates started panicking when a dragon appeared before them, believing it to be Kaido, though Luffy recognized the creature to be none other than Momonosuke. When Luffy asked Momonosuke whether he is ready to fly back to Onigashima, the dragon emphatically agreed, though when Luffy got on him and demanded he fly, Momonosuke froze up and refused to fly due to his acrophobia. Meanwhile, atop the Skull Dome, with both father and child still in their hybrid forms, Yamato fired a Nakibura, which Kaido easily defected before launching a Kongo Kaburo in return that his son barely managed to defend against. As Yamato exhaustively stated that his father was trying to kill him, Kaido passively affirmed this, saying that it was the burden of carrying Odin's name. Yamato verbally defended his admiration as he recalled his past when he first witnessed his house Shakuhaki. Having unintentionally knocked out some of his father's men, Kaido properly recognized him as a potential threat with his mindset and locked him up in a cave with samurai who rebelled against him. Claiming to give them an opportunity to join him if they surrender, he left a single portion of food and the samurai's swords, believing they would either fight each other or for the food or kill Yamato for being his son. While neither parent nor child expected what that once the cave was sealed, what neither parent nor child expected was that once the cave was sealed, the samurai instead claimed their blades, cut the boy free of his chains, and give him the only portion of food. With their actions and mutual admiration for Odin, Yamato put his trust in them and revealed Odin's logbook, asking them to teach him what was written. 10 days later, with Yamato close to starving to death, the samurai decided to break out of the cave in order to secure Yamato's future, who promised to fight for Wano when the predicted war came, and their actions led to their death. With their actions leading to their death. Back in the present, Yamato decided demanded to know what right Kaido had to steal Wano and his own freedom, with his father replying that there is no easy answer. As they clash with simultaneous Raime Hake, Yamato managed to defend against the blow with Kagami Yama, before immediately following up with Himorogiri, though Kaido quickly got up and went on the offensive, while claiming that even if he fought for Wano, no one would truly accept him as he is his blood, and that anyone who did support him died. And specifically in this chapter, to support in what Oda means by, Yamato being female, Kaido calls Yamato the daughter of ogres. Not the son of ogres, but the daughter of ogres. Just in case anyone just needs another affirmation. In the skies around Onigashima, Momonosuke had finally taken flight. However, due to his fear of heights, he refused to open his eyes as he flew. This ended up making him crash straight into the castle and straight through the performance floor, before ascending into the second and then third floor, before managing to get back outside, briefly shocking everyone who saw him in the process. When they were back above the Skull Dome, Luffy pointed out Kaido, which made Momonosuke open his eyes and fly straight at the Emperor. Though Kaido himself noticed the commotion Momonosuke caused below, he attributed it to Big Mom. With both father and child now back in their human forms, Yamato, resolved for things not to end like this, stood back up and prepared to attack. Kaido, noticing something large flying in the distance behind him, was briefly distracted, which allowed Yamato to get close. Simultaneously, as Momonosuke flew towards Kaido, Luffy briefly entered Gear 4 Snake Man and launched a Gomu Gomu no Jet Culverin, which launched at the same time as Yamato's Shinsoku Hakujaku. The attack sending the Emperor flying back. Yamato, having finally noticed his allies, briefly celebrated their reunion before a fully transformed Kaido recovered and demanded to know how Luffy survived and who the Peach Dragon is. As Luffy declared himself to be the man who will be Pirate King, Momonosuke screwed up his courage to reveal himself to be the future shogun, to which Kaido in turn proclaimed that there was no need for two dragons. Kaido then fired his Boro Blitz, which Momonosuke desperately evaded. Luffy then told the pink dragon to bite Kaido before jumping off him to land a Gomu Gomu no elephant gun on the King of Beasts, driving his head into the ground. Though Momonosuke pessimistically tried to avoid doing so, as Luffy said, recalling all the trauma Kaido made him go through, the pink dragon gathered his courage and bit his blue counterpart. Just as Kaido threatened to attack Momonosuke, Luffy punched the blue dragon away before asking the young shogun whether, after biting an emperor, there was anything in the world he was afraid of, which Momonosuke enthusiastically declared no. Luffy then told Momonosuke to stop Onigashima alongside Yamato, declaring he would definitely win. Kaido then entered his hybrid form before he and Luffy clashed with Haki, which ended up splitting the clouds. As Momonosuke and Yamato made to leave, Kaido attempted to stop them. Yamato managed to defend the two from Kaido's attack long enough for Luffy to restrain the Emperor, allowing Momonosuke to fall off the edge of the Skull Dome. Unbeknownst to the group above, a human Mary had arrived on the Skull Dome and broadcasted Momonosuke's identity as the Peach Dragon and Luffy's declaration of victory, which raised the morale of the Alliance before the broadcast was cut after she was knocked out by the pirates' Haoshoku Haki clash. Just prior to the clash, the moon was covered, which deactivated Inuarashi and Nekomamushi Sulong, which ended up giving their opponents the advantage. However, as the Haoshoku clash split the heavens, the two minks were able to reactivate Sulong, allowing Inuarashi to defeat Jack with Odin One-Sword style Inu Spire, and Nekomamushi to take out Perospero with Odin One-Sword style Niko Ban, respectively. As Momonosuke fell, Yamato coached him on how dragons fly using flame clouds, which the young shogun quickly picked up. They then noticed the bedrock starting to fall, which Yamato realized meant that Kaido's control over the flame cloud supporting the island had loosened due to the Emperor himself weakening. They realized that if Kaido were to be defeated, the island would plummet immediately, endangering not only the citizens of Flower Capital, but everyone on Onigashima. Furthermore, if the massive number of explosive weapons stocked on Onigashima were set off by the impact, the fatalities would further increase. Momonosuke attempted to physically push the island back, but Yamato dissuaded him, claiming a better idea would be for the Peach Dragon to produce flame clouds superior to Kaido and support the island with those. Momonosuke started getting pessimistic again, believing that his inexperience and the difference between himself and Kaido would make it impossible to achieve such a feat, and proposed to instead stop Luffy from fighting. Yamato angrily knocked the dragon's head in response, believing that informing the captain of such a thing would only burden him, and that it would be up to two of them to stop Onigashima. He then assigned Momonosuke to create the flame clouds, while he headed to the armory in the basement to reduce the damage. Yamato then climbed up the side of Onigashima in his hybrid form before transforming into his wolf form in order to reach the armory as quickly as possible. In the meantime, Momonosuke at first desperately attempted to create flame clouds bit by bit. However, he quickly found that it would be faster to simply manipulate Kaido's pre-existing flame clouds instead. In the guest parlor, the CP0 agents were contacted by Rob Lucci, where the bowler hat agent informed the others of the second dragon fighting for the Alliance, which was most likely Vegapunk's failed artificial devil fruit. However, the off-island agents were not concerned about this and instead told the Onigashima agents of their orders. By command from those above, a fleet was sent to annex the island as territory of the world government in the event of Kaido's defeat, though both agents expressed their disbelief for such a thing to happen. Lucci then gave orders to the on-island agents, stating that no matter which side won, Nico Robin was to be captured, to which the agents quickly complied. On the third floor, the battle between Killer and Hawkins came to a standstill, with the Massacre Soldier unable to harm the magician, as well as preventing anyone else from doing so for fear of hurting Kid. Taking advantage of this, Hawkins banged his head against a pillar while transferring all damage to Kid, as Killer begged the straw man to release his captain's life, even offering his own life in return. Hawkins then kicked Killer to the ground and started stomping him as he ranted on the futility of facing the four emperors. However, Killer saw through him, believing that the magician actually regretted surrendering to Kaido, seeing that the Alliance faced impossible odds and came this far. At the same time, Killer realized the weakness of Strawman. He then chopped off Hawkins' left arm and extracted Kid's doll from it, which was only possible because the captain did not have a left arm. Hawkins then attacked, drawing the Death Upright from the Strawman's card and having his giant straw puppet attack Killer, though the Massacre Soldier easily defeated it with Zanshu Claw. Hawkins attempted to recover his straw monster by drawing another card, but ended up hesitating when he realized he drew the Tower, which symbolized the collapse of the old with a hidden meaning of a new path forward, which allowed Killer to finish him off with Jin Sonic. As Nami, Usopp, and Tama descended the stairs between the second and first floor with their tamed headliner escorts, they come across Kinemon's disembodied legs. Disembodied legs, desperately running around looking for comrades. As it turned out, after Law separated Kinemon with his ability back in Punk Hazard, his torso was never properly attached to his lower body, thus allowing him to survive when Kaido impaled him. I still don't know how... Still never really agreed with that whole deal. That whole deal of Kinemon surviving because he wasn't exactly put back together again. I never really did feel like that was... I never did feel like it was... Like, that option never really appealed to me, like that idea that Oda did, but I just ran with it. His torso was never properly attached to his lower body, thus allowing him to survive when Kaido impaled him. Taking advantage of this, he sent his legs out to find help. The Straw Hats caught the legs, and after indicating themselves as allies by drawing the mark of the rebellion, Kinemon communicated them, using farts, to the dire situation he and Kiku were in. Using Hamlet as a ride, Usopp volunteered to go help them. During the chaos, Orochi, who again survived his decapitation, managed to sneak through the castle undetected, even witnessing Jack's defeat. He eventually made it to the treasure repository, where he barricaded himself inside with the Beast Pirate's riches. He then contacted the dying Kanjuro, directing him to use his ability to create Kanzenbo, a giant burning ghost that could pass through walls, and with pre-programmed directions to head for the armory so as to cause maximum damage to all sides. After ending his call, Orochi, believing himself to be safe inside the treasure repository, resolved himself to wait for Fukudo Kuju. However, as he waited, he heard a shamisen in the next room, and when he went to look, he found that to his happy disbelief, it was none other than Komura Saki. On the second floor, the battle between Big Mom was going badly, as thanks to Basil Hawkins, Kid gained a massive headache and was unable to fight properly. Law used Shambles to get in close and land a countershock on Big Mom, however, he was soon struck down by Prometheus' stolen fire. Lin then used Hera and Napoleon to perform Marmalade on Kid. Though they both got back up again, Kid briefly lost his metal arm when Killer cut off Hawkins' arm, which he later recreated. After Killer won against the Magician, all of Kid's ailments he received from Hawkins cleared up, allowing him to fight at full strength. The two pirates at some point strategized to make use of their awakened abilities, despite the severe drain to their stamina and the vulnerability afterwards if they do, seeing as they have no other way to bring her down. As the fight continued, they soon found themselves on the performance floor, with Kid being blasted back by Big Mom Zikoku, with Big Kid being blasted back by Big Mom Zikoku. As Big Mom went after him, Law used his awakened devil fruit ability Kroom Anesthesia. This allowed him to coat his blade with a room that could pierce through a person without hurting them, before performing an operation from within them, which he promptly did to Lin with Shock Will, causing the Emperor severe internal damage. Kid promptly followed up with his own awakened ability assigned Punk Clash, which made Big Mom herself highly magnetic and caused all the metal around her to fly at her at high velocity, burying the Emperor under a pile of metal beams. However, she soon got back up and used Soul Focus on the nearby Beast Pirates, stealing their souls and using them to turn the steel beams into homies. She then consumed a year of her own life to empower herself further before continuing the fight. We never got a name for this, or if there was a name for it. We just thought it was just an ability she could do. Drake managed to chase Apu all the way to the cave chamber where the roar of the sea is now backed up by the numbers Inbi, Fuga, and Zanki. Figuring out that Drake was most likely a marine spy, Apu offered him an alliance of his own, and proposed to sweep in and claim victory with the artificial ancient giants once the fighting reaches its conclusion. However, Drake was not tempted and continued to fight as he dodged Apu's scratch Dawn and revealed he understood the secrets of the Oto Oto no Mi. However, soon Yamato burst in, and though confused at what the supernovas were doing there, even briefly clashing with Drake after confirming that both sides were currently unaffiliated to the Beast Pirates, he continued running into the armory, but now with Fuga following him. Apu also followed him, persistently attempting to persuade him to his side, while Drake chased after him. However, when the group reached the basement's second level, Brook and the now conscious Robin fell from above, landing in Fuga's hair. Due to attempting to flee the flames as well as the CP0 agents who were seeking to capture Robin, they leapt all the way from the second floor to the basement's second floor. The agents jumped after the Straw Hats. However, they ended up being smothered and burned by Kanjudo's Kanzenbo. As the Kanzenbo headed down, Yamato realized it was headed for the armory and redoubled his efforts. Ironically, thanks to the Kanzenbo, a wall of flame now separated Robin and Brook from the agents, with the Straw Hats using this opportunity to flee. Apu foolishly decides to antagonize the agents by taking their pictures and declaring that he would sell them the Morgans, which resulted in him being struck down by an agent Shigon. When Drake confronted them, they revealed they knew who he worked for, before attempting to attack him as well. However, the bowler hat agent ended up receiving a dawn from Apu, who had managed to survive the attack using Busho Shokuhaki. With the agents eager to eliminate them, the two pirates reluctantly teamed up against the CP0. In the dome interior of the performance floor, Sanji does his best to fend off of Queen's Frybon, while the Brachiosaurus hybrid demands the cook use his raid suit as he was curious about Judge's technology. When Sanji refused, Queen fired a black coffee from his tail, though the black leg dodged and landed Diable Jamba Bien Kui grill shot on the plague's belly. Think I'm being called. The food must be done. I've been going so long that food has been cooking. I'll be right back. Real quick, everyone. My family is eating dinner, and I intend to eat with them. I know I said I wasn't going to eat anymore on stream, which I'm technically not, but I will continue this after I'm done eating dinner with my family. This is going to be the first time I was able to eat dinner with my family at the same time they created dinner. So I got to take this moment with them. So talks amongst yourself. Let everyone know that I am currently eating dinner with my family, and then once I'm done eating and I'm done everything, we'll come back and we'll finish up the Wano arc. Be right back. Oh, okay. I am sorry, everyone. It took me a hot minute. Man, I haven't been able to sit down and eat dinner like that on a day that isn't a day off in a very, very long time. How long is this stream been going? 7 hours. This is going to be an 8-hour stream. We still got to keep going. Okay, let's keep going. Dang it, I got that piece of meat stuck in my teeth in the back. Wait, I think I can get it. Okay, we're back. I'm good now. Man, I'm surprised that people are still holding on. Sorry about that. So when I last left off, I said, with the agents eager to eliminate them, the two pirates reluctantly teamed up against the CP0. In the dome interior of the performance floor, Sanji does his best to fend off of Queen's Frybon while the brachial hybrid demands. So what you have? Homemade spaghetti with mixed corn and garlic bread with a cup of sweet tea. Really good. Enjoy the conversation and time I spent with my family. It was really good. In the dome interior of the performance floor, Sanji does his best to fend off of Queen's Frybon. How was dinner? It was good. Especially good because around this time, I'm sleeping for a shift. And I would have to wait until the next day in order to eat the food that my family made. Like during lunch or something, and I would be eating leftovers, not eating at the same time as them. So this was a definite change for me to be able to sit down at the same time as the rest of my family after the food has been prepared on a day I would normally be sleeping. So this was good, and I can't wait to look forward to more days when I get to enjoy this. But let's get back to it because we're pretty much more than halfway through this. In the dome interior of the performance floor, Sanji does his best to fend off of Queen's Frybon, while the Brachiosaurus hybrid demands the cook to use his raid suit, as he was curious about Judge's technology. When Sanji refused, Queen fired a black coffee beam from his tail, though the black lead dodged and landed Diable Jambe Bien Kui grill shot on the Plague's body, knocking him back. Queen then transformed into his full beast form before launching only his head, neck, and tail part at Sanji with Brachiojaurus, then wrapping up the cook with Brachiotoguris before he could react, demanding he would only let Sanji go if he used the raid suit, which Sanji still refused. Queen, in the end, let loose his coils after he unintentionally had the Brachio launcher attached to his torso portion fire onto himself. Twice. However, the freed Sanji soon got up, and though he had several broken bones, he was actually able to quickly fix them right before Queen slashed at Sanji with his massive blade. However, it was the blade that shattered, and Sanji soon came to realize, much to his horror, that he might be somehow awakening the modified superhuman abilities of his brothers. Afraid he might turn into heartless people like his brothers, Sanji fled in order to buy time to organize his thoughts, though Queen continued to pursue him. As he ran away, some of the beast pirates fired at his head, though instead of killing him, Sanji claimed it only hurt, and they really didn't do much damage. Garlic bread, so good. Oh yes, garlic bread is always good. Sanji ran all the way to the pleasure hall in the Left Brain Tower, where he stumbled upon a geisha, Osome, who was looking for her pet, Chuji. However, Queen, who was stalking Sanji using his stealth function, and had a grudge against Osome for rejecting his advances, snuck up on and attacked her. Before Sanji knew it, the girl was suddenly sent flying and started bleeding. Sanji left her with her fellow geishas, but they thought he was responsible. Due to the suddenness of the attack, Sanji thought that he had a lapse in memory when it occurred, and feared he might have actually been the one responsible, believing that he had started turning into a heartless being like his brothers. After Queen turned up, transforming from his beast form to his hybrid form, Sanji made a decision. Believing that the raid suit was the thing that altered his body by awakening his latent modifications, Sanji resolutely destroyed it before calling Zoro. Fearing the worst, Sanji requested Zoro, who was in the midst of combat, that if after the battle he wasn't himself, for the swordsman to kill him. After Zoro agreed to it, Sanji hung up before suddenly disappearing in front of Queen's eyes and attacking him with hell memories. However, Queen soon got back up again, claiming that Zoro wouldn't be able to win against King, as the Wildfire was a Lunarian, the last of an otherwise extinct race who was considered by some as gods. When Sanji asks how they almost became extinct, Queen just told Sanji to ask history himself, before firing a laser at him. Queen suddenly used Sparking Queen, which Sanji dodged, followed by Henry Queen, that landed on Sanji. As Queen barraged Sanji with Sparking Queen again, which the cook desperately avoided, the Plague boasted how he had already perfected Germa technology and that he only wanted Sanji to wear the raid suit in order to prove his superiority over Judge. He then grabbed Sanji with his extendable arm and used Winch Queen. However, the Black Legs managed to break Queen's extendable arm before using Flanche Strike to send Queen away. Sanji discerned that his kicks were actually doing damage to Queen, but the Plague then turned invisible using Sanji's raid suit ability, Stealth Black. Sanji disappeared in response, which Queen realized wasn't the ability of technology but simply super high movement speed, though the cyborg believed that when Sanji reappeared, he would be exhausted. Just then, Kuji appeared in the seemingly empty battlefield, followed by Osome, who was once again looking for the rat. Queen, still petty about her rejections, approached her while invisible and planned to once again attack her, calling it divine punishment. So, he's also incredibly abusive towards women. When an enraged Sanji, who now understood it was the dinosaur man who attacked Osome earlier, struck first. By combining the armament haki he trained with the power By combining the Buso armament haki he trained with the power, speed, and the exoskeleton of his newly modified body to the fullest, Sanji created a stronger form dubbed Ifrit Jamba, which emanated not only flames but lightning as well. Sanji chained a series of kicks culminating in buff bursts, which blew Queen off of Onigashima. After Sanji returned Chuji to Osome, having collected the mouse during the fight and kept it safe in his jacket, he suddenly collapsed from exhaustion, surprising the girl, who immediately called for medical help, which he later received. In the performance floor, Zoro managed to cut a portion of King's mask, which enraged the Calamity, who entered his hybrid form and started to fire off indiscriminate cutting attacks, which hurt friend and foe alike to get at Zoro. His attacks were powerful enough to send Zoro flying into the right brain tower where Frankie was, who managed to catch the swordsman. Frankie offered to help, but the swordsman instead requested he stay away, which the cyborg easily agreed to. King then flew at Zoro at high speed, attacking with Tankyudon, which the pirate hunter attempted to counter with three-sword style Ultoragari. And though the wildfire pushed back Zoro in this clash, his mask was further damaged by the swordsman. Zoro then realized that he was being pushed off the island, so he used the recoil from two-sword style Clear Lance to push him back onto the island. He got knocked off the island, used the impact and recoil from his attack of Clear Lance to launch himself mid-air back to the island again. As the battle continued outside the Skull Dome, Zoro received the call from Sanji, and though he accepted the request, he told the cook to come back alive. King then took some distance and used a bizarre natural technique of the Pteranodon, launched a Tempuradon at Zoro, who barely evaded it, which is basically him being able to pull his head back, pull his face into itself, and then shoot it forward like a slingshot-like motion that Zoro was barely able to dodge. The pirate hunter then attempted to ground King with three-sword style Kokujo o Tatsumaki, but the wildfire managed to defend against it. King then obliged Zoro by engaging him in a sword fight, though as they fought, the pirate hunter desperately tried to figure out King's secret in order to defeat him, even as he was being knocked back. Suddenly, Zoro heard Hiyori's shamisen, which triggered Enma to start sucking out his haki. Zoro forcefully stopped the sword when King suddenly came up right before the swordsman in his human form in a defenseless position. Not knowing what King was thinking, Zoro stabbed at him, which resulted in a massive explosion on contact, with King coming out of it unscathed. Zoro managed to defend against it with haki before striking back with one-sword style Iai Shisunsun. Shi Shishi Son Son, though the attack appeared to do nothing to King. Zoro attempted to switch back to three-sword style as King prepared another Tempuradon in his beast form, but just as he drew Enma, the sword once again started to suck out its wielder's haki, causing the swordsman to lose focus and allowing his opponent's attack to graze him. This caused Zoro to lose his swords, and as he recovered them one by one, he recalled details about each of them. However, King did not plan to let up, delivering a burning kick at Zoro just as he retrieved the Sandai Kitetsu, then transforming into his hybrid form to send a Barizodan from above, just as the swordsman collected the Wado Ichimonji and was retrieving Enma. The attack ended up sending him into the basement and actually gave Zoro time to connect the clues of his own weapon. He realized that the certain old man in his village, who was Kuina's grandfather and who taught him Sunachi, was none other than Shimotsuki Kozaburo, who illegally left Wano, became a pirate, and later established Zoro's hometown, Shimotsuki Village. He was also the blacksmith who forged Wado Ichimonji and Enma. Recalling the words of the blacksmith, Zoro realized that Enma was testing him and that he had to go all out with his haki, even going as so far as to release his own Haoshaku haki. So, just letting you know here, Zoro has Conqueror's haki as well. When King inquired if he intended to be a king, Zoro agreed as he recalled his promise to Luffy and Kuina to become the world's greatest swordsman. Zoro managed to land another hit and damage more of King's mask, having realized the secret of King's physiology. The presence of flames on his back indicates a decrease in speed but a boost in defense, while the absence implied the opposite. King then tore the rest of his mask off when some of his conscious subordinates recognized his traits and mentioned that the world government has offered 100 million berries for any information on Lunarians, which caused the All-Star to burn them with Karyudan. Zoro then invited King to continue their fight outside, with the conflagration accepting, launching a Barizodan, which the pirate hunter managed to deflect. Zoro then demonstrated his new Enma o Santoryu Rengoku Onigiri, which King dodged while recalling how he first met Kaido while they were both held prisoner on Punk Hazard as test subjects, where Kaido freed him and gave him the name King. In the present, King immediately responded with Karyudan, which Zoro in turn dodged. King then attempted to use his sword's breaker mechanism, but Zoro managed to emit haki in order to push his opponent away before he could be disarmed. The All-Star then snuffed out his back flames to plant a high-speed kick on Zoro, though the swordsman immediately responded by successfully landing a Yakidori in return, which is a move we haven't seen since Fishman Island. As both combatants have reached their limits, King launched his Omori Karyudan, but Zoro's Eno Santoryu Ipyaku Sanjo Hyojikoku not only sliced the fire dragon in half, but hit King as well, slicing off his right wing, and sending the conflagration falling off of Onigashima. As King fell, he regretfully recalled his oath to Kaido to make him the king of pirates. Zoro simultaneously recalled his own oath to Luffy as he resolved himself to become the king of hell before using Clear Lands to propel himself back onto Onigashima and collapsing shortly after. And we're getting closer. Yeah, we're getting closer. We're getting closer to the end. We're getting closer to the end. You guys let me know if you want me to count over the important details over this when I get towards the end. Nah, I'll cover it. Never mind. Don't worry, I'll cover it. The end of an age, surpassing the emperors. In the crawl space between the first and second floor, Usopp desperately defended Kinemon and Kiku from a continuous stream of beast pirates. Speaking on his courage up until this point. While the two prone samurai insisted that he either save the other one and get out of there or to save himself, Usopp vehemently declined and scolded them on how he hated the samurai pride and self-sacrificial ways. Just as he was about to be overwhelmed, Izo appeared and held back the enemies for them, allowing Usopp and Hamlet to take the incapacitated samurai away. The information of the Calamity's defeat soon reached the top hat CP0 in the guest parlor, who in turn informed the other two agents just as they defeated Zanki and Drake, though Apu and Ibi managed to get away. The top hat agent told them to quickly kidnap Robin since on the off chance the worst generation succeeded, the repercussions would be immense. though all the CP0 agents seemed to think it was unlikely as they could not imagine the Emperor's losing. They soon encountered a heavily injured Izo who had just succeeded in defeating the beast pirates in the crawl space and had just descended to the first basement floor. The agents who opted to let him go in order to fulfill his own mission, yet the former division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates decide to stand in their way. In Marijois, the five elders briefly complained about the most recent reverie before turning their attention to Wano. Due to the unexpected intensity of the battles, they fully believed that they could get away with kidnapping Robin and that the CP0 had already secured her. Their conversation then shifted to their fears of a certain devil fruit awakening, ones whose identity even they were unaware of, the original name of which the world government changed centuries ago, in order to erase its existence from history. Meanwhile, in the seas around Wano, a lookout of the Wano occupation fleet noticed the giant silhouette of Zunisha but mistook it for an island. On the performance floor, Law and Kid's battle against Big Mom continued, though it proved to be going badly for the Supernovas. Having knocked them down, she continued to attack them, eliciting pleas for her to stop from their respective crews. They then attempted to retrieve their captains, which provoked Big Mom to use Tenmon Daijizai Tenjin on them, before attempting to fly back to the roof to assist Kaido. However, Law used his awakened ability Kroom Anesthesia Shockwill to inflict more damage on her, which caused the I-Beam homies to target him. Thankfully, Kid used his own abilities to incorporate the homies into Punk Cornadillo and charge the bull construct into her, smashing her against the wall. Both captains then stated their resolve to die before letting her go to the roof, before starting to bicker amongst themselves. Big Mom soon got up and used her ability to fix her broken arm before attacking the magnetic construct with Mazer Saber, slicing it in half. Kid then uses Awaken ability assigned to pin Lin Lin to a tower before attempting to crush her with the bull construct, though Big Mom instead breaks the tower and swings it around and uses it to block the attack. Big Mom then uses Bahoho Misery to turn the energy of the Mazer Saber into a giant homie Misery and have it indiscriminately attack her enemies. However, Law used Tact to drop a tower on her, giving him an opportunity to stab her with Kroom Anesthesia, this time lengthening Kikoku to the point it pierced straight through Onigashima and deep into the Wano mainland. Though she tried to stop Law with hockey-enhanced punches, Law endured it and used Puncture Will, which created a massive hole through the island as well as a giant pit on the mainland. Kin then appeared above Big Mom and fired Darn Punk, a huge railgun construct, at her, which pushed her into the hole. Yet the Emperor endured this, grabbing the edges of the hole and used Soul Pokers in an attempt to steal the souls of those around her and use them to empower herself. In response to this, Law used the Awakened K-Room ability R-Room Silent to nullify all sounds she produced and cancel the effect of Soul Pokers on their nearby crewmates, after which he vertically bisected Misery, who was attempting to save Big Mom. Kid in turn fired an even stronger blast of Darn Punk, which pushed Lin Lin through the hole. As she fell through Onigashima and into the pit created by Law's earlier attack, she thought of Roger and the One Piece, while also swearing revenge on Law and Kid, and after she stated she would not die from this, experienced a massive explosion that no one could hear due to the effect of Law's abilities. The two pirates then collapsed from exhaustion while their crews celebrated. Noticing the damage to the roof occurring from the fight between Kaido and Luffy, Kid questioned whether Law would be able to battle the other Emperor afterwards, which the Sergeant of Death denied, claiming that if the King of Beasts won, he wouldn't have the strength to resist him. On the second floor, Jinbei was seen catching and supporting the burning ceiling before it collapsed on some of his samurai allies. In the performance floor, Chopper finally recovered from the side effects of his newly modified Rumble Ball and instantly started worrying about Zoro, who he knew should be suffering from twice the damage he received prior to taking the Mink Super Recovery medicine. When the explosion in the armory occurred, he and his allies were all caught off balance and ended up stumbling. The same applied to Robin and Brook, who were fleeing from the flames. As for the pirate hunter himself, he had gained consciousness, but was immobile due to the drug's side effect and seeing what seemed to look like the Grim Reaper standing above him, getting ready to reap his life. He was later seen on the very edge of Onigashima, bloodied and unconscious, when the bomb in the armory was set off and caused the rocks which he was lying on to collapse and for him to fall with them. Fortunately, Frankie, who had run all the way through the right brain tower looking for the swordsman, managed to catch Zoro with strong right, just as he fell over. Usopp had managed to reach the castle's basement with Kinemon and Kiku while riding on Hamlet's back. Nami took shelter with Tama, Marco Speed, and the unconscious Komichio and Hihimaru in the forehead floor baths, while not sparing any sympathy for Zeus, who was weeping over Big Mom. On the third floor, Raizo and Fukurokuju's fight had come to a stalemate. Despite being surrounded by flames, both sides had each other under Ninpo Kanashibari no Jutsu, with the two enemies demanding the other to undo the paralysis technique first. Though the flames reached Raizo first, he stubbornly refused to release the technique. The two ninjas both endured the flames, though Fukurokuju handled the heat worse, instantly proclaiming his pain shortly after catching fire, while Raizo didn't even flinch despite being completely engulfed. When the castle abruptly shook due to the explosion caused by the battle between Linlin and the Law Kid combo, Fukurokuju tumbled over while engulfed in flames and screaming for water, whilst Raizo remained standing, thus earning his victory. With his opponent burnt up and unconscious, Raizo started rolling around in an attempt to put out the flames when Jinbei found him. Recognizing an ally, Raizo bemoaned to him of how preparations for something were almost complete. In the second floor treasure repository, Orochi wondered whether Komurasaki being alive was some kind of dream, and asked her to play his favorite song, to which Hiyori agreed. When the explosion occurred at the finale of the battle against Big Mom, both were surprised as Orochi also toppled over. Now anxious and worried about what happened to Fukurokuju and whether the ninja betrayed him, he became quickly irritated when Komurasaki continued to calmly play the shamisen. He then started scolding her for continuing to play in such a life-or-death situation, and criticized her wearing a mask when she did, even questioning whether she was alive or a ghost. He was so engrossed in screaming at her that he noticed too late when the ceiling collapsed on him, and his inability to transform. With Orochi now helpless, Hiyori calmly revealed several things to the Shogun, such as how she secretly used sea stone nails on him to nullify his devil fruit ability, how she never loved him, and how she is the daughter of Kozuki Oden. In the basement floor, Kazenbo continued to phase through floors, gradually getting closer to the armory. When Yamato noticed Roki sleeping while guarding the door to the armory, he ordered Fuga to charge straight through Roki and the door, allowing him to enter while Fuga also pinned down Roki. He finally reached the armory, and seeing Kazenbo just moments away from making contact with some bombs, used Namuji Hyoga to freeze the explosives before striking the sentient painting with Mahoroba when it attempted to melt through his ice. Kazenbo then directed its flames at him, which Yamato endured. When Law pierced through the island with Puncture Will, Yamato was shocked to see the hole appear through the armory, and even more so when Big Mom fell through said hole completely silently. As Linlin plummeted in a bid to stop her fall, she inadvertently grabbed one of the massive bombs and set it off, with the resulting explosion not only briefly stunning her and blowing off a massive chunk of Onegashima's base, but also causing the majority of Kazenbo to dissipate, except for a small sentient wisp that escaped to report to Orochi of its failure. Thankfully, Yamato used his freezing abilities to prevent the other bombs from being set off. With the armory now open to the air, Yamato started talking to Momonosuke, who was still attempting to tow the island in the opposite direction of the flower capital using Kaido's flame clouds. He then revealed that Zunisha was close by, having heard it using the voice of all things, revealing that the giant elephant is willing to fight on their side. Though Yamato is amazed, Momonosuke goes on to state his doubts. Having read his father's journal, Momonosuke understood why he must continue surviving, but as Oden had torn out the most important part from the journal, he couldn't understand why his predecessor wanted to open Wano's borders, and whether he would still want to if he could see Wano now. Seeing only danger for his people if he opened the borders, and unwilling to put his citizens through such things, he openly stated that he did not wish to follow his father's will before asking Yamato if he thought he was a coward. In the castle basement, Izo's battle concluded with a double knockout against Maha, the taller agent, with the shorter agent heavily injured. Though frustrated at this development, the bowler hat agent still planned to continue the mission to capture Robin, when he received a call from the top hat agent. The agent conveyed a new order from the five elders to assassinate Luffy, much to the shock of the bowler hat agent, who claimed that it would be impossible for him to intrude in Luffy and Kaido's duel. The top hat agent agreed, stating the order was to prevent the worst-case scenario. As the two agents talked, Diaz Drake had recovered enough and approached the bowler hat agent from behind, resolving to not die without showing some kind of results. Drake then stabbed the agent in the back with his sword, which elicited him to ask the undercover marine why. The red flag responded by claiming that this was his justice, to which the agent claimed he was jealous before freeing himself with Soru and felling Drake with a Shigon just below his throat. Atop the Skull Dome, the battle between Luffy and Kaido continued as the former stubbornly attempted to land a blow on the latter despite the Emperor, now in his hybrid form, knocking him back. Luffy finally managed to land a Gomu Gomu no Rock Gun, even though Kaido managed to land a blow on him first. Both pirates collapsed but soon rose again while laughing, with each of them expressing how they were having fun. Kaido reverted back to his human form and started to chug some alcohol, and when Luffy expressed his annoyance, believing that doing so would weaken the Emperor, Kaido stated the alcohol would make him stronger and demonstrated his Shoryon Hake, where his drunken mood swings dramatically improved his combat abilities. Afterwards, Luffy's Gomu Gomu no Rock Gatling clashed with Kaido's Gundari Real Seigan, with both pirates landing blows on each other, though Luffy broke the stalemate with a kick to Kaido's gut. When Big Mom was defeated, the two pirates were in the midst of a clash of Haki-infused attacks, with Luffy being pushed back. Sensing that Linlin lost her battle, Kaido admitted his Haosaki in rage, though Luffy expressed how impressed he was that Law and Kid managed to win. Kaido then recalled how the two first met, before entering his Naki Jogo mode and bursting into tears, though Luffy responded by entering Gear 4 Snake Man and barraging Kaido with Gomu Gomu no Hydra, stating that Kaido's ambition meant nothing to him, how this was his final Gear 4, and how he wasn't stopping until he drove the King of Beasts out of Wano. Kaido is seemingly unable to respond to the omnidirectional Hydra attack and contemplates how such an attack should be impossible due to the innate nature of rubber. As he slowly transitions to his Ame Jogo mode, Kaido manages to escape the attack using Nusubito Jogo and advanced Kenbushoku before transforming into his full beast form, grabbing Luffy in his mouth and flying high into the air. He then let go of Luffy before firing a point-blank Bodo breath straight down, which blasted the Straw Hat Captain all the way through Onigashima. Thankfully, Luffy managed to only escape the attack by transitioning into his Boundman form and flying back to the top of the island. He then got above Kaido and landed a Gomu Gomu no Overkong gun on the Emperor, which disrupted the Bolo breath the dragon was preparing to fire. However, Kaido quickly recovered, entering his hybrid form and using Satsuriku Jogo mode to floor Luffy with Horai Hake. With Luffy resolving to end this with one final hit, he quickly bounced back and charged at the Emperor with another Overkong gun, with Kaido dashing at him whilst preparing another Horai Hake. However, the bowler hat CP0 agent suddenly appeared and locked Luffy's attacking arm by grabbing onto it and using Tekkai, allowing Kaido to knock the Straw Hat Captain down. That's a weird feeling I got at the top of the back of my throat a little bit. My throat's fine. It's just that the weird twang feeling, like real at the back of my mouth. Still good. Allowing Kaido to knock the Straw Hat Captain down. The CP0 agent escaped the strike, releasing just before the Emperor hit, whilst Kaido could only attack in despair as he relived another exciting battle being sabotaged by outside influence, just like during his duel against Odin. With the final strike, Luffy was defeated with his heart stopping and body deflating, his presence disappearing, which was noted not only by those present, but by Momonosuke and the top hat wearing CP0 agent below. Kaido then faced the bowler hat guy, who accepted his fate as Kaido struck him down before descending into the Skull Dome. There, he announced his victory whilst declaring Luffy dead and demanding to know where Momonosuke was, raising the morale of the Beast Pirates, whilst the Allies' forces were full of disbelief, except for Law and Kid, who also couldn't sense the Straw Hat Captain. When Nami denied Kaido's Oh, that storm is close. I believe I can get this done before that storm gets all the way over here. When Nami denied Kaido's statement, he fired a bolo breath at her, which Normal managed to block, declaring how he planned to enslave Wano's entire populace, which brought further despair to the Alliance members. Kaido again demanded for Momonosuke's head. The revitalized Beast Pirates then aimed for Law and Kid, though their crew members came to their rescue, with both captains resolving to continue fighting despite their exhaustion. In the second floor treasure repository, the trapped Orochi started pleading for his life, claiming how he always admired Oden and that everything was Kaido's fault. However, Hiyori didn't believe a word he said. She stated how her father always kept his word, comparing him to Orochi who never did, before taking off her mask to reveal her angry, tear-ridden face as she declared her pride as a Kozuki. Orochi continued to beg for his life until a wisp of Kanzenbo appeared to report to the shogun. Believing the tides had turned, he ordered the flame to burn Hiyori. However, the weakened wisp could only reach Orochi, setting him alight, while Hiyori declared that the dawn will come. Outside of Onigashima, Momonosuke and Yamato argue fiercely as Momonosuke contemplated surrendering. However, Yamato earnestly believed that fighting to their last breath would be preferable, as giving in would mean slavery, and thus no one would be saved. At this point, Zunisha started talking to Momonosuke, claiming he could hear the drums of liberation, which signified the awakening of Joy Boy. This statement shocked the Pink Dragon, who realized that the voice that Zunisha could hear was none other than Luffy, which led him to realize that Luffy was also Joy Boy. Meanwhile, back in Marijois, one of the 5 elders questioned whether it was really necessary to anger Kaido while sacrificing an agent just to sabotage Luffy. However, the others commented that it was necessary to prevent Luffy's Devil Fruit from awakening, revealing that what was thought to be the Paramecia-type Gomu Gomu no Mi is actually the mythical Zoan-type Devil Fruit Hito Hito no Mi model Nika, a fruit named after a god. They also commented how the world government had been attempting to secure the fruit for over 800 years, but it has always escaped their grasp, even believing that it was by the will of the Zoan fruit itself had been evading them. The elders went on to explain that awakening reveals the true power of the Devil Fruit, and how it grants the user greater physical strength as well as freedom to their fighting style, which is only limited by their imagination, claiming that there is no power in the world more ridiculous. Atop the Skull Dome, Luffy started twitching, as his heart slowly started to beat again, picking up speed until it started to beat in a certain rhythm, which in turn led to him transforming. Luffy soon entered a new form and started laughing and jumping around, and while still confused at how he survived, he commented to himself how he felt full of power and instinctively believed that he could do anything, declaring his new power as Gear 5. Luffy's awakening was noticed by others besides Momonosuke, including Sanji, Kid, Law, Hyogoro, Marco, who notified the nearby Nami and Tama about Luffy's survival. When Luffy reached the spot directly above Kaido, he released a blast of Hao Shakuhaki which knocked out a good number of Beast Pirates, before reaching down with an inflated fist, grabbing Kaido and then comically pulling him back up. He then inflated his other arm and started swinging Kaido around before repeatedly slamming the dragon's head into the ground. Going full on Looney Tunes here, Kaido quickly recovered from his dizziness, thanking Luffy for surviving before releasing the Bolo breath at him. Though Luffy acted comically shocked, he reacted quickly to the attack, stretching the ground beneath him and bouncing the breath back. Kaido endured the counterattack and then apologized for their sabotage battle, though Luffy didn't take it to heart, instead requesting to finish this battle. As Kaido observed Luffy bouncing around on the rubbery ground, the Emperor thought that Luffy awakened his Devil Fruit abilities, but was confused as his physical transformation was more akin to a Zoan-type awakening than a Paramecia-type. He then swallowed Luffy whole in his dragon form, but Luffy started bouncing around in his stomach before expanding with Gumu Gumu no Fuzen, which inflated Kaido as well and causing them both to float like a helium balloon. Luffy soon escaped from Kaido's mouth by using Gumu Gumu no Daishutsu rocket to stretch his arms through Kaido's eyes and grabbing onto his snout and propelling himself out through the dragon's mouth. As Luffy deflated his balloon, he ended up in the thunderclouds, but as he descended, he used Gumu Gumu no Gigant to become a literal giant. Kaido then bit onto Luffy, but the Straw Hat Pirate in turn grabbed onto Kaido's head and tail and used Gumu Gumu no Nawatobi to use the dragon as a literal jumping rope. Kaido then repelled his opponent with Bolo Breath, which blasted the giant man away. However, Luffy quickly shook off the charring and literally ran on air while creating a burning trail in midair to get back to the Skull Dome. Kaido, now back in his hybrid form, smashed the charging Luffy's head straight through the Skull Dome with Kosanze Ragnaraku, which caused some of his friends and allies who witnessed it to react with comedic eye-popping. After Luffy squeezed his head back through the hole, he deflated from his giant form while Kaido commented how everything Luffy does is something out of a comic, before declaring that the Straw Hat could not defeat him. Luffy tried to remain defiant, but the transformation wore off, causing the rubber man to experience a severe amount of exhaustion, fatigue, and aging simultaneously. Kaido, too, expressed his exhaustion by taking a knee, and when Luffy admitted how close to death he felt, the Emperor suggested the young pirate to accept his fate. However, Luffy refused while re-entering his awakened form, claiming that he didn't fear death, and declaring that they were not done as he remembered those who believed him, which included Momonosuke, Tama, Kinemon, and Pedro. Kaido accepted his decision and struck at Luffy, but the sun god comically warped around the Hasaikai, which is the name of Kaido's Kanabo. Kaido then struck again, with Luffy warping and absorbing the hit with both his body and rubbery ground before bouncing away. The Straw Hat Pirate then sprung back at Kaido with a Haki-infused punch that stretched straight through the Emperor's head. As Luffy bounced around trying to think of a name for his new attack, Kaido asked the Straw Hat Captain who he was, which the Sun God in turn affirmed that he was Monkey D. Luffy. They refer to him as the Sun God here, the future Pirate King. Kaido then explained about the Devil Fruit's awakening before commenting about everything he lost in this war. Though Luffy in turn stated that he was going to take everything that Kaido had taken back, before Luffy in turn stated that he was going to take everything that Kaido had taken back. The Emperor responded by attacking with Gundari Ryusegan, with Luffy taking all the hits before responding with a barrage of punches of his own, which warped Kaido's body as well. Luffy then noticed the smoke from the flames below, with Kaido mentioning how Luffy's allies would all be burnt to death within his burning castle. The Straw Hat Captain simply stated that he could leave everything to his crew, so all he had to do was concentrate on defeating his opponent. In response, Kaido released a Kaifu, which Luffy dodged. Within the castle, the fire had grown to the point that many of the combatants were more focused on escaping or putting out the blaze rather than fighting each other. At this time, Chopper had reunited with Nabi in the performance floor, Robin and Brook were surrounded by flames in the basement, Usopp was elsewhere in the basement with Hamlet and the two immobilized Red Scabbards, using Midori Boshi's sprinkler in a futile attempt to put out the flames. Sanji escorted the Oirons in the left brain tower, looking for a safer place, while Frankie ran through the right brain tower with some tamed gifters looking for Chopper in order to save Zoro. Furthermore, the Heart Pirates were also attempting to escape the flames on the first floor. Some of the minks were trapped on the third floor, with some of the Kid Pirates carrying an immobile killer descending from the first floor, while Apu was seen scolding Inbi in the basement after the artificial ancient giant failed to break through the wall they were attempting to escape through due to the intense heat. Throughout all this chaos, Jinbei and Raizo prepared to carry out a plan to save everyone. As it turned out, during Raizo's stay on Zou, the ninja used his Maki Maki no Bi abilities to store an immense amount of water from Zunisha's eruption rain. He did this in hopes of never allowing what happened to Kuri 20 years ago to ever happen again. On the fourth floor, Raizo used Ninpo Maki Maki no Jutsu Elephant's Bath Return to unleash the eruption rain at Jinbei, who took control of the deluge and spread it across the castle with Mizugo Koro Gyujin Jujutsu Kairyu Ipanzioi, putting out as much of the fire as possible. Elsewhere in the castle, the combatants had come to the conclusion that the shaking meant the island was soon going to fall. However, after Hyogoro stated that Luffy's victory may mean their death, while Kaido's triumph would only extend their lives and question his allies of their preference, the samurai made their peace and cheered for Luffy, for the sake of their loved ones on the mainland. In the treasure repository, the shaking managed to dislodge the sea stone nail from the burning Orochi, who then transformed with the intent of taking Hiyori down with him. A flashback is then shown of various things that Orochi did to Wano after Oden's execution, how Oden directed the troops to Kuri as the Akazaya 9 fled, with Kaido and the Beast Pirates attacking and killing everyone in Kuri Castle before setting it ablaze. How the other daimyo and their troops fell to Kaido while Orochi laughed in the backline. How Orochi enslaved every able-bodied man, built weapon factories, and polluted the land, making it impossible to farm, all to make more weapons for Kaido. And how Orochi laughed gleefully as the starving citizens of Ebisu Town, who became pleasures after eating the failed smile fruits. Back in the present, just as Orochi was about to attack Hiyori, Denjiro appeared and decapitated the shogun while embracing Hiyori, who cried into his chest. Such a good beheading. As Luffy and Kaido's battle continued, Luffy grabbed a lightning bolt and threw it at Kaido with Gomu Gomu no Kaminari, but the Emperor dodged before striking the Straw Hat Captain back. Luffy grabbed onto another lightning bolt and used it to bounce back at Kaido with a flying kick, but the King of Beasts struck his opponent into the ground, with the sun god turning the surface into rubber to cushion the blow. However, he ended up bouncing back straight into Kaido's Daitoku Raime Hake, which sent him flying into the clouds. As they were fighting, Kaido commented how a powerful ability is not enough, with Roger proving this, as Haki was the one true power to conquer the seas. And this is when we found out that Roger had no devil fruit powers. He just conquered the entire Grand Line and became the Pirate King based on his strength and Haki alone, as Haki was the one true power to conquer the seas. Despite being sent into the clouds, Luffy grabbed onto Kaido's chest and held on, though this gave away his position, allowing the fully transformed dragon to counterattack with Tatsumaki Kaifu and Bodo Breath. However, Luffy did not defend himself, and instead called out to Momonosuke to move the island, as the sun god brought down a Haki-infused fist the size of Onigashima itself down on Kaido. Kaido encased himself in an avatar resembling a larger version of his dragon form, composed of flames hot enough to melt rocks, confident that Luffy would melt to nothing before the attack hit, though Luffy stated that he would never make contact with the technique, as his own attack used emissive Haki. With that, Luffy brought down his Gomu Gomu no Bajran gun, which Kaido faced head-on with Kaien Daiko Shoryu Kaien Hake. As the two clashed, a flashback revealed Kaido's past. How at 10, he became his homeland's strongest soldier. How at 13, he started questioning the Celestial Dragons, and how his king attempted to forcibly trade Kaido to the Marines for the right to attend the reverie. How he frequently escaped and was caught by the Marines, which earned him a starting bounty of 70 million. How he became renowned for Hachinosu at 15 and soon recruited by Rocks, with the Rocks pirates ending up being defeated by Garp and Roger when he was 21. How at 31, he was approached by Kurozumi Higurashi to assist Orochi in taking over Wano. And how, after Yamato mentioned it, Kaido talked to King about Joy Boy being the one who will defeat him, to which King replied that would never happen. In the present, as the two attacks clashed, Kaido questioned what kind of world the Straw Hat Captain planned to create, to which Luffy replied that it would be one where his friends would never go hungry. With that resolve, Luffy's fist broke through Kaido's technique, punching him deep into the ground. Meanwhile, as Luffy and Kaido fought outside, Yamato begged Momonosuke to create flame clouds, as the island was soon going to fall. As the pink dragon desperately attempted to make the flame clouds, he bashed his pessimism and resolved himself to do so after he recalled his last moments with his mother, as he begged her and Hiyori to go with him into the future, but was eventually convinced to go into the future by Kinemon's heartfelt plea. Why did I look at my light like that was where my camera was? My apologies. Where did I leave off? Heartfelt plea. When Luffy called out to him to move the island, Momonosuke was shocked to see an island-sized fist coming down from the sky. As the water of Zou that Raizo and Jinbei used to put out the flames suddenly flooded out, it doused the flame clouds prematurely, causing the island to plummet. This gave Momonosuke just the boost he needed to create a large amount of flame clouds, which he wrapped around the island and quickly towed out of the way of the clash of attacks between the two pirates, just as Luffy overpowered Kaido and smashed him into the ground where Onigashima just was. Momonosuke then gently landed Onigashima on the ground before he himself collapsed in exhaustion. A new day for Wano country. Shogun Kozuki Momonosuke. We are almost there. This is the last long paragraph of the Wano arc. And how long has this been going? 8 hours of me recounting this entire story. I was reading this when it was light outside, and now it done got all dark. I've been doing this for 8 hours straight. But I'm happy! I'm happy! I'm telling y'all I'm happy. A new day for Wano country. Shogun Kozuki Momonosuke. Luffy, now victorious, immediately fell unconscious, leaving Yamato to catch him as he fell from the sky. Inside Onigashima, Nekomamushi, who witnessed the end of Luffy's battle, announced how Momonosuke saved Onigashima as well as Kaido's loss, and declared the Alliance's victory. Though some disbelieving beast pirates still attempted to continue the battle, Yamato talked them out of it, claiming he would personally take them down if they didn't yield. As the Alliance celebrated their victory, Chopper suddenly gained an influx of patience, with Usopp arriving with Kinemon and Kiku and Franku with Zoro, though thankfully Miyagi and Tristan came to assist him. Outside, Momonosuke talked to Zunisha, declaring that he would not open the country's boundaries yet, with the elephant respecting his decision. Meanwhile, in the capital, the festival was reaching its end, with the partygoers watching the skyboats with their wishes written on them float away. Hitetsu, who accompanied Toko to the festival, recalled how just as she finished writing the wish on her own boat, she inquired about her father's death. Hitetsu had explained why he sacrificed himself, which led to Toko changing her wish from "I want to see Daddy" to "Daddy, thank you," which the blacksmith happily yet tearfully approved of. All of a sudden, throughout the island, everyone felt a tremor. Due to both the emperors being hammered straight through the earth and into the magma chamber below the island, this caused a reaction which ushered an underwater volcanic eruption of the coast of Udon. This led to the civilians to finally notice Onigashima just outside the flower capital, causing them to wonder what Kaido was up to now. At this point, Momonosuke flew in with Yori, Shinobu, and the Red Scabbards, announcing that the eruption was a signal of the end of Kaido, though upon seeing him, the citizens started to flee, believing he was actually the emperor. Declaring he wasn't the pirate, Momonosuke descended in front of the castle and transformed back into a human with a poof of smoke. Komurasaki and Kyoshiro then appeared from the smoke, with the citizens instantly recognizing them. As the other scabbards appeared, the citizens realized something big was happening and used the picture Tanishi to broadcast the event all over Wano. Momonosuke then made his appearance and declared the threat of Kaido and Orochi were finally over, that Wano was finally free and he would abolish the factories and restore the country, before declaring himself shogun, eliciting tears of joy from the populace, his subordinates, and his sister. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we enter into the final paragraph of this entire arc, of this entire big summary stream. Meanwhile, inside Onigashima, Yamato introduced himself to the Straw Hats as Kaido's son, prompting aggressive reactions from them. He then introduced himself as Kozuki Oden and Yamato before mentioning that he might be joining their crew, which drew out a variety of reactions from the Straw Hats, with the exception of Chopper, who was treating the unconscious Zoro and Luffy, though Jinbei stated that they wouldn't be convinced without their captain's confirmation. Yamato, alongside some tame gifters, then corralled some prisoners who attempted to escape, which elicited Usopp to question Tama about the effectiveness of her devil fruit. Tama then explained that her ability only lasts a month, after which the tamed animal would either revert back to normal or remain tamed, depending on what the animal chooses. To this, the nearby Speed responded that she would gladly stay by the girl's side even after the effect fades, which Tama herself approved of, though not as a servant, but as a mother. The picture Tanishi then displayed Momonosuke's speech, which caused Tama to have flashbacks to when her parents died in the factory, how she made a living trying to sell straw hats, and how she met Hitetsu, who gave her hope that the Kozuki clan would return and restore the country. Recalling all this caused Tama to break down and cry into Nami's chest, as she also remembered Luffy's promise to allow her to eat as much as she wanted every day. Now, mind you, it doesn't add the events after. It doesn't add the events such as the festival and the party and then Luffy becoming a Yonko, because they technically, I don't think they're counting this. They are counting those later chapters as part of this big Wano arc. I think the chapters that we're having right now are going into the newer arc that's going to be starting into the newer saga. So it doesn't include that. So we got a bit of story impact to go through. And we got so much trivia. This is the longest arc in the manga and anime, having surpassed the Dressrosa arc's previous record of 102 chapters and 118 chapters. Act 3 alone contains more chapters than every arc in the manga save for the Dressrosa arc. This arc currently has the most anime openings, including Over the Top, Dreaming On, We Are, and Paint. This arc has the most Zoan fruits revealed in a single arc, excluding artificial ones. Every known canon consumer of a subclass of the Zoan type, ancient, mythical, and artificial, appear in the arc, and this was the second arc in the entire series to introduce any mythical Zoans. Luffy's fruit also being revealed to be a mythical Zoan. This arc has shown the most number of Shakuhaki users, past or present. This arc is the second in the series after the Fishman Island arc to introduce something into the official canon that was originally seen in an anime filler arc. First, there was the first canonical use of time travel with the Toki Toki no Mi, though only revealed in a flashback. After their previous concept of time travel was used in the non-canon Ruluka Island arc. Lastly, there was Luffy's ability to grow giant, which was first seen at the end of Z's Ambition arc with the help of his ally Lily's stomach, was reintroduced into the official canon as one of his Gear 5 abilities. So now, let's go to the story impact. Several characters make their first appearance in the manga after the time skip. The characters, in the order they were introduced, are Marco, Gecko Moria, Avalo Pizarro, Katarina Devon, Marshall D. Teach, Stainless, and Izo. Ryokugyu is fully seen for the first time. More information about devil fruits is revealed. The 5 elders are shown to possess knowledge on the true nature of devil fruits, namely the secret property of zoan fruits. Now, one thing I kind of want to check real quick. I want to go down to the Wano Country arc. Because I'm here. I still got the Mads page up, so I need to get rid of that. So I'm coming down here. So unless they include the moments where Ryukugyu shows up, then this is all that it really counts as the Wano Country arc for the moment. And I did say thus far, we still have to see where the next chapters lead us. But more information about devil fruits is revealed. The 5 elders are shown to possess knowledge on the true nature of devil fruits, namely the secret property of zoan fruits. Zoan devil fruits have a will of their own, and they wonder whether because of this, the Hito Hito no Mi Model Nika has always managed to elude the world government. According to Kaido, a devil fruit awakening happens once one's mind and body catch up to one's powers. More information about Haki is revealed. Busou Shoku Haki is known as Ryuo in Wano Country. It is revealed that there are 2 advanced applications of Busou Shoku Haki that one can achieve. The ability to project Haki from the body, allowing the user to strike objects without making physical contact with them. This was first seen being used by Sentomaru in the Sabaody Archipelago arc. And the ability to destroy objects from the inside by grabbing them. This was first seen when Silver's Rayleigh destroyed Kami's slave collar in the Sabaody Archipelago arc of the same arc. Advanced Haoshoku Haki allows one to infuse their body and weapons with their conquering spirit in a way that is very similar to Busou Shoku Haki. Kaido states that only a handful of people are able to achieve this ability, including himself, Luffy, Big Mom, Whitebeard, Roger, Yamato, and Zoro. It is revealed that Busou Shoku Haki only protects the surface of a user and cannot protect their insides. Kaido states to Luffy that devil fruit abilities cannot conquer the world. Only Haki could, as it reigns supreme. More information about the Roger Pirates is revealed. The voyage of the Roger Pirates to Laugh Tale is shown. It is revealed that Oden's wife Kozuki Toki was born during the Void Century and traveled to his time with her devil fruit. This explains and proves Momonosuke's statement in the Zou arc that he had met Roger, which a lot of us doubted at first, but when we found out that his mother actually time traveled, and he was born on Whitebeard's ship, and he also traveled with. Actually, I think he was born on. Was he? No. No, he was born on. He was born on Whitebeard's ship, and then traveled with Oden as they traveled to. No. He was born on Whitebeard's ship, but he did in fact meet Roger. I got confused there for a moment. But he did in fact meet Roger. The final island in the New World, accessible by log posts, is revealed to be Lodestar Island. During his voyage with Roger, Oden was the one who wrote Roger's message on the poneglyph in Skypiea. A rolled poneglyph was once located in the sea forest next to the one with Joy Boy's apology. Joy Boy left behind a treasure at Laugh Tale. Roger and his crew's reaction upon stumbling into Joy Boy's treasure was simply laughter. This led Roger to name the island after what he considered a funny story, referring to whatever happened to Joy Boy. The world referred to every treasure Roger gained as One Piece. Oden decided to open Wano's borders because he believed it would create a massive change in the world, and his specific purpose of doing so is to welcome a specific person to the country. Kaido states to Luffy that Roger was not a devil fruit user. Though Big Mom was able to get back Zeus from Nami, his continued failures resulted in Big Mom creating a new homie called Hera with lightning powers to replace him. She takes her soul fragment back from Zeus, and Hera eats his body. Luffy declares that he will create a world where his friends can eat as much as they want. Several of the Straw Hats revealed new special abilities during this arc. Luffy masters the advanced applications of Busou Shaku and Hao Shaku Haki. Luffy manages to unconsciously utilize the second advanced application of Busou Shoku Haki and achieve the first after training. Luffy gains the ability of advanced Hao Shaku Haki after realizing Kaido can use it as well. Luffy awakens his Devil Fruit and gains a new form, Gear 5. In this form, Luffy demonstrates the ability to instantly change his size and bulk and make the area around him, other living things, and even lightning malleable to stretch it like rubber. The five elders revealed amongst themselves that the other name of the Gomu Gomu no Mi is the mythical Zoan Hito Hito no Mi model Nika, and had previously changed its name to hide its true name. Due to awakening its devil fruit, Zunisha told Momonosuke that Luffy is Joy Boy after hearing the drums of liberation. Kaido points out that Luffy's awakening has elements of both Paramecia and Zoan fruits. Shusui is stolen and returned to Ryuma's grave, and at the behest of Kozuki Hiyori, Zoro leaves it there in exchange for receiving Enema, an Owazamono sword that once belonged to Hiyori's father, Odin. Zoro displayed the ability to cut fire like Kinemon. He originally first developed an interest in the Foxfire style during the Punk Hazard arc after he witnessed Kinemon utilize it against Smiley. Kaido suspects Zoro possesses Hawashaku Haki, but Zoro is unaware of what Kaido is referring to. This theory is later confirmed as Zoro becomes aware of this power and uses it to knock out some of the Beast Pirates. This dude learned how to master Haki quicker than Luffy even learned how to use Haki. This dude got Conqueror's Haki, and in the same fight learned how to use it to knock out Beast Pirates, and then also use it to learn how to coat his sword in it. His combining of Busou Shoku and Hao Shoku Haki allows Zoro to create a more advanced form of his three-sword style, the King of Hell three-sword style. Zeus's soul was able to survive Hera's attack and had permanently merged with Nami's sorcery climb attack, becoming Nami's partner, and also given the climb attack the ability to transform into more combat-oriented forms and the ability to merge his consciousness with the weather clouds to turn their attacks into homing attacks. So Nami got a huge buff during this whole entire arc. Sanji decides to utilize a raid suit that his family gave him in the Whole Cake Island arc. With the suit's power, he achieves his dream of being able to turn invisible. However, his body starts to feel different after using it a second time, and is discovered that he has awakened the same enhancement as his brothers due to recovering quickly from Queen's attacks. He destroys his raid suit canister after realizing it had awakened his dormant genetic modifications and to cut ties to his family for good. Now his eyebrows have been twisted to the other direction just like his siblings, albeit temporarily. By combining the power of his new exoskeleton and drastically increased strength with Busou Shoku Haki, Sanji is able to create a more powerful version of Diamble Jamba called Ifrit Jamba. With Caesar's help, Chopper was able to improve the effects of the Rumble Ball, lengthening its duration time, and by extension his monster point, to 30 minutes. However, the new side effects would cause Chopper to temporarily regress into an infant-based state known as Baby Gigi. Robin uses a new technique she learned from Sabo and Koala. The technique is part of the Fishman karate art. Ace's adventure in Wano country are explored, which was first mentioned during the Marineford arc. He mentioned a young girl named Tama to whom he made two promises: to let her join the crew the next time he comes back, but only when she becomes a kunoichi, and to make Wano a place where she can eat every day. He learned how to make a casa, which he later made one for Little Oars Jr. He met Kaido's son Yamato, who also wishes to join his crew. Yamato reveals that Ace once came to Onigashima to kill Kaido. However, Kaido was away on an expedition at the time, so they never encountered each other. He and his crew rescued abducted children from the mainland. He and Yamato fought briefly until they bonded. It is revealed that Yamato gave Ace his Viva card, who in turn gave a piece to Luffy. which, well, we know of the events of the Viva card later. It is revealed that the Kozuki family once made up the Wano shogunate, meaning that Momonosuke is the rightful heir to the shogunate. He officially declares himself as the new shogun of Wano after telling the people that Kaido, Orochi, and the Beast Pirates were all defeated by the Ninja Pirate Mink Samurai Alliance. It is revealed that Oden's execution and Orochi and Kaido's takeover of Wano occurred 2 decades ago. Momonosuke, Kinemon, Kanjuro, Raizo, along with Kikunojo, were sent 20 years forward in time, and Momonosuke's group immediately set out from Wano to find allies, with Wano having long since become a polluted wasteland. The Whitebeard pirates found out about Oden's death several years after it happened. They talked about going to war with Kaido, but Whitebeard never approved as they feared the loss of innocent life. Ace planned to get stronger to face Kaido, and Izo and Marco asked him to bring them along with him. Kanjuro revealed himself to be a member. How much more? How much more? How much more? Almost there, almost there, almost there. Kanjuro is revealed to be a member of the Kurozumi family and an undercover operative for Orochi, who has provided him information about the Kozuki family's actions, explaining how Jack found Zou twice and confirming Inuarashi's suspicion that someone with them was giving the enemy information. The reverie comes to an end. Fujitora and Kings Nefertari Cobra and Riku Doldo III are successful in their campaign to dissolve the 7 warlords of the sea system. Draco Mihawk, Boa Hancock, Buggy, Edward Weevil, and Bartholomew Kuma are stripped of their titles and protection, and the Marines attempt to arrest the former 4, with Bartholomew Kuma being turned into a personal slave of the Celestial Dragons. The world government intends for the newly founded SSG to replace the 7 warlords of the sea among the 3 great powers. Sabo's group attacks Marijois on the 4th day of the reverie. Something major happens to them, the news of which leaves the revolutionary army in an uproar, and those who know Sabo in complete distress. The rocks first mentioned in the reverie arc are explained in full. They are revealed to be a former pirate crew led by Rox D. Zebek, called the Rocks Pirates, which included Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom in their ranks. The crew was dissolved 38 years ago because Monkey D. Garp and Roger teamed up to stop them. It is revealed that Big Mom gave Kaido the Uo no Mi model Seiryu on the day the Rocks Pirates fell, which was Kaido's life debt to her. Big Mom meets with Kaido for the first time in 38 years. They decide to temporarily rekindle their old comradeship, and pursue their former crew's goal of taking over the world. Kaido plans to start the new Onigashima project, which involves he and Big Mom looking for the ancient weapons in One Piece. He also plans to move his base to the Flower Capital, transform Wano into a pirate nation, and have Yamato become shogun after he betrays Orochi. Kaido's dream is to plunge the world into war due to his hatred for the world nobles. He was placed in custody of the Marines in exchange for allowing his country to join the world government. However, he would escape and meet Whitebeard on Hachinosu, joining the Rock Pirates. Years later, after their defeat, he accepted Higurashi's offer to ally with Orochi and Wano. As he is passing out, Kaido remembers once telling King that Joy Boy is destined to defeat him. Big Mom requests Kaido to keep Robin alive as she decides not to wait for Pudding's power to awaken. Brook finds a poneglyph in the basement of Orochi Castle. Robin heads to the basement and encounters Hitetsu, who is revealed to be Kozuki Sukiyaki. He was imprisoned under the castle basement by Orochi for decades until he managed to escape. When Robin revealed what she previously learned about Pluton in the Tomb of the Kings and the Arabasta Kingdom, Sukiyaki confirms to Robin that Pluton is indeed in Wano country. Sukiyaki also asks Robin to keep his true identity a secret due to the shame he feels for being partly responsible for Orochi's rise to power as the shogun. The dissolution of the alliance between the Kid Pirates, Hawkins Pirates, and On-Air Pirates is explained. Scratchman Apu is revealed to have been working for Kaido since before the alliance's formation, being the informant for the Beast Pirates and set up Kaido to confront the other 2 crews. Basil Hawkins is revealed to be a Shinuchi of the Beast Pirates after the former alliance's dissolution. Hawkins reveals he foresaw Kaido's defeat, but was too prideful to turn back to Kid after betraying him the first time. So, the story impact notes are also detailing the chapters we got after the major plot points here, so don't worry, that's getting explained as well. After unsuccessfully rebelling against, Hawkins reveals he foresaw Kaido's defeat, but was too prideful to turn back to Kid after betraying him for the first time. After unsuccessfully rebelling against Kaido, Killer's will was broken and he was fed a faulty smile fruit by Orochi. Ow. Which grants him, I bit my tongue a whole lot during this whole stream, which grants him no powers but takes away his abilities to swim and express negative emotions. Diaz Drake is revealed to be an undercover member of the secret Marine unit Sword, of which Kobe is also a member. Drake joins the Ninja Pirate Mink Samurai Alliance after betraying the Beast Pirates due to Queen and Who's Who wanting to kill him and accused of helping Law back in Rasetsu Town. Gecko Moria is revealed to the world to be alive, and Perona leaves Mihawk to reunite with him. The Blackbeard pirates have killed Absalom, resulting in Shiryu receiving the powers of the Suke Suki no Mi. When Moria attacks the Blackbeard pirates to find Absalom, Blackbeard invites Moria to join his organization. Izo's early life is seen, and it is shown how he came to leave Wano and join the Whitebeard pirates. During the raid on Onigashima, Izo died fighting Maha, with his body later being buried alongside Odin, the former daimyo of Wano, and Ashita Doji, who also died during the raid. Jinbei is revealed to be alive and joins the raid on Onigashima. He is also confirmed to be the Straw Hat Pirates' official helmsman. It used to be Frankie, but now he can just be the Straw Hat shipwright, while Jinbei takes care of controlling the ship. After arriving at Wano with Nekomamushi and Izo, Marco joins the Ninja Pirate Mink Samurai Alliance and aids the Straw Hats in their battle against the Beast Pirates. Kaido is revealed to have a son named Yamato, who intends to fulfill Odin's wish after witnessing the legendary hour and discovering his journal. Yamato expresses a desire to leave Wano with Luffy's crew. Big Mom reveals that the numbers came from Punk Hazard and they are failures from experiments trying to recreate the ancient giant race, which is why they look the way they do. Law finds a poneglyph in the second basement floor of the castle. He revealed his full name to Robin at an earlier point and also reveals his intent to learn the truth about the will of D. It is revealed by CP0 that Vegapunk's artificial devil fruit was made by using Kaido's lineage factor during the time when Kaido was held captive by the Marines. It is revealed that Queen is a former member of MADS, the research team that included Sanji's father, which was first mentioned by Yonji during the Whole Cake Island arc. It is also revealed that Queen is able to use the Vinsmoke Brothers' raid suit abilities. Who's Who is revealed to be a former member of CP9 and explained that he was imprisoned 12 years ago due to failing to guard the Gomu Gomu no Mi, which was stolen by the Red Hair Pirates. King is revealed to be the only known survivor of the Lunarians. According to Marco, the Lunarians were fire-igniting people who lived at the top of the Red Line long ago. Queen explains that the Lunarians were once known as gods because of their extreme resilience that allowed them to thrive anywhere. King's subordinates claim that the world government are willing to pay 100 million berries to anyone who may have information about live Lunarians. Zoro is noted to have similarities to Ushimaru and Ryuma of the Shimotsuki family by Hyogoro and Kawamatsu due to his fighting style, one-eyed appearance, and Ushimaru being Ryuma's direct descendant. Momonosuke becomes an adult after asking Shinobu to use her ability to mature his body so he can become a bigger dragon. As a result, he is now 28 years old, but mentally still 8. One of the CP0 agents talks to Rob Lucci, who is leading a fleet towards Wano country. According to Lucci, Wano will be placed under the world government's control if Kaido loses in the war. CP0 is also given orders to capture Robin and eliminate Luffy by the Five Elders at once due to the potential danger he possesses if he succeeds at defeating Kaido. Guernica has returned to the world government fleet outside Wano and reported the events to the Five Elders. So this is in fact covering all the previous events. The world government fleet outside Wano was seemingly attacked by the Big Mom pirates. Law and Kid reveal that they have awakened their devil fruit sometime in the past. Big Mom implies that One Piece in some form may be found in Wano country. Momonosuke reveals that Zunisha was a companion of Joy Boy and the crime it committed occurred 18 years ago. Momonosuke reveals to Yamato that Odin tore out pages with crucial information from his logbook for an unknown reason. Because of this, he is afraid to open up Wano to the rest of the world due to the potential danger it may face. However, he later decides to hold off on opening Wano's borders for the moment. Following the raid on Onigashima, Luffy, Law, and Kid's bounties are raised to 3 billion berries each. Luffy's wanted poster now depicts his awakened form, which was taken by Guernica, and despite the Five Elders' wishes, the picture and the D in Luffy's name are used in the new wanted poster. Because Apu kind of linked the information that happened due to the events. as well. It doesn't mention it here, but Apu was the one who linked the information about all the stuff that happened in Wano. Luffy and Buggy have replaced Kaido and Big Mom as new members of the Four Emperors due to their respective defeats. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the entire summary of Zou, Whole Cake Island, the Reverie, and currently where the Wano country is right now. It took me it's almost like 10 minutes shy of a 9-hour straight stream of me recounting all of the events that have happened in One Piece thus far. And I have to say, it was hefty. But I'm glad that I was able to do this sort of thing for you all. And I was able to recount. I told you I was going to do a full recounting of the events. Did I know that it was going to take 8 hours for me to get through? No. No. I didn't realize it was going to take me this long to get through all of this. But I'm grateful that I took this time to read through all of the summaries of Zou, Whole Cake Island, the Reverie, and Wano country as it stands right now, because the little bit of Wano country is going to continue after we come out of break. But those are chapters that start to initiate the next arc and next saga. So, I'm looking forward to that. Once Apu took those pictures, he got plot armor. Exactly, because without Apu's pictures and the information that he learned, Morgans wouldn't have found out, and he wouldn't have told the world of the events that happened, much to the Five Elders' annoyance. So now the world knows what happened in Wano, on top of the massive news of everything that was happening in the outside world beforehand. That burp did not want to come out. But, ladies and gentlemen, that's it. That's the entire recounting of Zou, Whole Cake Island, the Reverie, and Wano. So basically just the Zou saga, the Whole Cake Island saga, and the Wano country saga. At least to the point where the chapters end off for the Wano country. We still got to continue off, but this is pretty much just a big summary of everything that happens. I still got to change that. I still got to change that thumbnail so it can include the Zou saga, Whole Cake Island saga as well. So I'll change the thumbnail, but that's it. I did what I set out to do. Oh boy. 8 hours. 8 long hours of going through this much One Piece. I went through pretty much the longest arc of One Piece, surpassed with Dressrosa being directly behind it, but I went through 4 different arcs all at once in one go. Sure, I had breaks. Sure, I went to go eat dinner, but I'm incredibly grateful I was able to do this. 256 chapters summarized in 8.5 hours. Pretty much. I summarized 256 chapters summarized in 8.5 hours. It probably would be shorter if you don't count the moments where I left to, blow my nose or check up on family or even sit down and eat dinner with the family. It would probably be slightly under 8 hours, a little bit. It still would be approaching it, but still. 256 chapters summarized in one big stream. And this pretty much surpasses any face-to-face live stream that I have ever done. This is the longest I have done like a face-to-face live stream this long, because it's either gone like 4 hours or a little bit, but 8 hours? I'm used to doing video game streams this long, but sitting here talking to you guys for 8 hours straight, I still got a little bit of water left from hours ago. 8 hours straight. I'm grateful that I was able to do this. So, that has been my summary and just a bit of a recap for everyone of Zou, Whole Cake Island, the Reverie, and the Wano Country arcs. Or, well, Wano Country. I'm just going to call them stories because we came to the realization that us calling stuff arcs and sagas, they're treated as the same thing in Japan. We're the ones over here in the West that calls arcs and sagas you have to have an intermission in a long stream. Me eating dinner was the intermission. Plus, it was getting to a point where my mouth was starting to really get numb. And it was like, I've never talked this long before, like 8 hours straight. This might as well be like a TED Talk, but I've never spoken this long before to the point where my mouth was unfamiliar with it and it started to get really, really numb. So me eating those great value Teddy Grahams was like a way to satiate that a little bit. But I persevered and I did it. I thought to myself, maybe I'll cut it in half because this is so long, but no! I stuck it out and I managed to do it. So I'm grateful I was able to do it. But yeah, from now on, I'm going to have an intermission. I'm going to have to make a thumbnail that pops up so when I have an intermission, I can say that so that way I can eat properly or take a rest properly. But I'm glad I was able to do it. This has been my summary, so we still got to wait on the 24th of July to see where the story of One Piece continues after Oda's break. But this TED Talk with Kyushu, the Zou arc, Whole Cake Island arc, the Reverie arc, and the Wano Country arc. Just all of those, just all together. An 8-hour one. Normally, people would charge you for this long of a discussion. Like, concerts would be this long, conferences would be this long. But I give it to you for free, because you deserve it. You all deserve free content, always and forever. Which is why, even though I have, like, multiple tiers up now for my membership and everything, because it was suggested to me that I have multiple tiers up, especially now that I'm going full-time. Still, none of them are going to be locking any content that I do on this channel behind whether or not people want to go up a higher tier or whatever. I chose, because I told you, I promise you, I want all my stuff to be available for everyone. Just the tiers are just there for people to, support me and this channel just simply because they want to. Which is why if you were to look at the different tiers, they have some of the same things from previous tiers, but I couldn't just upload it without updating it with new perks or anything, so I just had to put previous things that were already available in previous tiers into the new one to make it seem like a brand new perk, but it's only just so I could get access to the higher tiers from there. But I'm grateful that I was able to get through this entire talk for you, with you, talking to everyone. And the fact that many of you stuck with me for 8 hours? Y'all are some OGs. Hold on, I gotta do this. Especially you, Ogata-san. You stuck it out. You stuck it out a long time. I gotta update some people who stuck it out for such a long time. I gotta update some mods now. Especially you, Ogata-san. You've been here for a hot minute. And I feel like you and Stellus are well deserving of the status of being added as moderators here. You guys stuck it out for so long. And I'm nothing but grateful. You didn't have to stick it out. And sure, some of you may have left and come back, but the fact that you still persevered and stuck it out for so long. Ogata-san, you're now a moderator, and Stellus, you're now a moderator as well. I don't know if Stellus is here, but he's gonna know the next time he's in the stream and he sees a wrench right next to his name. But I don't make this decision lightly, but I figured as much effort as you put into coming to the many things that I do, Ogata-san, I just had to give credit where credit is due. So I'm incredibly thankful that you guys stuck it out. CJ and Psycho and everyone else for sticking it out as well, but this was great. This was a good summary. And now as I'm approaching 3 minutes away from hitting 9 hours, I just want to say thank you everybody for just coming to see my summarizing the entire Zou Saga, Whole Cake Island Saga, Reverie Saga, and Wano Country Saga as well. Hold on, I did title that correctly. Yes, Whole Cake Island summarized the entire Zou Saga, Whole Cake Island Saga, and Wano Country Saga, because that's exactly how it's shown here. Zou Saga, Whole Cake Island Saga, and Wano Country Saga. Just those three. But overall, this was a great stream. And as I leave you all today, all I can say, man, I went as long as people would normally get to sleep. That's how long I went. I went a full day's rest of people sleeping in one stream. I hope to have more like this. But this was great, and that's all I got. I don't want to keep you longer here than I already have, and I've already kept you here just 2 hours shy of 10 hours talking about One Piece and going through the entire summary of four whole different storylines, but this was great. I'm trying to extend it so it can hit 9 hours. But overall, I'm grateful that I was able to go through the Zou arc because I was able to go over events that I didn't cover when I first started doing reactions to One Piece. Because I started in the middle of Whole Cake Island, leading up to the events of the Tea Party, and I started doing my reactions of One Piece from then on in. So going back through Zou, I'm able to give you guys my reaction as I go through the entire summary of the Zou arc, leading into Whole Cake Island, and then catching up where I started reading One Piece, where people started discovering me through One Piece, and then just all the reactions I did from then on there. So I'm grateful that I was able to recount all those different events and read through all the specific notes that concern them. But that's where I'm going to call it a session here, because of now, with my outro, it's going to be able to allow me to hit 9 hours. So all I can say at the end of the day is, hope you all enjoyed. Can't wait to see you all in my next video. And if you're new to the channel and you enjoyed what you saw here today, then like, subscribe, and maybe even consider becoming a member, because I am always looking forward to entertaining you. So have a fantastic day, and once again, as always, later, peoples. Actually, you know what? Hold on. I'm gonna make my thumbnail right here, right now. Hold on. I'm not gonna leave, so I don't want it. I don't want to end the stream and then put that same thumbnail that I had up there, and it's the incorrect one, and then it just shows Whole Cake Island Saga and then Wano Country Saga. No, we're gonna do this right. I might as well take care of it and make it look professional now. So let me do Zou Saga, because I go to another website that gives me these big words that I have. That gives me the words that I print up on my thumbnails as well. Zou Saga Yellow. Then I'm going to bring up my little editor that allows me to make these thumbnails that I've been for all this time. So let's see. Maybe I should have saved that title as I did before. I didn't think I was going to have to change the title. Yo, Stellis! Full-time YouTuber Kyushu is in full effect. 9 hours is crazy. Yeah, man. Normally, I would do gaming streams about this long on a Saturday. But here I am doing this on a regular day, a day I would normally be asleep preparing for a shift. But I'm grateful I ain't got to put up with that mess no more. So what I'm gonna do, get the Zou Saga. I'm making this. Okay, horizontal center. Align to top. Align left. So Zou Saga. Then insert Whole Cake Island Saga. And it fits perfectly right there. And then the next one, Heard of a lot of YouTubers saving their long streams onto a second channel because long streams make you not show up as more okay people's feeds. I don't know exactly, but maybe look into it just in case. I see what you mean. Saving their long streams onto a second channel because long streams make you not show up as much on people's feeds. I don't know exactly. Maybe look into it just in case. We'll see if that has an effect or whatever. We'll see if that has an effect in any way. But for right now, I probably won't do another stream this long simply because I was just doing the summary of all these events that were going on. So I probably won't do one this long again for a hot minute. But I'm not worried. I'm not worried. It's fine. If people want to find it, they can find it. But I don't want to just shift things around just because a lot of other people do it on theirs. I mean, I'm sure a lot of other people do it on a secondary channel, but well, I'm not everybody. So I got to do what makes me feel comfortable. And even if this means that in the process it doesn't show up as much, at least I did it and took care of it at the very least. I got to do what feels comfortable to me. And this felt the most comfortable to me. Okay, align bottom. So let me enlarge this thumbnail here. Not saying you're wrong for giving me that type of advice, but I got it. I just like that may work for a lot of people, but this feels the most comfortable for me, even if it's on a singular channel. Because then I got to worry about running 2 different channels for long streams and another channel for like short stuff. And I kind of don't want to have to deal with that whole bunch of extra. Just on a personal note, I feel more comfortable doing all my stuff on one singular channel. At least until it gets to a point where I need to have a secondary one. But I will keep it in mind, though. Don't worry, I'll keep it in mind. Hey, you finally noticed you're a mod. You've been here for a hot minute, and I don't usually give these out unless the people display that they're worthy of it. But it just made the most sense for you and Gata-san, since y'all have been here for a hot minute, and you've been here consistently. Yeah, no doubt the stream was a whole shift long. Yeah, I really lasted as long as... Oh, come on. Okay, save. Hopefully it saved it without it having like typed up words in the background, because I really don't need that to mess with the thumbnail itself. Because I almost got it. Yeah, there it is. All right, so before I end this stream, feel you, I figured I'd let you know just in case. I'll keep it in mind. I'll keep it in mind. It depends on where the channel goes from here. I may make one, and I may not, depending on how things go. But I will keep it in mind. Saga thumbnail. That's saved. And now, with my new background, you really endured. Thanks, bro. It's all good, Stellis. But yeah, CJ, I really endured. I really endured it. And now, since I made my thumbnail, all I can say is, hope y'all enjoy. Can't wait to see you all in my next video. If you're new to the channel and you enjoyed what you saw here today, then like, subscribe, and maybe even consider becoming a member, because I'm always looking forward to entertaining you. So once again, as always, later, peoples. Yeah, new thumbnail. Looks good, don't it?